Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Summoning. After Kinger spoke, she walked towards the Xiangang realm expert. The other party obviously felt the tyranny of Kinger's aura and did not dare to look down on him. He cursed in his heart that Jiutian, the second-generation ancestor, had offended someone again, and there was even a Xiangang realm expert guarding him. This second-generation ancestor is really a worry. Maybe it's because his family supports him, so he gradually gets used to causing trouble. Sometimes people in the Hui family think that if Jiutian is half as outstanding as his brother, it will be satisfying. Kinger and the other person fought together in an instant. The terrifying airflow enveloped this space. The old man trembled and went into the void. Obviously, he wanted to lead Kinger away. As for the kid in the first level of Yuanfu, he didn't believe that Jiutian couldn't solve it. Besides, there were his servants. Two streams of light flashed away and went to fight in the sky. Below, Jiutian's smile became more and more ferocious. Kill, come all together, kill him. Jiutian's words almost made the old man who flashed away vomit blood in anger. Although his talent was not very outstanding, he was at least a fourth-level Yuanfu figure who had comprehended the power of will. He should be able to crush and kill a first-level Yuanfu person with absolute power, right? Jiutian actually let his servants come together, which made him speechless. Jiutian was not afraid of Qin Wentian. Although Qin Wentian was very powerful, he was much higher in realm after all. It was just that the stone tablet was too strange and powerful. With the stone tablet, he couldn't deal with Qin Wentian with all his strength, so he could only encircle and suppress Qin Wentian together. A group of strong men surrounded and killed, and Qin Wentian's eyes became more and more weird. The yellow spring stone tablet was suspended above his head. Suddenly, the bright starlight enveloped Qin Wentian's body, and a demonic star soul shone. It was a beast star soul. Seeing this star soul, Jiutian's eyes condensed. Dragon head, lion body, snake tail, rock wings, black tortoise scales, unicorn claws. The ferocious appearance of the monster beast exudes a frightening and ferocious aura, which is shocking. What kind of monster beast star soul is this? Jiutian cursed in a low voice. He was quite shocked. Not to mention what kind of star soul this is, but the red gold brilliance indicates that this star soul is condensed by communicating with the martial star of the fifth heaven. He cannot communicate with the martial star of the fifth heaven. His brother's third star soul is. If someone is well informed, he must know that the star soul monster in front of him is the #1 battle beast star soul on the battle beast list, the emperor monster star soul. Unfortunately, Jiutian did not recognize it. Although these servants were shocked, they did not recognize it either. Qin Wentian closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and with the help of the beast spirit he had swallowed before, his perception rushed straight to the ninth heaven. The emperor demon star soul raised his head and roared. Although it was daytime, there was a strong starlight falling from the sky, turning into a beam of dazzling starlight, which made the people around him feel violently fluctuating. What was going on? Roar! The emperor demon star soul roared in a low voice. The dazzling beam seemed to connect the emperor demon star soul with some existence in the sky. The dazzling starlight shone, and a Yuanfu in Qin Wentian's body rioted. It was the Yuanfu corresponding to the emperor demon star soul. In Qin Wentian's body, there seemed to be a bridge between this Yuanfu and the emperor demon star soul, which made the emperor demon star soul possess terrible energy and call out to the void. Buzz! At this moment, a phantom descended. This phantom was a demon beast, a silver Dapan, which was the demon beast Yinpeng in the war beast spectrum. Yinpeng's body gradually solidified, as if it had turned into a real existence. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a terrible cold light burst out, which was breathtaking. This. Jiutian stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. This is summoning star souls, summoning star beasts from the sky. One person whispered, his heart was shaken. Summoning star souls requires extremely high requirements for martial life cultivators. It requires extremely strong perception, and there must be enough star energy in the body to support the summoning star soul to send out the summoning energy. The strength of this energy determines the strength of the summoned star beast. Qin Wentian used the summoning ability of the Emperor Demon Star Soul for the first time. Just now, He deeply felt that as long as he was stronger, the star beasts summoned from the 9 heavens would be stronger. The 98th demon beast in the war beast list, Yinpeng, is a star beast that can grow. At this time, the aura on its body is the aura of the peak of the 2nd level of Yuan Fu. Cross-level summoning. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. This was determined by the strength of his Yuan Fu and the strength of the summoned star soul. Quick, quick, kill him. Hu Xiaoyan roared, and those people finally came to their senses from the shock and rushed towards Qin Wentian. All of you will die. Qin Wentian's voice was icy cold, and his killing intent towards Hu Xiaoyan had reached its peak. The silver rock's eyes were sharp and terrifying, and its figure whistled out, and its huge body blew up a terrible hurricane, and its sharp claws directly grabbed a figure. At the same time, the blood-red light in the Huangquan steel shone, and the blood was surging. Qin Wentian was still standing in the same place, and the Emperor Demon Star Soul was still roaring to the sky, causing Hu Xiaoyan's body to tremble violently. He still wanted to summon? Crazy. Why are they all crazy? He summoned so many monsters down, how can he control them? Boom. The terrible vibration made the earth tremble, and the Sky Flame Demon Lion War Beast fell from the sky. This was a war beast ranked more than 300th in the war beast list. Qin Wentian swallowed its beast spirit, so he could sense it and summon it down. It also had the aura of the peak of the 2nd level of the Yuan Mansion. This was not over yet. Then, the huge body of the silver-armored Bear King appeared on the ground, like a terrifying ancient mountain, trampling the ground and rolling forward. Qin Wentian's eyes were strange. At this moment, he felt that his head was about to split. These Star War beasts had a trace of his spiritual wisdom in them, but because there were too many monsters, his original body was under great pressure, and this load was extremely uncomfortable. But Qin Wentian didn't care so much. He wanted these people to die. His killing intention was the killing intention of these Star War beasts. This piece of land was completely rioting. Hula! A strong man was torn apart by the silver rock. Even if the runaway Star War beasts were only at the peak of the 2nd level of the Yuan Fu, their combat power was definitely not worse than that of people at the 3rd level of the Yuan Fu. Qin Wentian's emotions affected their emotions, and these war beasts were in a state of runaway. Hu Xiaoyan was originally prepared to deal with Qin Wentian by encircling and killing him, but at this moment, Qin Wentian gave him a more and more dangerous feeling. Die? The silver rock flew across the void and pounced on Hu Xiaoyan like lightning. At the same time, Qin Wentian's body and the Huangquan steel pounced out at the same time. Hu Xiaoyan angrily slashed out with a sword, and the golden light tried to split Yinpeng, but Yinpeng was as fast as lightning, leaping past the sword light and rushing straight to his head. Evil beast! Hu Xiaoyan shouted coldly, grabbing out with his palm, like a blade, slashing out with terrible penetrating power. Boom! The yellow spring steel descended, Hu Xiaoyan's heart beat, and his blood was unstable, making him in pain. At the same time, the Fang Bian Huoji burst out and killed, making Hu Xiaoyan somewhat at a loss. You die. Hu Xiaoyan also fell into a crazy state. His magic weapon sword flew towards the yellow spring steel. His 5 fingers were like hooks, and the golden light turned into claws to grab Qin Wentian's Fang Bian Huoji. Catcha! A crisp sound came out, and Hu Xiaoyan stared at Qin Wentian. He was the 4th level of Yuan Fu, and he didn't believe that he couldn't kill Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian also let go of the Fang Bian Huoji at this time, and collided with Hu Xiaoyan. Boom! The terrible sound shook people's hearts. Hu Xiaoyan spat out a mouthful of blood, but his determination to kill Qin Wentian was still strong. His hand seemed sharper than a sword and slammed into Qin Wentian's arm. A violent roar was heard, and Qin Wentian slapped out endless power. A crackling sound was heard, and he felt that his arm was about to break. However, at the same time, his steps staggered, and his mouth suddenly opened, and a sharp whistle sounded. One sword after another pierced the opponent's eyes and head. Hu Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically, and he retracted his hands. The golden light protected his head, and his body exploded backwards. The cold wind whistled past, and a terrible trembling sound of boom was heard. Hu Xiaoyan spit out several mouthfuls of blood in succession. At the same time, when he moved his arm away, he saw a terrible sword light slashing over, wanting to destroy everything. No! Hu Xiaoyan let out a terrible roar, and a light whirring sound came out. His arm that was blocking his head was cut off and stuck there, almost falling off. Hu Xiaoyan let out a heart-wrenching painful roar, and his body exploded and he took out a feather seal. This was a one-time magic weapon, and it was the trump card his brother gave him to save his life. Because he often got into trouble outside, his brother told him that any offensive weapon would be useless, and he would still die if he met a strong man, so this life-saving trump card was used for escape, and it was priceless. Even people in the Xiangang realm couldn't think of catching him. He would never be willing to use it unless it was absolutely necessary, but now, facing a person in the first level of Yuanfu, he was forced to use it. He pinched the feather seal, and the starlight was dazzling. Qin Wentian, who rushed towards Jiutian, only saw a dazzling wing light shining, which was about to blind people's eyes. Qin Wentian closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, Huaxian's figure was gone, and only blood remained on the ground. "You will not die well." Huaxian's roar before he left echoed, and his arm was about to break. It was conceivable how much this second-generation ancestor hated Qin Wentian. "Even if you chase us to the Great Xia dynasty, you will die." Qin Wentian stared into the distance, and the stone tablet was shot out, clearing the people around him. In the void, the figure of the old man in the Xiangang realm and Kinger came towards the lower sky. The old man saw the tragic situation here and his face suddenly changed. He stared at Qin Wentian and said, "You don't know whether to live or die." After saying that, he blasted a huge palm print towards Qin Wentian. Kinger's figure appeared in front of Qin Wentian and blocked the palm print, but the old man turned into a stream of light and left. Not far behind him, the figure of Grandpa Mo appeared there. He had heard Huaxian's roar from a distance just now. After coming here and seeing the tragic scene in front of him, his face turned pale. He stared at Qin Wentian and said, "Did you hear him?" Qin Wentian turned his eyes and glanced at Grandpa Mo coldly. Mo Qingchang was almost forced to death, and he, as a grandfather, didn't even want to kill Huaxian. "Do you know who he is? How terrible is his brother's talent?" Old Master Mo shouted coldly. He was worried about the revenge of the Hua family. Until now, Old Master Mo was still worried about offending the Hua family. Qin Wentian's expression was a little cold and scary. Suddenly, he laughed and walked towards Old Master Mo with a weird smile. "Talent? Martial will, does the will of power count?" A will of power descended on Old Master Mo, causing his expression to freeze. "What about the will of the demon?" Another will of martial arts bloomed and permeated this space. The demonic aura was terrible, and Qin Wentian's temperament was also extremely demonic. Double martial arts will. Old Master Mo's heart was beating, staring at Qin Wentian. "Or is it a star soul?" Qin Wentian's voice fell, and a buzzing sound came out. 3 star souls burst out at the same time. A terrifying airflow swept through the void, and the dazzling starlight stunned people's eyes. Boom! The power of the stars was rioting, and the color of the star souls was changing. Looking at the 3 star souls above Qin Wentian's head, Mr. Mo was stunned. 3 star souls, all of the same color, rich red gold. 3 star souls, all from the 5th heaven. "Is this the talent you want?" Qin Wentian growled and took a step forward. Mr. Mo's expression was dull, and he stepped back. His feet softened and he actually sat down on the ground. The scene in front of him was too horrifying. Chapter 227, first on the destiny list. "Is this the talent you want?" Qin Wentian's words were still ringing in his ears, echoing in Grandpa Mo's mind. He sat on the ground, looking at the scene in front of him in horror, feeling his heart beating non-stop, not knowing how much faster than usual. Qin Wentian, the first level of Yuanfu, comprehended the dual will. He condensed 3 star souls, all of which were condensed by communicating with the wombing stars on the 5th level of the sky. Is this really something a human can do? He is also a man of extensive knowledge, but at this moment he feels that his brain is not enough, staring blankly at the gorgeous star soul. 5th level, 5th level. Grandpa Mo muttered, how could this be possible? He has seen many geniuses and heard more legends of geniuses, but he has never heard of anyone's first star soul condensed by communicating with the wombing stars on the 5th level of the sky. It was too horrifying. His head was numb for a while, and the scene in front of him gave him an unreal feeling. Looking at the handsome face of the young man in front of him, his eyes filled with coldness due to anger, Mr. Mo, as a person at the top of Yuanfu, actually felt a little scared. This sounded a bit absurd. How terrifying would such a young man be if he grew up? True state? Daxia Dynasty, that was his sky. He seemed destined to compete with the most dazzling geniuses of Daxia Dynasty for glory. Yes, such a young man could be so crazy for King Chen. It was ridiculous that he was prejudiced against him and despised his talent. Thinking about it now, Mr. Mo felt his face burning, which was very ironic. He had always felt that Qin Wentian was not worthy of Mo Qingchen, but now he no longer had such thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Mo calmed down his violently fluctuating mood, but he didn't know what to say. "Go back and see Qingchen," Mr. Mo whispered, causing Qin Wentian's expression to freeze. "Yes, Qingchen, how is she now? If Qingchen is in trouble, I will not let you go even if you are her grandfather," Qin Wentian said coldly, and then he flashed and rushed towards the direction of the Mo family. However, he would never forget the killing of Jiutian. This man had forced Qingchen into a desperate situation. He must die, even if he came to the great Xia dynasty. Old Master Mo got up from the ground and looked at the back of Qin Wentian, who was going away. He did not blame Qin Wentian at all. The talent Qin Wentian showed completely scared him. The more such a person cared about Qingchen, the happier he was. Now he could only pray that Qingchen was okay. Buzz! A cold wind swept past, and Old Master Mo's expression condensed. There was a figure beside him, and it was the masked woman of Xiangang realm. This mysterious woman was also incredibly powerful, and she looked like a fairy in a painting, as if she did not belong to the mortal world, but she followed Qin Wentian quietly. "I didn't see anything." Mr. Mo felt a faint chill and said, he thought the other party was afraid that he would expose everything he saw today. Kinger frowned slightly, seemed a little unhappy, looked at Mr. Mo and said, "If you have any murderous intentions again, I will kill you." As he said that, Kinger's figure flashed and disappeared like a gust of wind, causing Mr. Mo's eyes to freeze there. There was a trace of loneliness on Mr. Mo's face. He was really old. Now was not his time. On this day, his confidence was completely hit. In the Mo mansion, Qin Wentian came to Mo Qingcheng's courtyard. There were many people guarding outside. Qin Wentian broke in directly. Mo Xianlin waved his hand, and no one stopped him. "How is Qingchen?" Qin Wentian looked at Mo Xianlin and asked. "He is still inside. Senior Luo he is treating him." Mo Xianlin's face was full of anxiety. "Where's the beast who is Jiutian? He ran away, but he will definitely die." Qin Wentian's face was engraved with a firm look. "Well, Hu Jiutian is not an ordinary person, you have to be careful yourself," Mo Xianlin reminded him. He has always had a very good impression of Qin Wentian. During the Junlin banquet, he even joked about Qin Wentian's attitude towards Mo Qingchen, trying to match Mo Qingchen and Qin Wentian. However, because of the old man's attitude, he couldn't say anything. But the old man's performance today disappointed him. Hu Jiutian did such a despicable thing, but the old man didn't kill him. Although the old man was worried about the revenge of the Mo family, he couldn't bear it and wanted to cut Hu Jiutian into pieces himself. "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded gently, but his eyes were fixed on the room in front of him. This wait lasted for several hours. The whole house was shrouded in a light, and there was even a smell of medicine. Luo he was refining pills inside. Luo he couldn't carry all kinds of pills on her body. Mo Qingcheng's injuries were tricky, so she could only use the pill refining materials she brought with her to refine pills on the spot. After a long time, the fragrance dissipated, and it seemed that a ray of light broke through the room. Qin Wentian and Mo Xianlin were both extremely anxious, but now they could only wait. What made Mo Xianlin feel quite strange was that Grandpa Mo also came back, but he acquiesced to Qin Wentian's existence and said nothing when he saw Qin Wentian there. "Yaa!" A crisp sound came out, and the door opened. Everyone's eyes suddenly stared at the door. Bai Fei, Jing Gaiyu and others came out one after another, and Luo he followed. "Senior, how is Qingchen?" Mo Xianlin walked forward and asked instantly. "You are Qingchen's father, right? She is not in danger for the time being, but it will take time for her to fully recover. I will take her back to the Dangwon Palace," Luo he said calmly, which made everyone feel relieved. Qin Wentian also let out a long breath, and his hanging heart finally let go. His temperament was no longer so cold. The few hours of waiting just now seemed as long as several years. "Thank you, Senior. Qingchen, I'll trouble you now." Mo Xianlin bowed to Luo he, expressing his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. It was the greatest luck that he could be cured in such a situation. However, at this moment, there seemed to be a sound of wind in the void, and then a line of figures appeared in the sky above the Mo mansion. This group of people was mighty and powerful. When they saw them appear, Mr. Mo frowned, and the people of the Mo family all looked unhappy. Because they saw Hu Xiaoyan, it was this guy who hurt Mo Qingcheng so badly. Mo Qingcheng was the most beautiful woman in Chu State, and she had a good personality. In the Mo Mansion, no one disliked her, and no one in the Mo Mansion wanted to kill Hu Xiaoyan. At this time, Hu Xiaoyan's face was ferocious, and one of his arms was hanging there, wrapped in cloth, as if it was about to break. He had a terrible murderous intent on his body, staring at Qin Wentian. Brother, it was him. He was the one who broke my arm. He is not as strong as me, but he has a very powerful magic weapon. He launched a sneak attack on me, and I was cut by him. Hu Xiaoyan roared indignantly. At this moment, he no longer had the mysterious temperament he had in the Mo Mansion in the past, and his true nature was completely exposed. Qin Wentian looked at Hu Xiaoyan in the void, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent. The young man next to Hu Xiaoyan glanced at Qin Wentian. He was tall and slender, with a jade-like face and bright eyes. He was very energetic, and his eyes were like swords. He was very optimistic, but he gave people a feeling that he could not look at him. Brother, kill him. Hu Xiaoyan was relentless and said fiercely. Shut up. Hu Xiaoyan's elder brother shouted at him. He knew Hu Xiaoyan's character a little bit. He could only believe half of what this guy said. He must have offended someone again. Otherwise, the people of Danwon Palace were also there. How could they allow people of the first level of Jiutian Mansion to bully him? And at this moment, the eyes of the people of Danwon Palace were a little strange. Senior Luo, can you help my brother reconnect his broken arm? Although the young man felt something was wrong, he was his younger brother after all, so he still spoke to Luo. I reconnected his broken arm, and he still has the nerve to come see me. Luo he looked up at the young man, her expression somewhat cold. If she hadn't given this young man face, she would have killed Hu Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, what did you do? Why don't you admit your mistake to me, senior? The young man scolded Hu Xiaoyan. Hu Xiaoyan looked at Luo he, somewhat evasive, and was obviously a little afraid of him. Senior, I was confused for a moment, and just wanted to play a joke with Miss Qingcheng, but I didn't expect to make a big mistake. Hu Xiaoyan knew when to bow her head and respectfully admit her mistakes. This Luo he was not an ordinary person in the Dan King Palace, but the daughter of the Dan King. Who would dare not give her some face, not to mention that now he wanted her to help him heal his wounds. Don't play tricks on me. Luo he snorted coldly, you want to defile my disciple and put her life on the line. I don't kill you, which is already giving face to the Hu family. Besides, it's not an arm that I cut off. Hu Xiaoyan's brother's expression froze when he heard Luo he's words. Only then did he know what a bastard his disappointing brother had done. His sword-like eyes couldn't help but have a bit of coldness. Suddenly, a cold light swept out from his body. Ah! A scream came out, and Hu Xiaoyan's arm was completely cut off. The young man flicked his finger, and the arm turned into dust directly, and there was no hope of reconnection. This scene made everyone's eyes freeze. Hu Xiaoyan's eldest brother personally cut off his arm. Brother! Hu Xiaoyan's eyes were bloodshot, looking at his eldest brother. He didn't understand that his eldest brother actually cut off his whole personally. His arm was completely gone. Go down, kneel down, and apologize to Senior Luo he. The young man's eyes became sharp, staring at Hu Xiaoyan coldly. This guy really doesn't know the importance of things. It can be seen from Luo he's attitude that he attaches great importance to that disciple. Hu Xiaoyan does things without considering the consequences. It seems that he is spoiled. This arm is a lesson. If he continues to be so ignorant in the future, he will lose his life sooner or later. Luo he looked at the young man in surprise, and secretly thought that he is worthy of being the #1 person on the destiny list. P.S. Today is the third update, making up for the extra chapter that the leader owed yesterday. In addition, today's monthly tickets reached 650 and there is an extra chapter. Keep working hard. Chapter 228 Huo Take Su. Huo Take Su, with a peak cultivation of Yuanfu, is the strongest person on the destiny list. The destiny list is a heavyweight list written by Qinshan Pavilion in Qin's House City. It is an authoritative list in the Great Xia dynasty. For countless years, the Great Xia dynasty has looked for the heroes from the lists written by Qinshan Pavilion. Many lists such as the Xiangang list, the Destiny list, and the War Beast list are written by Qinshan Pavilion and praised by the Great Xia dynasty. Not many people pay attention to the War Beast list. Only those who have the star soul of monster beasts will pay attention to it. The attention of the Xiangang list is unquestionable. The names recorded on it are the most dazzling group of people in the Great Xia Dynasty and the top power of the Great Xia Dynasty. Especially the first 36 seats on the Xiangang list, also named the 36 Xiangang, are the symbol of the strong people of the Great Xia Dynasty. The Destiny list is a level below the Xiangang list, recording the rankings of 360 Yuanfu realm strongmen, and is changed every year. Don't look at the number of people on this list. There are so many strong people in the Great Xia Dynasty, and there are people in the Yuanfu realm everywhere, and even the 9th level of the Yuanfu is countless. But it is difficult, very difficult to enter this list. Basically, those who can enter the list are people at the peak of the Yuanfu, unless some people with extremely evil fighting power can enter the list at a level below the peak of the Yuanfu. The top 10 people on the Destiny list are absolutely extremely dazzling, famous in the Great Xia Dynasty, and have unlimited potential in the future. Even if some of them may be very old, it doesn't matter. Being old enough to enter the top 10 still proves that their understanding of the will of martial arts has reached a terrifying level, and their fighting power is extremely strong. It's just that they practice slowly and become late bloomers. Give him time, and you can still become an amazing existence. As for the difficulty of being the first on the Destiny list, you can imagine how dazzling the first on the Destiny list is. Everyone in the vast and endless Great Xia Dynasty knew that even the arrogant Yang Kuangsheng secretly regarded Hua Taixu as his idol, and was determined to surpass him in the future and become a person as outstanding as him. It can be said without hesitation that although Yang Kuangsheng is now a little famous, if he is compared with Hua Taixu, he will appear dull. There was once an old man in the Xiangang realm who wanted to test Hua Taixu's strength. After the two sides fought, he claimed to the outside world that Hua Taixu's fighting power was unbelievably strong. As for who would win or lose, there was no need to say more. It was because of such a brother that Hua Xiaoyan could show off his power in the outside world and be called a second-generation ancestor, but he did not look up to the glory of his parents, but was bathed in the glory of his brother Hua Taixu. Because he was so dazzling, the daughter of the Dan King, Luohi, had to give him face and did not dare to look down on Hua Taixu. Otherwise, with Luohi's identity, those who were stronger than her in the Great Xia Dynasty would still be polite in front of her. If it weren't for Hua Taixu, she would have killed 10 Hua Xiaoyans. How dare he come back and yell? Hua Xiaoyan looked at his elder brother's sharp eyes and completely collapsed. He knew that his elder brother was serious. It's all him. Hua Xiaoyan stared at Qin Wentian, wishing to cut Qin Wentian into pieces. A guy from the Chu state actually caused him to break his arm, and now he has to kneel down and admit his mistake. Shame, a great shame. But he still landed on the ground honestly, knelt in front of Luohi, and said, "Junior Hua Xiaoyan is wrong, please forgive me." Seeing this scene, Hua Taixu said to Luohi, "Senior Luohi, if one arm is not enough, then kill this evil creature." Luohi glanced at Hua Taixu. The other's eyes were calm, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. But Luohi knew very well that Hua Taixu personally cut off one of Hua Xiaoyan's arms and asked him to kneel down and apologize. It was not because he was afraid of her, but because he didn't want to offend her, the daughter of the Dan King, and didn't want to make the relationship with the Dan King palace awkward. Hua Xiaoyan, after all, is Hua Taixu's biological brother, born of the same parents. Everyone in the Great Xia Dynasty knows that Hua Taixu dotes on this brother very much. Now he gives her enough face in order to repair the relationship. But if she really kills Hua Xiaoyan, then everything will be complicated. Maybe Hua Taixu won't say anything on the surface, but she may have an extra terrifying enemy. Forget it, since he has broken his arm, it's an apology. King Chang is not worried about her life. This matter ends here. Also, don't cause trouble for the Mo family. Luohi said lightly, and did not continue to pursue it. Since Hua Taixu gave her enough face, she couldn't let the relationship between the two sides become too stiff. People like Hua Taixu, even if they can't be friends, at least they can't be enemies. Hua Taixu has the same attitude towards her. As the daughter of the Dan King, she can make too many strong people work hard for her with just one word. Don't worry about this, senior. Hua Taixu nodded and said, Hua Xiaoyan, he has brought it upon himself. Since you admit your mistake, you must look like you admit your mistake. In this case, you can only admit your mistake. With his status, it is impossible for him to start revenge just after Hua Xiaoyan kneeled down and admitted his fault. Would that be a slap in his own face? Get up! Hua Taixu shouted at Hua Xiaoyan below. Brother, but... Hu Zion glanced at Qin Wentian and wanted to continue talking. Shut up. Hu Taixu frowned. Hu Zion gritted his teeth. He could only endure. Hu Taixu's eyes slowly turned and fell on Qin Wentian, and said calmly, "Do you have murderous intentions?" Qin Wentian raised his head and looked at Hu Taixu. This person seemed extraordinary. Even Luohi gave him face. But so what? Is it just because of Luohi that the matter ends here? It's not that simple. Hu Zion, he must kill him, no matter who he is. But after knowing that King Chang's life would not be in danger, Qin Wentian calmed down a little. In the current situation, he couldn't rush up to kill Hu Zion. If so, he would probably be buried with Hu Zion, and King Er couldn't protect him. Hu Zion said that you used the magic weapon, but even so, being able to make him so miserable is enough to show that your fighting ability is quite strong. If you have a chance, you can go to the Great Xia dynasty. Hu Taixu's voice did not have a trace of anger, as if he was talking to an old friend. There are many so-called geniuses like you there. Hu Taixu stretched out his hand, and it seemed that light fell on his hand from the sky. The rays of light suddenly became sharper, like a terrible sword. Hu Taixu waved his hand, and the rays of light turned into a rain of swords, whistling away into the distance, with a shocking might. Only after you surpass them can you have the qualifications to stand on your own feet. Senior Luohi, goodbye. Hu Taixu bowed slightly, and then he suddenly waved his hand, grabbed Hu Zion's body, and walked out, like an invisible wind, descending into the distance in an instant. With light steps, he actually walked onto the rain of swords just now, with one hand behind his back, calm and indifferent, leaving only a back view to everyone. The people of the Hu family glanced at Qin Wentian, and then followed Hu Taixu away. They came with a fierce momentum, but left calmly. Hu Taixu did not move Qin Wentian to avenge Hu Zion, but left a few very calm voices. From these voices, the crowd seemed to be able to feel his arrogance. There are many so-called geniuses like you there. Only by surpassing them can you have the qualifications to gain a foothold. Just the qualifications to gain a foothold, although it is a bit frivolous, but isn't it so? Qin Wentian stood there, looking at the figure leaving in the distance, his expression calm. Is this matter over? Obviously not. Based on what Hu Zion did to Mo Qingcheng, how could he not die? He will go to the Great Xia dynasty, and it won't be for too long. Going to the Great Xia dynasty, is it just to gain the qualifications to gain a foothold? We should go too. Luohi said lightly, then she walked into the room and walked out with Mo Qingcheng's body in her arms. Grandpa Mo Xianlin, Qin Wentian, they all stepped forward and looked at Mo Qingcheng, who was still unconscious. Could it be that there was no chance to say goodbye? Seeing that beautiful face that was a little haggard, Qin Wentian strengthened his determination. Leave her to me, don't worry. Luohi saw Mo Xianlin and others showing worry, and said calmly. Senior, we don't mean that. Grandpa Mo said tremblingly. Well, if you have a chance, you can come to the Dangwon Palace of the Great Xia dynasty to see her. Luohi said again, and then she took a step and flew into the air, and the people in the Dangwon Palace also left one after another. Bai Fei was about to leave, but seemed to have thought of something. She turned around and came to Qin Wentian again, saying, You are lucky this time. My master is here, and the people of the Hu family didn't touch you. I know you have deep feelings for Qingcheng, but I still want to advise you not to come to the Dangwon Palace to find her. You two are not suitable. After saying that, Bai Fei paused, and continued, The man just now, his name is Hu Taixu, the strongest person on the Great Xia dynasty's destiny list, the strongest person in the Yuanfu realm of the entire Great Xia dynasty. In the future, he will be one of the top figures of the Great Xia dynasty. You should be at ease here and be your genius. After leaving these words, Bai Fei turned and left. Jing Gaiwan Yankee also gave Qin Wentian a meaningful look. This time they saw how much Luohi valued Mo Qingcheng, which made them understand that in the future, Mo Qingcheng would be an important figure in the Dangwon Palace. Although there was a touching story between Qin Wentian and her, it ended here. This will be the end of the story. Hu Taixu. Qin Wentian murmured, looking at the figure gradually disappearing in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. With a flash of his figure, Qin Wentian also left the Mo mansion. Old Man Mo, however, stood there in a daze, watching the figures leaving on both sides. Hu Taixu, the strongest person on the destiny list. Qin Wentian, 3-star soul, both from the 5th heaven, are they really no longer on the same level? What kind of intersection will they have in the future? Chapter 229 Another Winter Snow. Chu, after experiencing the baptism of the storm, has returned to its former peace. The most bustling and prosperous place in the ancient city of Chu's imperial city is none other than the Emperor Star Academy. The reorganized Emperor Star Academy continues to absorb fresh blood. After those old people returned to the students, they vowed to let the Emperor Star Academy create a more glorious era in their hands and cultivate more strong people. With strong strength, no storm can affect them. The affairs of the Mo family were not paid much attention to at the time. The people in the imperial city only knew that Mo King Chang seemed to be valued by a powerful foreign force and was taken away as a disciple. This made many people secretly feel sorry. The first beauty of Chu left Chu just like that. I am afraid that with Mo King Chang's appearance and talent, she is destined not to belong to this country anymore. Qin Wentian is still the topic of conversation among people after dinner. It took less than 2 years for him to become a legend in Chu, worshipped and regarded as an idol by countless young men and women. Every time Qin Wentian appeared in the Emperor Star Academy, it would cause a huge sensation. During this turmoil, Qin Wentian has become more and more legendary, as if he was the one who pushed the changes of the Chu kingdom. However, the people in the imperial city gradually found that there were fewer and fewer stories about Qin Wentian. He seemed to be gradually fading out of the sight of the imperial city. In fact, few people saw him appear in the imperial city anymore. Many people even speculated, could it be that Qin Wentian had left the imperial city? With his talent, the Chu kingdom is indeed not a place to live for a long time. Sooner or later, he will have to go out to make a living. In the bamboo forest hut, on a mountain on the other side of the river, there is a piece of land hanging in the air on the mountainside, the size of a martial arts arena. At this moment, there is a young man with long hair scattered there, holding a Fangyan Huoji in his hand, stabbing again and again, as if there is no rest. Every time the Fangyan Huoji stabs out, it is accompanied by a whistling gale, as if a huge force is whipping the air. After thousands of times, the young man will sit cross-legged, close his eyes and meditate, and fall into absolute silence. Day after day, month after month, practice, as if there is no end. Behind her, a graceful figure flashed down from the mountain peak and came to the mountainside, but she just stood in the distance and watched quietly. She saw the young man Fangyan Huoji suddenly thrust out, and the halberd hit a boulder next to him. Puff! The boulder made a light sound, and then a terrible rumbling sound came out. It was the ancient peak far behind the boulder, and the rocks exploded wildly. The young man Fangyan Huoji tilted downward, with a satisfied smile on his lips, and turned to walk towards the graceful figure. Bang! A loud noise came from behind the young man, and the boulder was directly shattered, as if there was no residue left, which made the beautiful eyes of the woman who saw this scene shine. What kind of magical power is this? And Liu Yin jumped and came to Qin Wentian, smiling and asked. Today, Qin Wentian's eyes are deep, and he gradually gets rid of his immaturity. He has a sense of adult beauty, which makes people feel very comfortable. Great Dream Halberd Technique. Qin Wentian smiled. This halberd technique was the third one he created by improving the previous two techniques. It was the Breaking Void technique. Its attack power was much stronger than the previous two techniques, the Mountain Opening technique and the Meteoric Star technique. Moreover, Qin Wentian was able to use the magical power of the Great Dream Halberd technique even without the help of the Fangyan Huoji. Such a powerful magical power, why haven't I heard of it? And Liu Yin smiled. The Great Dream Halberd technique was inspired by me when I was bored. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Qin Wentian said modestly, which made Liu Yin's beautiful eyes brighten. You are really a rare monster. I've brought you the meteorites and cultivation materials you asked for. And Liu Yin touched the divine pattern ring on her finger, and then many meteorites appeared on the ground, containing rich star energy. It's an honor to have Miss Yin come here in person. Qin Wentian smiled and collected all the meteorites. Practicing martial arts consumes a huge amount of resources. If he wants to practice quickly, he must rely on the power of meteorites. Moreover, the more time he spends practicing, the more resources he will need. The practice of martial arts is indeed extremely difficult. No wonder the huge Chu state cannot produce a strong man of the Xiangang realm. Not to mention talent and comprehension, the resources cannot keep up. It's not easy to let Fen Ping run away every time. Besides, can't I come to see you? And Liu Yin's smile was a bit ambiguous. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Qin Wentian shrugged and said with a smile, Of course it's a pity, but Missin is so good to me, I can't repay her. Forget it, the value of your divine patterns is far more than what the divine weapon pavilion gave you. And Liuyan smiled lightly. By the way, Chu Wuwei found out the assassins who wanted to assassinate you with Chu Xianjiao that day. Although they did not pose any threat to you, they are still a force after all. The final result was actually related to the Xing Guild. Chu Wuwei contacted Mu Qing. Now, Mu Qing has been expelled from the Xing Guild, and Chu Wuwei has taken him to the Black Castle. Yes, Qin Wentian nodded, but he was quite surprised, because too many things happened, and he almost forgot to trouble Mu Qing, but he was still staring at him. Okay, I'm leaving. I'll come to see you again when I have a chance. And Liuyan said goodbye. See you next time. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded, watching and Liuyan leave. Then he came to the edge of the cliff again, breathing the fresh air of nature, holding the meteorite in his hand, and fell into the wonderful scenery of the Starman. In the past few days, he has opened up many memories hidden in the fragments of stars. Although the scenes are intermittent, Qin Wentian still seems to feel many things in the life of middle-aged. If that is really his dead father, what he sees every time may be his father's life experience. Cultivation is a boring thing, but some people have an extremely strong desire for strength. Every step forward will give him a strong motivation, and cultivation will be exciting. Qin Wentian is like this. Feeling that he is making progress every day, he has too strong a desire in his heart. Hu Xiaoyan is not dead, Jiuxian Palace is still unable to compete, King Chang will become an important figure in Dangwon Palace, and there are endless romantic figures in the Great Xia dynasty. All these drive him forward and make the blood in his heart burn forever. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye it was winter again, with a cool breeze. Snowflakes were falling from the sky above Chu State. The heavy snow for several days in a row had adorned Chu State with a layer of snow-white military uniforms. The snowy peak where Qin Wentian was located was covered with snow, and was filled with a dreamlike beauty. On the top of the mountain, a young man stood there, looking at the distant land of Chu State. Beside him, a pure white snow dog seemed to be integrated with the earth, holding its head high, and looking into the distance like Qin Wentian. Behind Qin Wentian, a beautiful woman stood there quietly like a person in a painting. Kinger looked at the snowy scene, stretched out her slender little hand, and let the snowflakes fall into her palm. The scenery in front of her was so beautiful. If someone else was here, they would find that this picture was more beautiful than the scenery. Perhaps, this itself was a beautiful scene. Qin Wentian turned around and saw Kinger slightly tilting her head and stretching out her hand to catch the falling snowflakes. He couldn't help but be absent-minded. This mysterious woman was like a fairy. Is it beautiful? Qin Wentian asked in a low voice. Qin Wentian took his hand back, looked at Qin Wentian, her eyelashes flickered, and she didn't say anything, which made Qin Wentian quite helpless. She was really a cold beauty, and she was very frugal with words. It was extremely difficult to say a few words to her. Go down the mountain for a walk. Qin Wentian said again. Kinger looked at him with her beautiful eyes, still not knowing what she was thinking. Just when Qin Wentian thought she would remain silent, he saw Kinger nodded gently. Okay. Isn't this great? Qin Wentian said with a smile, then he held the little guy, stepped on the ground, and his figure flew away. The imperial city was covered with white snow. Qin Wentian walked in the snow, leaving footprints on the ground. Passing by the tavern, Qin Wentian stopped and saw three figures appearing there. They were Chu Wuwei, Ziyui Jiuxian and Chu Mang. Chu Wuwei, as the king of Chu, still had such leisure. He liked to drink with his good friend Ziyui Jiuxian occasionally. This made Qin Wentian more confident in his choice. Chu Wuwei, who could not practice, might really become a wise king and let the martial arts of Chu take another step. Wentian, come and have a drink. Chu Wuwei smiled when he saw Qin Wentian. No, I want to walk around. Qin Wentian smiled. Okay, remember to take this wood with me when you leave. Chu Wuwei smiled and did not continue to persuade Qin Wentian to stay. Well, I'll go find you. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. Chu Wuwei's trust in him also showed his generosity. His tolerance was indeed far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Seeing Qin Wentian leave, followed by a stunning beauty, Chu Wuwei and Ziyui Jiuxian looked at each other and smiled. This guy was really extraordinary. Qin Wentian walked aimlessly. Occasionally, a few people would stop and look at him. Qin Wentian just smiled. At this moment, two people hurried past him. Liu Yan, hurry up. The young man was stunned when he saw his girlfriend stop and stand there in a daze. Qin Wentian saw that Liu Yan also stopped. He saw that she had changed a lot. She seemed to be a little haggard and no longer had the youthful vigor of the day. He looked at Liu Yan's boyfriend again. It was not Jiutian. They must have broken up after the decline of the Yi family. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded to Liu Yan, then continued to walk forward, while Liu Yan still stood there blankly, her eyes a little red, looking at the snowflakes flying all over the sky. For some reason, she felt a little sad. Unconsciously, Qin Wentian walked to an ancient tree. Seeing the ancient tree, Qin Wentian smiled, walked under the ancient tree and sat down, just sitting on the snow with his back against the ancient tree. The little guy squatted beside Qin Wentian, looking up at him, his smart eyes flashing with a different kind of brilliance. Am I stupid? Qin Wentian suddenly asked. The little guy nodded his head, and there seemed to be a smile in his smart eyes. Qin Wentian saw the little guy's expression, and he also smiled, very warm. In the past, when the girl sat under the tree with him and said that he was a fool, he asked the little guy this question. Leaning against the ancient tree, Qin Wentian looked ahead, as if he saw the beautiful girl in a white coat again, smiling sweetly at him. Memories are like paintings, just like yesterday's scenes. Where is my beloved? P.S. This is the final chapter of the Chu Kingdom volume. Next, the protagonist will go out to explore the world. This volume is the opening volume of the God-King. Wuhan is very satisfied with what he wrote. I wonder what you think. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 White Deer Academy. The Great Xia dynasty has endless territory and countless cities, but there are 9 cities that are the most important, named Jiaxiao. Jiaxiao City is the 9 centers of the endless territory of the Great Xia dynasty. All the overlord-level forces are in Jiaxiao City. The Jiaxiao cities are Kingzhao City, Kangzhao City, Yaozhao City, Qinzhao City, Bingzhao City, Fengzhao City, Yaozhao City, Yanzhao City, and Wangzhao City. Among them, Kingzhao City, Yaozhao City, Yaozhao City, and Yanzhao City are located in the 4 corners of the Great Xia dynasty, guarding the 4 corners. They are the farthest apart, and Kingzhao City is close to the land of Chu. Qinzhao City, Wangzhao City, and Bingzhao City were once a triangle, located in the central area of the Great Xia dynasty. Wangzhao City is known as the spirit of Jiaxiao, which means that the atmosphere of Jiaxiao is gathered here, and there are outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Danwang Palace, the dominant power in Wangzhao City, has been standing in this ancient city for many years. However, no matter how turbulent the Great Xia dynasty is, the status of Danwang Palace has never been shaken. Its foundation is intact and it continues to develop. Danwang Palace can rank among the top 5 dominant powers in the Great Xia dynasty. Perhaps the strength of Danwang Palace may not be among the top 5, but this power is too special. Once the Great Xia dynasty is turbulent and the forces collide, no one will be willing to move Danwang Palace. Danwang Palace occupies a vast territory in the center of Wangzhou City. It is magnificent. Ancient attic palaces stand in it. It seems that there are wisps of fairy air. People passing by will occasionally stop and look at Danwang Palace with envy. Sometimes young men and women will walk out of Danwang Palace. They hold their heads high, with a hint of arrogance between their eyebrows. They are extraordinary and always attract the admiration of passers-by. Passing by those majestic buildings, on a high platform that towers into the sky, there is a lonely figure standing there, looking into the distance. This figure is dressed in white, with a slightly cold temperament, and a breathtakingly beautiful face. She seems to have an extraordinary temperament all over her body. This temperament gives people a sense of sacredness and makes people feel that it cannot be desecrated. However, her watery eyes do not seem happy, as if revealing a faint sadness. Junior sister, the master asked you to go over. Today, she will teach you the art of looking at qi and distinguishing pills by qi. At this time, a young figure stood there not far behind her and shouted to the woman in front. I know. The beautiful woman responded coldly, with a temperament that kept people away from her. Behind her, Jingayu heard her words with a complicated expression. In the depths of his eyes, there was a touch of undisguised admiration, But now he has learned to gradually conceal this admiration. Junior sister has been cold since she woke up. Her temperament has changed a lot since I first met her. Especially after Master helped her to open her mind, she seemed to be shrouded in a sacred aura, noble, cold and beautiful, and people dare not blaspheme. The heart of the seven orifices, born with extremely sharp heart perception, her heart, unlike ordinary people, after opening her mind, she was able to practice some powerful alchemy secrets of the Danwon Palace. She used a very short time, and her achievements in alchemy were not inferior to his, and even had a tendency to surpass him. This made Jingayu's thoughts about her gradually fade, and he could only hide his admiration deep in his heart. Because he understood that the beautiful woman in front of him was no longer worthy of him. Is she still thinking about him? Maybe time will make her forget it. They are not from the same world. During this period, even many elders of powerful forces have implicitly expressed their intention to marry to Master, but Master ignored them. The names of the people mentioned by those elders are all very outstanding people. Turning around, the young man left silently. The beautiful girl still stood there, the breeze blew across her white clothes, her long black hair danced gently, her beautiful eyes were so beautiful, yet so desolate. Wang's house city was very large, so large that its territory was comparable to the size of dozens of Chu imperial cities. There were endless populations in just one city. Although the Danwon Palace stood in this city, it was still unattainable for most people. There was a sky mirror between him and ordinary people, a sky mirror that could not be crossed, and everyone could only look up. In the East City area of Wangzhou City, people came and went in an endless stream. Among the crowd, there were 3 figures walking there, looking around, full of curiosity and expectation. In the arms of the man in the middle, there was a cute snow-white little demon. His eyes kept turning, looking at this ancient and magnificent city. It's really grand. Compared to this place, the imperial city of Chu is just scum. There is no comparison at all. The fat man on the left squinted his eyes and secretly looked at the passers-by. It's really incomparable. The big man on the right nodded. His expression was a little silly. Although he had a lot of feelings for the state of Chu, he saw that the difference was really too big. Boss, the beauties here have really good temperament. The fat man pulled the arm of the middle-aged young man, looked to the side, and whispered, "Look at the beauty in the green dress, tall and plump, and with that cold and beautiful temperament. Tut-tut, it would be nice if we could make friends." Qin Wentian rolled his eyes when he heard the fat man's words. This fat guy is really a weirdo. The beauty next to him frowned slightly, glanced over here, staring at Fan Li, causing Fan Li to cover his mouth with his hands. "This ear is really sensitive. Beauty, I just complimented you on your beauty and wanted to make friends with you. I have no other ideas," the fat man said tremblingly. "Do you want to have any other ideas?" The woman's expression was not very good. The fat man's eyes were too obscene, staring at her with lustful eyes. "Sorry, he's not very good at talking." Qin Wentian nodded apologetically to the young woman. The woman looked up at Qin Wentian and saw that Qin Wentian had extraordinary temperament, clear eyes and handsome looks. Her eyes softened a little and said to Qin Wentian, "Your friend's eyes are really annoying." Fan Li was staring at the plump part of the beauty and was stunned. Then he smiled tremblingly. "Asshole." The young beauty was so angry at Fan Li's eyes that her face turned slightly red. She stamped her feet and walked away quickly. "Fatty, don't make trouble outside." Qin Wentian rolled his eyes at Fan Li next to him. "This guy is too much of a bastard. How can you stare at other beautiful women like this?" "Boss, these eyes are there, I can't help it." The fat man didn't feel ashamed at all, and then he murmured, "How can the beauty's cultivation level of the second level of Yuanfu be dangerous?" Oh, Qin Wentian thought that the fat man could read other people's cultivation level, and he completely lost his temper. It seems that the fat man was obviously doing it on purpose. Exclamation mark. Qin Wentian's temperament has changed greatly from before. His angular and handsome face has completely shed his childish deep eyes. His long black hair is casually draped over his shoulders. If you are not very familiar with him and have not seen him for half a year, you may not recognize him without looking carefully. Let's go buy a map of Wangzhou City. Qin Wentian went to a trading attic on the side of the road and bought a map. Then he spread it out and looked at it while walking. His eyes instantly fell on the center of the map. There was a whisper covering an extremely vast area. The towering palace was its symbol. There were 3 big characters engraved on it, Danwang Palace. Huh? Qin Wentian raised his head and looked towards the center of the city. Dan Wang Palace was in the city under his feet. It was very close to Qingcheng, but it felt very far away. With his current energy, if he ran to Dan Wang Palace casually, he might not even be able to step into the outer periphery. Besides, he didn't want to attract the attention of the Hua family. With his current temperament and appearance, even if he met Hua Taixu and Hua Xiaoyan, he might not recognize him at first glance. What's more, in this vast city, if he didn't go to the North City area where the Hua family was located, it would be so easy to meet them. The probability was pitifully small. If he was so unlucky, he could only let Kinger take him away from Wangzhou City immediately. But he obviously didn't want to go to that step. The purpose of his coming to Wangzhou City was Hua Xiaoyan. Hua family. Qin Wentian looked at the four big characters in an area in the north of the map, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Hua Xiaoyan would definitely pay the price for his actions. Boss, where are we going? The fat man pulled the map open and asked Qin Wentian. Here. Qin Wentian found a location and put his finger on it. White Deer Academy. Family showed a curious look. He was a little surprised that Qin Wentian came to Wangzhou City, but he also knew Qin Wentian's character. He would not be willing to die until Hua Xiaoyan died. But family was a little confused. Why did Qin Wentian seem to have a destination, which was the White Deer Academy? Qin Wentian should be in Wangzhou City for the first time. How could he know where the White Deer Academy was? Where is the White Deer Academy? Family asked Qin Wentian. I don't know. Qin Wentian studied the route on the map and said very straightforwardly. This time it was the fat man's turn to roll his eyes and was a little speechless. Don't know? This answer was really amazing. Okay, let's go. Qin Wentian put the map away with a faint smile in his eyes. He really didn't know where the White Deer Academy was, but he knew that there were maps on the Kang Wang order that Dia gave him. One of the maps is marked with the White Deer Academy in Wangzhou City of the Great Xian Dynasty. This means that the White Deer Academy is a force of the hidden lineage of the King Palace, and has been hidden in Wangzhou City for thousands of years. No one knows what it is like now. Perhaps, except for the owner of this token, the people of the hidden lineage of the White Deer Academy themselves do not know where the other hidden lines are and who they are. After all, it has been too long and they have become accustomed to their new identities. The White Deer Academy will be Qin Wentian's first step to contact the hidden lineage of the King Palace, and he must be cautious. P.S. The number of monthly votes has reached 750, amazing. Chapter 231 Hidden in the City. Beilu Academy is a well-known force in Wangzhou City. Although it cannot be compared with the Overlord-level forces, it is also quite famous. Moreover, Beilu Academy rarely fights with other forces. No one knows how strong the Beilu Academy is. Many people speculate that there may be some very powerful people hidden in Beilu Academy, but they are very low-key. Of course, this is just speculation. Beilu Academy is low-key and does not make enemies with others. It is impossible for someone to deal with Beilu Academy inexplicably. What's more, Beilu Academy has always had a very good reputation. This force is good at the art of divine runes, and even has many strange divine runes, which are very powerful. They can be used to carve divine weapons and have unexpected effects. However, Beilu Academy never refines weapons, but only teaches people the art of divine runes. Of course, to practice divine runes in the academy, you need to pay a certain amount of remuneration, meteorites. It must be said that Beilu Academy's method of obtaining meteorites is unique. Relying on its own expertise in divine runes, it teaches others and collects remuneration. It is natural that it is not easy to make enemies with others. Qin Wentian easily found out what kind of power Beilu Academy was, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As the saying goes, great hidden in the city, Beilu Academy is like this. I'm afraid no one knows that this Beilu Academy is a branch of the direct lineage of the former fragmented Qin Wang Palace. Qin Wentian and the other two came to the outside of the academy. The building in front of them was not so magnificent, but it was exquisite and elegant, giving people a refreshing feeling. There were people coming in and out of Beilu Academy, and there were also many people waiting outside. Hey, you are here too. Fatty Fannel's eyes lit up, and he saw a beautiful woman in front of them, wearing a green long skirt, who was the woman he met on the road just now. The woman saw Fannel frowned, and she couldn't help but doubt Fannel's motives. Are you here to practice divine patterns too? Qin Wentian said, which made the woman less suspicious and nodded. That's right, my name is Fannel, and you, beautiful lady. The fat man stepped forward and stretched out his hand, but was directly ignored. Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded to the woman with a smile. Ling Ning. The woman responded, is the little animal in your arms a demon beast? It's so beautiful. The little bastard's head emerged from Qin Wentian's arms, and he looked at Ling Ning lazily. Then his eyes lit up, and then he jumped directly towards Ling Ning. Ling Ning stretched out her hand, and saw the little bastard jump into her arms. He looked at her eyes and seemed to have a smile. Then his little head arched towards her chest and lay there very comfortably. What a cute little guy. Ling Ning had always had a cold face, but at this moment he smiled and gently stroked the little bastard's body. Seeing the little bastard enjoying himself with his eyes closed, Fatty Fanel put his hands on his hips. It was really unfair, this lecherous dog. There are many people here. Are there so many people who want to enter the White Deer Academy to study divine patterns at any time? Qin Wentian looked around and asked in front of Ling Ning. Are you an outsider? Ling Ning looked up at Qin Wentian. Yes, I came from far away. Qin Wentian said. No wonder. Beilu Academy only recruits once a month. You are lucky to have caught up. The teaching time is also for 1 month. If you show talent in divine runes, you can continue to practice here. Otherwise, Beilu Academy will not waste your time. Of course, if you can have extraordinary attainments in divine runes, you may even have the opportunity to become a guest of Beilu Academy. Ling Ning had a good first impression of Qin Wentian, so he patiently explained to him. By the way, how is your attainment in divine runes? If it is too bad, there is no need to waste a meteorite. Ling Ning said again, not meaning to look down on Qin Wentian, but sincere words. It should be, it's pretty good. Qin Wentian whispered. In fact, with his attainments in divine runes, he can even teach others. There is no exaggeration in saying this. I believe you came from far away. Ling Ning rolled his eyes at Qin Wentian. Excellent? How many people dare to claim to be excellent in divine runes? This guy looks quite handsome, but it seems a bit exaggerated. Maybe he doesn't know how powerful some people in Beilu Academy are in divine runes. As long as you enter and participate in the assessment, and then stay to study for a month, you will need to pay 10 meteorites from the 3 heavens first. You have to think it through. Ling Ning advised kindly. So expensive. Qin Wentian was ashamed. If it were in Shu, it would be a terrible fortune. Many adventurers risked their lives to obtain such a fortune. It was extremely difficult, or even impossible. Ling Ning was more certain of his guess when he heard Qin Wentian's surprised expression. This guy might really not know the situation outside. As long as you have a high attainment in the divine pattern, you can assist in refining equipment. At that time, will you still worry about not being able to get the meteorite? Ling Ning glared at Qin Wentian and said, besides, the divine pattern is the foundation of the array. A powerful divine pattern master can not only become a master of refining equipment, but also carve powerful arrays. What is this price? I see. Qin Wentian nodded. Arrays were almost unheard of in Shu. It was indeed a small place. Does Beilu Academy have a high level of attainment in divine patterns? Qin Wentian asked again. He really wanted to know how strong the foundation of the hidden lineage of the Kangwang Palace was. Ling Ning was completely speechless. He rolled his eyes at Qin Wentian and said nothing, which made Qin Wentian smile awkwardly. Everyone. After some time, an old man appeared outside Beilu Academy. He looked at the crowd and said with a smile, follow me in. The crowd nodded and followed the old man into the academy. Beilu Academy is actually the Beilu family, but they seem to prefer the name of the academy. The academy has pavilions, attics, small bridges and flowing water, which are elegant and unique. The old man led the crowd to a stone wall. On this stone wall, there are many divine patterns engraved, which either give people a sharp feeling or to make people fall in love with them. The power of divine patterns lies in the inexplicable power. The lines are interwoven into mysterious patterns, which play a unique role. Qin Wentian saw at a glance that the divine patterns on the stone wall were all second-level divine patterns, and they were carved quite standardly. Even if he did it, it would probably not be much better. The person who carved these second-level divine patterns was considered to be a very good second-level divine pattern master. If it could have a little more charm, it would be even more perfect. What a pity. Qin Wentian murmured, causing Ling Ning next to him to be stunned. She felt that these divine patterns were extremely exquisite, at least she could not do it, but listening to Qin Wentian's tone. This guy is really exaggerated, but his expression seemed to be a matter of course, which made people speechless. What a big tone. A sarcastic voice came. Qin Wentian turned his eyes, and then saw a young man in a yellow shirt looking at him and sneering. This divine pattern is natural, and it is drawn into perfect whole stroke by stroke, without any flaws. In your mouth, it has become a pity. After that, he looked at Leng Ning and smiled. Leng Ning, is this your friend? Leng Ning frowned. This guy also came. It seemed that he saw Qin Wentian and himself together and deliberately found fault. Although this divine pattern was already very powerful, she could still see that it was still far from perfect. Of course, this young man could see it, but he still said so deliberately. It was obviously deliberate. Yam Kong, what does it have to do with you? Leng Ning said coldly. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just worried that you'll meet the wrong person and be so arrogant. Yan Kong smiled faintly, causing many people to look over here. Family narrowed his eyes and stared at Yan Kong. The guy who was only at the 3rd level of Yuanfu realm and could be solved by Chu Mang with a slap dared to be so arrogant. Leng Ning, who is this idiot? Family said to Leng Ning, causing Leng Ning to be stunned. Idiot. Since he knows it has nothing to do with him, who is he talking nonsense to? He is a fool. Family looked at Yan Kong with a look that seemed to have some sympathy, which made Yan Kong's expression condense and stare at Family with a cold light in his eyes. PFFT. Leng Ning smiled lightly. She found that this fat guy didn't seem so annoying anymore. Leng Ning, you are so beautiful. Family smiled brightly when he saw Leng Ning's bright eyes. He glanced at her tall figure and smiled honestly. Many people looked at each other and were ashamed when they heard Family's words. This guy, he shouldn't be so direct when picking up girls, right? Qin Wentian turned and walked away. Don't say he knew this wretched guy. Idiot. Yan Kong glanced at Family coldly and said to Leng Ning, you have a good eye. Leng Ning didn't expect this fat guy to speak so corny, and couldn't help but speechless. Everyone be quiet. At this moment, the old man who led the way spoke again, and the crowd quieted down. Looking at him, a woman appeared beside the old man. The woman was wearing a black tight robe, which perfectly outlined her exquisite body. Her fiery figure was no less than Leng Ning's, and her towering parts were more plump. Her swan-like neck was wide and delicate, which made people's eyes move down. With such a beautiful face, she had a beautiful face, very pure, and gave people a strong visual impact. Family's eyes lit up. He loved Wangzhou City too much? There were so many beauties, and they were all kinds of top beauties. Is the spring of the fat man coming? Ba Luai, the most powerful divine rune master of the younger generation of Beilu Academy, can carve the 3rd level divine rune, and the 3rd level divine runes she carves are very exquisite. There are countless people pursuing her, so don't think too much. Leng Ning said in a low voice, as if he saw the fat man's eyes and said it to him. Qin Wentian looked at Bai Luai for a few times. She was indeed a very charming woman. One could never forget her after just one look. What was even more rare was that she could carve a 3rd order divine rune at her age. He was also proficient in divine runes, but he knew how difficult it was to carve a 3rd order divine rune. It's really good to be able to carve a 3rd order divine rune. Qin Wentian said softly, but he didn't know that Leng Ning was completely speechless when she looked at him. Being able to carve a 3rd order divine rune is just good? This is already a monster, okay? This guy, I don't know how much he weighs, he is a little too boastful, but he doesn't feel ashamed at all, as if what he said is a matter of course. P.S. 750 monthly tickets will add more chapters. Chapter 232 The Name of Mo Qingchen. Bai Luai looked at the crowd in front of her, and then said, you will choose one of the divine patterns engraved on the stone wall to copy, and then hand it to me. If you perform well, I will be the teacher of this class. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Bai Luai's words. No one thought that Bai Luai was inexperienced. As the strongest divine pattern master of the younger generation of Bailu Academy, Bai Luai's attainments in divine patterns were very terrifying, and she was also a great beauty. Everyone was naturally happy, especially those young men, who already had a lot of ideas in their hearts. If they could use this opportunity to cultivate feelings with Bai Luai. These guys are really whimsical. Leng Ning glanced at the eyes of the people around him, and many people, including Fan Li, had their eyes shining. Bailu Academy once wanted to find an outstanding young man for Bai Luai, but Bai Luai said that her man's attainments in divine patterns were at least better than hers, and Bailu Academy immediately gave up the idea. Is her attainment in divine patterns really that great? Qin Wentian said in surprise. Bailu Academy is already proficient in all kinds of divine patterns, and she has the ability to forge star souls. How can her divine pattern talent not be amazing? You don't have any ideas, do you? Leng Ning looked at Qin Wentian and said, "These men are all lustful, no good thing." Seeing Leng Ning's eyes seemed a little unfriendly, Qin Wentian was quite depressed. Everyone has a love of beauty. Not to mention that he really has no idea about Bai Luai. Even if he has ideas, Leng Ning doesn't need to have such eyes. "I have a sweetheart." Qin Wentian shook his head and smiled, and Leng Ning was relieved. Well, his sweetheart is very beautiful, the most beautiful woman in Dangwon Palace. Fatty Fanel took over the conversation, and Leng Ning's eyes, which had just been relieved, suddenly froze again, staring at Fanel and said, "Why don't you say that his sweetheart is Mo Qingchen? How do you know?" This time it was Fanel who was stunned. He just said it casually, but Leng Ning really guessed it. Seeing Fanel looking at him seriously, Leng Ning held his breath and then spit out a word, "Get lost. These guys are too shameless." "Do you know Mo Qingchen?" Qin Wentian asked in a low voice, his heart beating slightly. "Qingchen, is she practicing in that towering palace?" Leng Ning looked at Qin Wentian with a strange look, and then said coldly, "Some time ago, the daughter of the Dan King, Luo He, accepted a disciple, and many major forces went to congratulate her in person. This matter shocked Wangzhou City. Then it was rumored that this girl was named Mo Qingchen, and she had a face that could overturn a country. Who in Wangzhou City doesn't know it now? But you are really shameless enough to say such things." "Huh?" Qin Wentian took a deep breath, and then a bitter smile hung on the corner of his mouth. It seems that he really needs to seize the control of the hidden power of the Kang King. Otherwise, he will not even have the qualifications to see Qingchen. Even a passerby feels that the relationship between him and Qingchen is just a foolish dream. However, as a force that has been hidden for thousands of years, Qin Wentian has no idea about the White Deer Academy. He can only come step by step, first infiltrating the core of the White Deer Academy, and he doesn't know what attitude they have towards the Kang King Palace now. "Okay, come here and carve the divine pattern on the stone tablet over here." At this moment, the old man next to Bai Luai spoke, and led the crowd forward. There were many stone tablets there, with dense divine patterns on them, which should have been carved by people who had taken the test before. The crowd walked to a stone tablet respectively. Fan Li and Chu Mang stood on the left and right of Qin Wentian, scratching their heads. They didn't understand divine patterns at all. Qin Wentian had already chosen a divine pattern to be carved. The star energy in his body diffused out, and the bright starlight appeared on his fingers. He saw his fingers carving on the stone tablet, carving lines one by one, and it was done in one go. Not long after, a flying sword appeared on the stone tablet. "Okay, please take a look, Miss Bai Lu." A voice came out at this time. The person who spoke was Yan Kong. He and Qin Wentian finished carving almost at the same time. Many people looked at the stone tablet in front of him, and saw a goshawk soaring in the sky, about to flap its wings to fly. A breath came out from the stone tablet, which made people couldn't help but admire that the level of this divine pattern was comparable to the original divine pattern on the stone wall just now. As expected of a member of the Yan family, the talent in divine patterns is extremely high. Many people thought in their hearts that the Yan family was quite famous in this generation. Leng Ning's expression was not very good. After a while, she also carved a divine pattern. Although it was not bad, there was some gap compared to Yan Kong. She could only barely carve out the second-level divine pattern. She couldn't help but feel a little sad and stared at her own divine pattern in a daze. "Go back after carving," the old man said lightly, and the crowd left here one after another. "Have you carved out the second-level divine rune?" Leng Ning was a little absent-minded. She turned her head and asked Qin Wentian beside her. She also looked back. Qin Wentian seemed to have carved a sword. Such a simple divine rune. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded gently. He should be able to take first place. Family knew Qin Wentian's divine rune attainments quite well. For someone who could carve the third-level divine rune, the second-level divine rune was no problem at all. The old man and Bai Luai stayed in front of the stone tablets, looking at the divine runes above. The old man stared at the divine rune carved by Yan Kong and said with a smile, "Yan Kong's strength is indeed amazing. If he studies in Bai Lu Academy for a period of time, he can have higher attainments. There are many talents in this batch, but Yan Kong is the most powerful." "You are wrong." At this time, Ba Luai stood in front of a stone tablet and said. The old man's expression froze, and he also looked at the stone tablet. There was a sword engraved on it. It seemed very simple. Although there was a sharp aura, it was a relatively simple divine rune after all. Ba Luai stretched out his hand, and the star energy diffused out, flowing along the divine pattern of the sword. Puff! A terrible sharp breath rushed out, as if there was a whistling sword intent, and a cracking sound was heard, and then the stone tablet was seen to crack, and a trace of sword marks appeared on it. Returning to the original, this person's divine pattern attainment is the second level of perfection. Ba Luai's eyes flickered, and he said to the old man, who carved it just now. I don't know, I haven't seen that young man. Ba Luai, are you a teacher this year? The old man asked. Well, I'll do it. Ba Luai nodded. After paying the meteorite, take them to the academy. Okay. The old man turned around and arranged everything. There were many stone chairs and stone tables in the academy, and in front of it was a stone wall with various divine patterns on it. Qin Wentian sat next to Lingning, and Fan Li and Chu Mang sat behind them. Ba Luai walked to the stone wall in front of the academy, looked at everyone, and said, although some of you don't understand the divine runes at all, since you are willing to waste time here, I won't say much. But fortunately there is one person who has a strong attainment in the divine runes, reaching the level of the second level peak. I like him very much. Chu Mang scratched his head, showing a trace of shame, while Fan Li next to him didn't know what shame was, just staring at the beautiful Ba Luai, who was really more beautiful the more he looked at her. Many people looked at Yan Kong, and the person Ba Luai was optimistic about should be him. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Yan Kong's mouth curled up a faint smile, standing out from the crowd, with a sense of pride. Lingning felt a little frustrated and looked a little cold. The divine rune is one of the most wonderful powers in the world. The divine rune can refine weapons, carve formations, and can also fight directly with the divine rune. The way of the divine rune contains the way of heaven and earth, and can borrow the power of heaven and earth, with infinite power. Ba Luai said to everyone. Can a divine pattern be so powerful? No matter how strong your divine pattern cultivation is, I am stronger than you, so I can still deal with you. Fan Li asked. Ba Luai glanced at him and said, I saw the divine pattern you carved and drew a little white dog. It's not bad. Haha. The crowd burst into laughter. Fortunately, Fan Li was thick-skinned and acted as if nothing had happened. Have you heard of the story of a Yuanfu realm person killing a Xiangang realm expert? Ba Luai asked Fan Li. That's impossible. Of course it's impossible for ordinary martial artists, but a powerful divine mark master can do it with the power of heaven and earth. There is a legendary divine mark grandmaster in my Wangzhou city, with the cultivation of Yuanfu realm, who killed a Xiangang realm expert. This battle was witnessed by many people. You can ask around. Ba Luai said lightly, and everyone looked solemn. Obviously, they all knew about this. Is it really that strong? Fan Li curled his lips. Lingning turned around and rolled his eyes at Fan Li. This guy didn't know how powerful Beilu Academy was. The divine mark way of Beilu Academy is very famous throughout Wangzhou city. There are divine marks for refining weapons, engraving arrays, and fighting. They are all good at them. Ba Luai did not look at Fan Li again and continued to talk. Qin Wentian listened quietly. Although he had a strong talent in divine runes, he had very little contact with a real knowledge of divine runes. Divine runes were undoubtedly the key for him to enter Beilu Academy. This class lasted for 2 hours, and Qin Wentian felt that he benefited a lot. Then, they left Beilu Academy one after another. How do you feel? Lingning asked Qin Wentian. Yes, Ba Luai's attainments in divine runes are indeed good, and can bring me some inspiration. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Lingning rolled her eyes again. No matter how she listened to Qin Wentian's words, she felt that the other party was arrogant. Maybe that was his personality. In fact, Qin Wentian spoke based on his ability in divine runes, but Lingning always thought that Qin Wentian's attainments in divine runes were ordinary, so naturally she felt that he was arrogant. Miss Leng, we just arrived and have no place to live. Can we stay at your house for a few days? Fan Li walked to Lingning and asked. Qin Wentian was speechless when he heard Fan Li's words. He said, we'll find an inn to stay in. Come here, little guy. However, the little guy in Lingning's arms arched his head towards Lingning's arms, as if he was very reluctant, which made Qin Wentian speechless. This little guy was as lustful as Fan Li. Forget it. My home is not far away anyway, and there are many houses. You can stay for a few days first. Leng Ning liked the little guy very much. Besides, although these people were arrogant, they didn't look bad. Qin Wentian was also polite. Maybe he just wanted to save face and liked to pretend to be unfathomable. P.S. In the first 4 days, I updated 4 chapters every 3 days and 3 chapters every day. A total of 7 chapters were added. If you counted wrong, you can count again. Don't blame me if you are not good at math. With so many readers watching, can I still deny it? Chapter 233 Leng Ning's Thoughts. Qin Wentian didn't expect Leng Ning to agree. It seemed that the beauty in front of him seemed indifferent, but her heart was quite pure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to let a few strangers live in her house. After all, they had just met for the first day. Haha, beautiful Leng Ning, you should pay attention to your identity. It's not good if my uncle knows about this. A voice came from the side. Yan Kong walked over here and said sarcastically to Leng Ning. Leng Ning's expression turned cold, and he looked very unhappy. He spit out a cold voice at Yan Kong. Get lost. Humph, Leng Ning, you'd better be polite to me. Yan Kong sneered and left with a few people following him. One of them laughed and said, this girl from the Leng family is really beautiful. It's a pity, but Yan Kong, you are lucky. Ba Luai praised you for being at the peak level of the second stage. Maybe, there is a chance. Yan Kong's expression brightened and he looked back at Leng Ning. This girl was very beautiful, but unfortunately she was not his. However, when he thought of Bai Luai's seductive figure and that pure and moving face, he felt a little moved. As long as he performed well this month, he would join Bai Lu Academy as a guest official in the future. If he often came into contact with Bai Luai, would he be afraid that he would not develop feelings? Thinking of this, Yan Kong left proudly. Let's go. Leng Ning said in a low voice. It was unknown whether it was because of Yan Kong's words that she had a cold face all the way, as if she was worried. She ignored Fanli's harassment of her. This made Qin Wentian guess that Leng Ning might have encountered some troubles. The Leng family is considered a big family in this generation, at least much bigger than the Mo family in Shu. Wang's House City can take out any family power at will, which is definitely not comparable to the power of Shu. After walking around the mansion for a while, he saw 2 figures coming in front of him, a man and a woman, both of whom were not very old. Go this way. Leng Ning saw that they seemed to be deliberately avoiding him, but at this time the woman had already shouted and smiled. Leng Ning, why do you leave when you see me? Leng Lin, is there something wrong? Leng Ning frowned and asked the person who came. I heard that you went to the White Deer Academy to practice divine patterns? You are interested, why do you have to work so hard? You can just marry there when the time comes, and your status will also be improved by then. Leng Lin's tone seemed a little weird. Let's go. Leng Ning didn't want to pay attention to Leng Lin's entanglement, and whispered to Qin Wentian and others behind him. Haha, you even brought a few men back. You should pay attention to the impact. Are you planning to learn from me and find a reliable person? Leng Lin said while leaning on the young man beside her. The young man had been watching all this calmly, smiling, and looking at Leng Ning and Qin Wentian. Leng Ning did not intend to continue to pester her and continued to move forward. Qin Wentian walked to Leng Ning's side and saw that the other party was full of murderous intent. He couldn't help but whispered, the family has found a marriage for you, don't you want to? Hearing Qin Wentian's words, Leng Ning raised her head and glanced at Qin Wentian with cold eyes, causing Qin Wentian to shrug his shoulders. Just pretend I didn't say anything. It seems that this matter is Leng Ning's Achilles heel, and no one else can mention it. As a young lady of the Leng family, Leng Ning has an independent courtyard with many rooms. She pointed to a room and said to Qin Wentian, you live in this room, he lives in that room, and the fat man lives in the next one. Why do I live in the next one? Family said with a bitter face. I don't trust you. Leng Ning said coldly, and Family's face completely collapsed. Nonsense, really nonsense. At this time, an angry voice came from outside, and footsteps sounded. A middle-aged man walked over quickly, glanced at Qin Wentian and the others, and said coldly, who are they? Friends I met in Beilu Academy. Leng Ning's expression was still very cold. Going with you to learn the divine runes? How ridiculous. Do you think you can solve the problem by just finding a few men? Do you want to deliberately anger the Yan family? The middle-aged man angrily scolded, let them go. My business, you don't need to care about it. Leng Ning said bluntly. I'm your father. The middle-aged man said angrily. Haha, you still know you are my father. Lang Ning's eyes were cold. I'm really angry. How can you be so ignorant, kid? I'm doing this for your own good. He is a third-level divine rune master. The middle-aged man pointed at Lang Ning and shouted. Get out of here. Lang Ning roared. You. The middle-aged figure flashed, raised his palm as if to hide him, but Lang Ning just looked at him coldly. You take care of yourself. The middle-aged man didn't hide him after all, and left. Qin Wentian and Fan Li were all stunned. It seemed that the situation was a bit complicated, but outsiders like them couldn't say too much. Lang Ning returned to the room, and Qin Wentian and the others went back to rest. In the room, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged and looked inside his Yuan Fu. The 3 Yuan Fu were light pools, filled with starlight and even a lot of divine power. The reason why Qin Wentian's divine pattern ability was so strong was that he used divine patterns to condense divine power all the time. Now for Qin Wentian, it only took him a very short time to condense the second-level divine pattern. It's really difficult to practice in the Yuan Fu realm, especially for me, who also needs to satisfy 3 Yuan Fu. Qin Wentian was quite depressed. He used to practice very fast, but after entering the Yuan Fu realm, he is only at the second level of Yuan Fu now. However, his Yuan Fu contains more star power than other people's Yuan Fu. The door opened, and the little guy poked his head in, and then a babbling sound rang in Qin Wentian's head, as if this guy wanted to say something to him. Then, Qin Wentian saw the little guy turned around, as if to signal him to go out. Qin Wentian was a little surprised, and then followed the little guy out. The little guy looked back at him, but ran to the door of Lang Ning's room. You let me in. Qin Wentian whispered, and then saw the little guy nodded. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly, not knowing what the little guy meant, but still came to Lang Ning's room. The door was not closed, and there was a living room inside. Lang Ning was sitting there, crying alone. This made Qin Wentian stunned for a moment. This cold beauty was secretly wiping tears. Seeing Qin Wentian coming over, Lang Ning quickly turned her head away and said coldly, What are you doing here? Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and walked forward, came to the tea table opposite Lang Ning and sat down, whispered, Is there something you can think of? Why do this? Lang Ning looked at Qin Wentian, and seeing the other party's clean eyes were extremely clear, he couldn't help but think in his heart that this guy is handsome, but a little exaggerated. The man just now was my father. He and the family found a marriage for me. They wanted me to marry Yan Kong's uncle, the Yan Kong I met at Beilu Academy. His uncle is a guy in his 70s or 80s. That's fine. Most people in their 70s or 80s still look middle-aged because of their practice, but his uncle is extremely ugly and an old guy. What's even worse is that he has married several wives before, and those wives were all crazy. Yes, crazy. They were abused by him. Yan Kong's uncle is a sadist, a lunatic. My father wanted me to marry him. Lang Ning started crying again, her eyes red. What's even more ridiculous is that they even say it's for my own good. Isn't it because that old ghost is a third-level divine pattern master who can help them? So, they want to sacrifice me and push me into the hands of the devil. Qin Wentian was stunned when he heard Lang Ning's words, and was a little speechless. Are big families really so cruel? For their own selfish desires, they can even give women away. This is too much. King Chang was born in the Mo family, but Mo Xianlin doted on King Chang very much, and his father Qin Chuan also had deep feelings for Qin Yao. Is there no other way? Qin Wentian asked in a low voice. Yes, find someone with great talent. Lang Lin, she is my cousin. The family originally chose her, but she found a man, the one you just saw, a second-level peak divine pattern master with a third level of Yuan Fu cultivation. Lang Lin asked me to marry her, so the family found me. Haha, it's really ridiculous. Lang Ning seemed particularly weak at this moment. She lay on the chair and looked at Qin Wentian. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Isn't this guy also a divine pattern master? But the next moment, her expression dimmed. How could she have such an idea? Although this guy was born handsome, he was a boastful and arrogant guy. Second-level divine pattern master, it seems that your family's requirements are not high. Qin Wentian laughed. Lang Ning heard Qin Wentian talking big again, and couldn't help but said speechlessly, Are you a second-level peak divine pattern master, and are you going to marry me? Then I am really willing to marry you. Oh, Qin Wentian's face was black. This is really troublesome. He can't marry Lang Ning. Forget it, why would I say such an idiotic thing, just you? Lang Ning looked at Qin Wentian and shook his head, saying, "But you are also quite cute. The divine patterns you made during the assessment were the simplest, but you spoke in such a loud tone, and you looked so self-righteous. I really don't know what you think." Leng Ning laughed as she spoke. Qin Wentian saw that Leng Ning looked even more beautiful when she smiled, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. "In fact, you look better when you smile. Why do you have to be so cold all the time? Let it go, maybe there will be a solution by then," Qin Wentian advised. "Okay, I'll smile." Leng Ning seemed to feel a little better after saying this, and glared at Qin Wentian with resentment, and a feminine smell came out. "In fact, I'm a third-level divine pattern master," Qin Wentian said to Leng Ning, wondering if he could help her. Leng Ning was stunned for a moment, then he chuckled and said, "I know that your sweetheart is still Mo Qingchang from the Dangwang Palace. You two are in love with each other. This time you came to Wangzhou City to find Mo Qingchang, right?" "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded seriously. Leng Ning was completely convinced and said speechlessly, Okay, thank you for listening to me for so long. You should go out. This is my room." Oh, Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. Is he so untrustworthy? Anyway, he still has to stay here for a while to see if he can help this poor girl. As for marrying her, Qin Wentian has no such idea. After Qin Wentian went out, Leng Ning shook his head and whispered, "You big talker, if you are a third-level divine pattern master, I am willing to be your mistress." Qin Wentian's perception is very sharp. He staggered when he heard Leng Ning's whisper and almost fell down. He was even more frowning. This. Can he reveal the talent of a third-level divine pattern master in the future? Chapter 234 Invitation. The night was as quiet as water. Qin Wentian was practicing quietly in his room. A ray of starlight fell from the sky and reflected into the room, making the roof where Qin Wentian was standing seem particularly bright, with faint starlight. Leng Ning sat on a rattan chair in the yard. The two ends of the rattan chair were hung on the trees on both sides, swinging gently. When she was a child, her mother often teased her like this. Unfortunately, her mother passed away later, and her father had no status in the family. He obeyed the orders of the family elders, and her life became difficult. Thinking of this, Leng Ning sighed softly, then smiled bitterly, raised her head, and looked at Qin Wentian's room. From a close distance, it seemed that the starlight in his room was particularly strong. It's interesting to be such a boastful guy. Leng Ning felt funny when she thought of Qin Wentian's appearance. This man was so thick-skinned that he was speechless. She said that he and Mo Qingchang were in love with each other, and he had the nerve to nod. At dawn, Qin Wentian walked out of the room and saw Leng Ning sleeping on the rattan chair. He could not help but walk up to her and put his robe on her. Leng Ning's eyelashes moved, and her beautiful eyes opened. She was still in a hazy state. Seeing Qin Wentian, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Morning, Master Shenwen." Oh, Qin Wentian was embarrassed and said, "Morning. It's dawn. I'll go get some food. I'm not used to not eating in the morning." Leng Ning got up from the rattan chair and then really got some snacks. Although it doesn't matter if you don't eat or drink in the Yuanfu realm, humans still like to embellish their lives with food to satisfy that little appetite. Not bad. Qin Wentian tasted the snacks and said with a smile, "Thank you for the compliment, Master. Should we wake up those two guys and go to the academy?" Leng Ning said playfully. "They are not interested in Shenwen, so it doesn't matter whether they go or not. Let's go first." Qin Wentian whispered. "If Fanal and Chumang are willing to practice here, it would be good, so as not to waste time." "That's fine." Leng Ning nodded, and the two of them got up and headed for the White Deer Academy. However, before entering the academy, Qin Wentian was blocked by someone. Yan Kong was wearing a blue robe today, and several people followed him, blocking the way of Qin Wentian and Leng Ning, with a somewhat unfriendly look. "I heard that you stayed in her villa yesterday." Yan Kong stared at Qin Wentian, his narrowed eyes seemed to have a knife light shooting out, which made people very uncomfortable. "Yan Kong, my business is none of your business." Leng Ning frowned and shouted. "Sooner or later you will marry into my Yan family, so you'd better be careful." Yan Kong looked at Leng Ning coldly, and then said to Qin Wentian, "It's okay to like women, but some women are not something you can touch, otherwise, you will die without knowing how. I advise you to get out of the Leng family as soon as possible." After that, Yan Kong turned around and stepped into the academy. The people beside him smiled at Qin Wentian and Leng Ning, with a bit of irony, and then followed Yan Kong one after another. "I'm sorry for getting you into trouble," Leng Ning said apologetically. I took the initiative to live in your house. What are you sorry for? Qin Wentian shrugged nonchalantly. Fan Li had told him that Yan Kong's cultivation level was at the 3rd level of Yuan Fu and he was a peak 2nd level divine pattern master. He really didn't pose any threat to him. It was just that the Yan family might be a little troublesome. But if Yan Kong really wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Why don't you move out today? Leng Ning looked at Qin Wentian and shook his head. It's okay. Don't pay attention to him. Qin Wentian didn't care. He walked into the academy. Leng Ning looked at Qin Wentian's back and shook his head. This guy was just stubborn and arrogant. When Yan Kong talked to him, why didn't he react at all? He was stubborn in front of him. It was really speechless. Qin Wentian's study in Bailu Academy was very peaceful. The divine pattern knowledge taught by Bailu Ai did open another door to divine pattern for him. In the past, he simply knew that the divine runes could be used to refine weapons and cast divine essence, but now he understands that the way of divine runes is profound. According to the teachings of Bailu Academy, he knows that the way of divine runes can be divided into divine rune refining, divine rune engraving, divine rune fighting, and divine rune refining puppets. Divine rune refining, as the name suggests, is to refine divine weapons. Divine rune engraving is to engrave formations. Divine rune fighting may be what Qin Wentian has comprehended before, the art of divine rune supernatural power, but his understanding is probably very shallow. Divine rune refining puppets is to refine puppets with the power of divine runes. Bailu Ai did not elaborate on the way of puppets, but Qin Wentian felt a sense of excitement in his heart. He once practiced the art of divine runes, condensed divine power with divine runes, and burst out through the wheel meridians, or carved divine essence with divine runes, which also bloomed through the wheel meridians in the body to exert the power of battle. So he always had a bold idea that the meridians and structures in the human body are themselves a kind of special lines. You can imagine that the human body is made up of endless divine patterns. In this case, the way of puppets can be completely understood. In addition to explaining some knowledge and how to practice divine patterns in the academy, Bailu Ai will also personally teach people how to study divine patterns, carve divine patterns, and destroy divine patterns. Unknowingly, a month is almost up. For people like Fan Li, it is indeed a waste of time and meteorites, but for Qin Wentian, it is worth it. In the academy, in front of the stone wall, Bailu Ai stopped explaining and glanced at the students in front of him. His face was still calm, giving people a cold feeling, but that pure look made people like it anyway. Okay, tomorrow is the last day you will study with me. Tomorrow I don't plan to teach you in the academy, but I plan to go to the Hell platform in East City to personally observe the battle of divine patterns. Bailu Ai said to everyone, causing many people's pupils to shrink. Hell platform. What is the Hell platform? Qin Wentian asked Leng Ning in a low voice beside him. Leng Ning looked a little solemn. When she thought of that scary place, she felt a little numb on her scalp. This cold beauty Bailu Ai was really bold. She actually wanted to go to the Hell platform. The craziest place in Wangzhou City is Heaven and Hell. It can also be called the largest casino. People there gamble with their lives. Leng Ning said in a low voice, which made Qin Wentian look at Bailu Ai a few times. This cold beauty was really courageous. She was worthy of being a genius of Bailu Academy. In addition, after tomorrow, I plan to choose one of you to continue to study the way of divine runes with me. Bailu Ai said again, and many people immediately showed excitement. Some people were so lucky that they could practice divine runes with Bailu Ai alone. Many people looked at Yan Kong involuntarily. If Bailu Ai had to choose one person, she would definitely choose the one with the strongest divine runes among them. Then, I'm afraid it would be Yan Kong. But Qin Wentian obviously didn't think so. He saw Bailu Ai's eyes looking at him. Although it was just a glance, Qin Wentian knew it clearly. It was impossible for Bailu Ai to not understand the divine pattern he carved that day. Moreover, during the 1-month study, he had used some means to hint at his divine pattern ability in front of Bailu Ai. This would not appear abrupt, and would also allow Bailu Ai to remember him so that he could enter Bailu Academy. Now, the opportunity had come. Ling Ning, I want to invite Bailu Ai to dinner later. You guys go back first. Qin Wentian whispered to Leng Ning beside him, which made Leng Ning stunned for a moment and glared at Qin Wentian. Bailu Ai rarely contacts men. A few days ago, Yan Kong invited her but was rejected. This guy is still so arrogant, not changed at all. I know. Qin Wentian nodded, with an indifferent look. which made Lang Ning speechless, and then he didn't say anything more, letting him go to the wall by himself. Yan Kong in front turned his head and glanced at Qin Wentian. This guy really didn't listen to advice. He hasn't moved out of the Lang family yet. Now, he's thinking about inviting Bai Lu Ai to dinner, which is really a big joke. Okay, let's stop here today, let's all go. Bai Lu Ai said. Teacher Bai Lu. Qin Wentian couldn't help but shout when he saw Bai Lu Ai was about to leave. Bai Lu Ai saw Qin Wentian stopped. She still had a deep impression of Qin Wentian. This impression started from the first assessment of engraving divine runes. In the following month of study, he was always very serious and would ask questions when he didn't understand something. Some questions seemed a bit idiotic, but he didn't care, even if he was laughed at. Bai Lu Ai was a little surprised why Qin Wentian asked some very basic questions. Some hints that this guy gave her accidentally made her feel that Qin Wentian's divine rune attainments were likely to be more than just a second-level divine rune master. This was also the reason why she proposed to recruit someone to continue studying with her. What's the matter? Bai Lu Ai asked Qin Wentian. I want to invite Teacher Bai Lu to have a meal and discuss issues related to divine runes. I wonder if Teacher Bai Lu is free. Qin Wentian walked in front of Bai Lu Ai and asked with a smile. Hush! There was a chorus of boos in the academy. Qin Wentian's words instantly attracted a burst of noise. This guy must be crazy. He was dreaming that he actually wanted to invite their goddess to dinner. Too ignorant of self-respect. They were already waiting to see Qin Wentian's joke. Yan Kong had been turned away and rejected without any hesitation. Yan Kong looked at Qin Wentian and felt a little ridiculous. He turned his gaze to Lang Ning and said with a low laugh, Is there something wrong with your friend? Yan Kong pointed to his head, making everyone around him laugh. Lang Ning's expression was not very good, but she had no choice but to do this to Qin Wentian. Okay. At this moment, a crisp sound came, making Yan Kong's smile solidify there. His finger was still pointing at his head, but he couldn't move it at all, as if it was frozen. P.S. There are still 20 more chapters to go. Chapter 235 Yan Kong's Killing Intentions. With this crisp sound, the entire academy instantly fell silent. The owner of the voice was undoubtedly Bai Lu Ai. Not only did she not refuse, but she readily accepted Qin Wentian's invitation. Yan Kong's hand was still pointing at his head stiffly, but Lang Ning also showed a very wonderful expression, as if he had encountered an evil spirit. However, after being surprised, she smiled at Yan Kong in front of her and said, Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Yan Kong, don't think too highly of yourself. It's just a joke. Obviously, Lang Ning was referring to the fact that Yan Kong invited Bai Lu Ai but was rejected. At that time, Yan Kong didn't feel too embarrassed. Everyone thought that this should be a matter of course. How could the cold and noble Miss Bai Lu be so easy to invite? But at this moment, Qin Wentian succeeded, which undoubtedly embarrassed Yan Kong. Yan Kong turned his eyes slowly and looked at Bai Lu Ai and Qin Wentian. His expression was flickering. Perhaps it was because Bai Lu Ai was giving them the last lecture today, so Bai Lu Ai gave him face. If he asked today, he would definitely be able to do it. He was the strongest divine pattern master here. Thinking of this, Yan Kong smiled again and said, Teacher Bai Lu, I also have some questions about divine patterns that I want to ask you. Can you do me a favor? Bai Lu Ai was about to leave with Qin Wentian. When she heard Yan Kong's words, she was stunned for a moment. Then she knew the reason why Yan Kong invited her at this moment. She couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous. What did this person think of herself as? To show off and compete? I have already promised him. Bai Lu Ai still politely refused, not wanting to embarrass Yan Kong too much. Then I can invite you to dinner. Yan Kong smiled warmly, causing many people to look over here, but Bai Lu Ai frowned. This person didn't know how to advance or retreat. No time. Bai Lu Ai responded coldly, and then walked out of the academy, leaving Yan Kong in shock. Seeing that everyone's eyes were all looking at him, his face turned pale. This is called asking for trouble. Lang Ning chuckled, and seeing Yan Kong's frustrated expression, he was really happy. He found that Qin Wentian was also quite cute. Yan Kong's eyes were on Qin Wentian's back, and his lips were like a blade, with a sharp murderous intent. He didn't dare to do anything to Bai Lu Ai, so he could only vent his anger on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian didn't have time to care about Yan Kong's thoughts. He walked out of the Bai Lu Academy with Bai Lu Ai. Bai Lu Ai looked at him with her beautiful eyes and asked, Where are we going? I don't know the place, Why don't you take me there? Qin Wentian said a little embarrassedly. Bai Lui's beautiful eyes flashed, staring at him and said, is this how you treat us? I entered the Bailu Academy on the first day I came to Wangzhou City, and then I stayed at the Leng family. Qin Wentian said embarrassedly. Well, come with me. Bai Lui said very straightforwardly. Qin Wentian followed with a smile, but it didn't take long for Qin Wentian to cry. Bai Lui brought him to a restaurant called Xian Weiju. The environment of this restaurant was elegant, especially the place Bai Lui chose. Behind the screen, leaning against a railing, looking down at the lake, with a gentle breeze, there were only the two of them. The wine and food served were mellow, and the dishes were meaty. They were cooked with special ingredients and precious monster meat. The price of this table for two people was equivalent to the price Qin Wentian spent on practicing a moon god pattern. Bai Lui saw Qin Wentian staring at her without blinking, and couldn't help but smile lightly. Like the blooming of an iceberg snow lotus, a sense of beauty came out. Xian Weiju is the most famous restaurant in Wangzhou City, with many branches. The wine and food here are specially made, which is very beneficial to the body of martial artists. However, the price is a little expensive. Why did you ask me to bring you here? Are you reluctant? Bai Lui has a pure appearance and a very beautiful smile. However, Bai Lui saw Qin Wentian still staring at her, and she couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. This guy, didn't he just tease him? Why was he so stingy? This smile is worth it. Qin Wentian smiled ambiguously, which made Bai Lui stun for a moment, then glared at Qin Wentian, and returned to her cold appearance. Unexpectedly, he teased her instead. It's even. Qin Wentian couldn't help feeling happy when he saw this scene. Maybe Bai Lui had been hiding her true self in front of them, and bringing him here was a bit of a prank. You are quite courageous. Bai Lui knew that Qin Wentian was doing this on purpose, and said coldly, tell me, what is your attainment in divine runes? Before I entered Bailu Academy, I was already a third-level divine rune master. Qin Wentian did not hide it from Bai Lui. Without sufficient ability, how could he control Bailu Academy? Then why did you come here to learn? Bai Lui stared at Qin Wentian. But I really know very little about divine runes. For example, I know nothing about the divine rune refining, divine rune engraving, divine rune fighting, and divine rune puppets that you told me about. Before, I could only engrave third-level divine runes to assist in refining third-level divine weapons. Qin Wentian said. Do you have any divine rune samples you have engraved? Bai Lui asked. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, touched the divine rune ring in his hand, and then a painting appeared in Qin Wentian's hand and handed it to Bai Lui. The divine runes contain magical powers. Bai Lui saw the mystery in the painting at a glance, and looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. This guy's attainments in divine runes were so high. You really didn't learn it before, just groping on your own. Bai Lui was a little curious about Qin Wentian. I have the soul of casting stars, and I am naturally suitable for engraving divine runes. Since then, I have been comprehending it on my own. If Qin Wentian said these words to Langning would definitely say that he was bragging again, but Bai Lui did not doubt it. Looking at Qin Wentian, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a few glimmers, and she didn't want to be as cold as before. Obviously, she put down her disguise. It seems that you are a genius in divine runes. Then what do you want to ask me about your dinner? Bai Lui asked. Aren't you going to choose me to continue practicing divine runes with you? Qin Wentian smiled at Bai Lui, causing her beautiful eyes to stare at him and said, you are narcissistic. If it's not me, then it must be Yan Kong. Qin Wentian shrugged and continued, in fact, if you don't do this, I will also find a way to continue practicing divine runes with you. After all, I don't know much about a lot of knowledge. Although I have benefited a lot in the past month, I still feel that there is a lot of gap. So, I invite you to dinner just to get closer to you. Bai Lui looked at Qin Wentian in some surprise. She saw that Qin Wentian's eyes were clear and clean, with a simple smile, very sincere, unlike the eyes of many men when they looked at her. Moreover, he did not hide his purpose, which made her feel quite interesting. Don't you have any improper thoughts about me? Bai Lui said suddenly. Ahem. Qin Wentian coughed and almost choked on the wine. That innocent face was indeed very lethal. Qin Wentian obviously didn't expect Bai Lui to be so direct, and smiled bitterly. Miss Bai Lui, I have a beloved woman. Really? Bai Lui was skeptical and said, is she pretty? Yes, very pretty. Qin Wentian nodded. How is she compared to me? Bai Luai smiled at Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian recognize her again. Probably prettier than you. Qin Wentian nodded seriously, causing Bai Luai's beautiful eyes to stagnate, and then smiled and said, then I would like to meet her in the future. So you believe me? Qin Wentian also felt relieved. I believe you for now, but if I find out that you lied to me, you have to be careful. Bai Luai showed a threatening look, and her half-smile made Qin Wentian shiver. Leng Ning said that this innocent-looking Bai Luai was very powerful and good at puppetry. Every time someone dared to disrespect her, they would be taught a lesson. After that, the two talked about some topics related to divine runes. They got along very happily. This meeting also made Qin Wentian quite satisfied. In the future, following Bai Luai to practice divine runes is equivalent to stepping into the White Deer Academy. He has taken the first step to conquer the White Deer Academy. After returning to the Leng family, Leng Ning kept staring at Qin Wentian, her beautiful eyes flickering. What are you looking at? Qin Wentian was embarrassed. What did you talk about with Bai Luai? Leng Ning asked curiously. We didn't talk about anything, just to get closer. After all, we will practice divine patterns together in the future. Qin Wentian responded, which made Leng Ning curl her lips and said, you mean Bai Luai will choose you to go with her? Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. Leng Ning stretched out her hand and then touched Qin Wentian's forehead. In the past month, the relationship between the two has long been familiar. They both regard each other as friends, so Leng Ning is much more casual. What are you doing? Qin Wentian saw Leng Ning's hand on his forehead, and his face was immediately black. See if your brain is burnt. Leng Ning took back his hand and said speechlessly, but you are so lucky that Bai Luai agreed to have dinner with you. It's really strange. Leng Ning shook his head and went back to his room. He couldn't figure it out. But what happened the next day surprised Leng Ning even more. After Leng Ning and others gathered at the academy, they began to head to the hell platform. Bai Luai walked in front alone. No one dared to step forward. Qin Wentian was bold and walked up to her and walked side by side. The two chatted happily and seemed very relaxed. Seeing this scene, Leng Ning was a little dumbfounded. Could it be that Bai Luai, a simple teacher, was fooled by Qin Wentian who liked to brag? Seeing this, Yan Kong narrowed his eyes like a venomous snake, staring at Qin Wentian's back. Only Fatty Fan was already full of admiration for Qin Wentian. Not only did he easily get closer to Leng Ning, but now he was also so close to the cold beauty Bai Luai. It was to absolute. It seemed that he looked no worse than Qin Wentian, right? Thinking of this, the fat man touched his face narcissistically. At this time, many people were thinking in their hearts that Bai Luai was 18 years old this year, in her youth, and easily emotional. Could she be in love with Qin Wentian? If so, wouldn't the quota for practicing with her be? Thinking of this, many people looked at Yan Kong with some sympathy. Yan Kong also had such a guess. He stared at Qin Wentian with a colder and colder look. If so, then he could only say that he was courting death. P.S. The monthly ticket has reached 850, and the third update will be updated in the evening. Chapter 236 Hell Platform. Hell Terrace is located in the eastern area of Guangzhou City, facing Bihan Lake, like an island suspended on the lake. There are a lot of people coming and going here, and they are densely packed. Walking on the wide ground, there is a piece of empty land in front, which seems to be a vast stand, and in front of Qin Wentian and his friends, there are many stairs. So many people. Qin Wentian was quite surprised. Hell Terrace is a very famous place in Guangzhou City. Let's go up. Bai Luai said. They went up the stairs and came to an arc-shaped stand. Qin Wentian looked up and looked forward. This guy holding stone pillars stood on the lake, supporting the three high platforms in front, giving people a strong visual impact. Here is the Hell Terrace. The high platform in the middle is reserved for the Xiangang realm to fight. The Hell Terrace on the left is used by people in the Yuanfu realm. The high platform on the right is used for unconventional battles, such as divine pattern battles and puppet battles. Bai Luai explained. People from the Xiangang realm actually come here to gamble. Qin Wentian was surprised. On the way here, Bai Luai had briefly introduced the Hell Platform to him. The Hell Platform was the most brutal battle site in Guangzhou City, and it was also the most prosperous gambling platform. Once you stepped onto the Hell Platform, life and death were determined by fate. There was no surrender. As long as you were still on the Hell Platform, life and death depended on your strength. As long as people from the Xiangang realm participate in the battle, they will receive rich rewards. If they win, they will receive additional rewards. You have to know that the cultivation of people from the Xiangang realm is extremely resource-intensive. Not all Xiangang realm masters have families to support them. Many people have to rely on themselves. This place provides them with a way to quickly obtain wealth and resources, and they can also hone their skills for fighting. Bai Luai whispered that when they came in, they paid the media ride. With so many spectators, even if they did not participate in the gambling battle, it would still be a terrifying income. Qin Wentian nodded gently. Everyone on the hell stage wore masks and had unique titles. This was to prevent acts of revenge. Once you went up, no one knew who you were except the controller of the hell stage. So if you died in battle, your family would not know who killed you. How would you retaliate? In this way, those who participated in the battle could do whatever they wanted without any taboos. This was the wonderful part of the hell stage. As for causing trouble for the hell stage, few forces dared to do so in the huge Wangzhou city. At this moment, a deafening cheer came from the battle stage. Qin Wentian looked over and saw a man wearing a Shura mask on the left hell stage who killed his opponent in one move. His cultivation was at the peak of the Yuanfu, and so was his opponent. Shura, 138th consecutive victory, continuing to refresh the winning streak. The referee on the hell stage announced Shura's record, and the cheers and shouts seemed to shake the hell stage down. Fanaticism. The people here gave Qin Wentian a feeling of fanaticism. This person codenamed Shura was able to achieve 138 consecutive victories. It was conceivable how powerful he was. This person was unlucky. He met Shura. No one dared to challenge him next time. Someone said. Sure enough, no one dared to challenge Shura. It could only be blamed on the bad luck of the man just now. He didn't go down after winning a game. He was willing to wait for others to challenge him. He was too arrogant. As a result, he met Shura and asked for death. No one challenged him. Shura went down the special passage on the hell platform. No one knew Shura's identity. Shura walked in the passage below and took off the mask on his face. He looked expressionless. It seemed that the hell platform had no effect on him. He would not come here again in the future. As for wealth, it was nothing but clouds for him at this stage. If Qin Wentian saw Shura's face, he would definitely recognize him. The person who ranked first on the destiny list of the Great Xia dynasty, Hua Take-su. Shura, who could he be? Bai Luai murmured. Obviously, she was also full of curiosity about a mysterious and powerful Shura. This person was a legend in the hell stage, with 138 consecutive victories. After he won, he was never afraid of anyone's challenge. But in the Yuanfu realm, no one could defeat him. He was a true legend. There are people on the right battle stage. It's the King of Hell and a newcomer. The King of Hell is a third-level divine pattern puppet master. His strength is terrifying. I brought you here to let you see the battle between divine pattern masters. Bai Luai turned around and said to the crowd. They all came to the stands on the right and found a place with many empty seats to sit down. Bai Luai and Qin Wentian sat together, which made others suspect that the two of them were up to something. It's a good show to watch. Someone dared to challenge the King of Hell. Someone next to him showed an interesting look, and some people ran to the betting table in front to place bets. Even though the odds of the King of Hell were very low, they were still willing to bet on the King of Hell. The King of Hell laughed coldly, and then a figure appeared in front of him, emerging out of thin air. Human. Qin Wentian's eyes froze. It couldn't be a human. This appeared from the divine pattern ring. Human puppet. This King of Hell's cultivation method is a bit evil. He likes to use human puppets. Bai Luai whispered, and in front of King of Hell's opponent, a metal puppet appeared. Of course, it was also in human form, but it was very large. The man's body actually entered the puppet directly, controlling the puppet from the inside, and he could do whatever he wanted. Kill. King of Hell uttered a voice coldly. The figure of the human puppet was like the wind, and it killed the metal puppet like a phantom. It raised its hand and blasted forward. The terrifying rotating sword tore out and slashed at the opponent. However, the metal puppet raised its hand. Although the movement was clumsy, it seemed to be more powerful. The attacks of the two collided in an instant. There was a sound of clicking, and the sword slashed on the puppet, creating sparks. The metal puppet is also called a divine weapon puppet. It costs a lot to create. The attack and defense are naturally strong, like a killing machine, But the flexibility is much worse. You don't know whether to live or die. A cold voice came out of the mouth of the king of hell, and then his footsteps continued to move forward. On the ground, lines intertwined and became extremely dazzling. His figure flickered, and he surrounded the metal puppet and frantically carved divine lines. At the same time, the star energy surged, and the divine lines burst out with terrifying power, attacking the opponent. The metal puppet wanted to get rid of the entanglement of the King of Hell's puppet and kill the King of Hell himself directly, but the King of Hell waved his palm, and the divine lines under his feet shone brighter. A roaring demon dragon roared and blasted out. At the same time, a sword rain appeared in that space, and frantically killed the opponent. Is this the battle divine line? Qin Wentian only felt that the King of Hell did whatever he wanted in that space, controlling the power of heaven and earth to fight for him. Roar. Only a terrible roar came out, and the King of Hell stepped forward step by step. It seemed that there was an ancient dragon around him, following him. With every step, the power seemed to be getting stronger. The controller of the magic weapon puppet roared, and the terrifying fist shadow turned into a light curtain and rolled out. However, the King of Hell waved his palm, and the giant dragon rumbled and rolled over, colliding with the opponent frantically. At the same time, the human-shaped puppet fell from the sky and suddenly rode on the neck of the magic weapon puppet. The sword in his fingertips pierced into the pupils of the magic weapon puppet. Ah! A scream came out, and blood shot out from the eyes. No matter how strong the defense of this magic weapon puppet is, it is impossible to block the vision, and the eyes become a weakness. The next ending can be imagined. The King of Hell pulled the opponent out of the puppet, and then killed the opponent on the spot without hesitation, and took the puppet for himself, which made many people feel a wisp of chill. This King of Hell was really cruel. Does this battle platform not limit the cultivation of the fighter himself? Qin Wentian asked Bai Luai. No restrictions. This is a special battle. If a divine pattern master goes to fight, it only needs to be a divine pattern master of the same level. Moreover, they can only fight by relying on divine patterns or puppets. They cannot directly use their strength. If you are not sure, don't go up. Bai Luai whispered, and then Qin Wentian saw her stand up and walk towards the passage in front. Surprisingly, she went into the passage, which was where the participants stepped into. Bai Luai, she wanted to participate in the battle of divine patterns. Interesting. Qin Wentian smiled. In the next battle, Yan Wang defeated 2 people in succession, and he had no intention of going down, so he continued to accept the challenge. King of Hell versus Fire Rose. The referee's voice came out, and many people exclaimed. Fire Rose actually came to join the battle, and she challenged King of Hell. There are many celebrities on the Hell stage. King of Hell and Fire Rose are both celebrities, because they have both had brilliant records. King of Hell, a 3rd-level divine pattern master, record, 68 wins, 5 losses. Fire Rose, a 3rd-level divine pattern master, 76 wins, 3 losses. The referee announced the record of the two, and pushed the fighting atmosphere to peak. Fire Rose walked onto the Hell stage. She was wearing a red cloak robe, heroic and valiant, and still could feel her hot body. The fiery rose mask concealed her long hair and face. That fiery figure made people want to see her face under the mask. Could it be her? Qin Wentian had a few black lines on his forehead, called Bai Luai. Her code name is Fire Rose? I want to see if Fire Rose is pretty. The hoarse voice of the King of Hell came out, and his puppet rushed towards Fire Rose. Fire Rose also released her puppet, a female puppet, although not a human puppet, but very similar. This puppet raised her hand to defend, and a huge shield appeared in front of her. Fire Rose herself stepped on the ground, and on the battle stage, lines emerged one by one. Qin Wentian watched carefully. Whether it was the King of Hell or Fire Rose, the speed of engraving was instantaneous, probably not worse than his, and the continuity was very terrifying. Sword rain. Qin Wentian saw that the divine patterns under Fire Rose's feet were like endless swords, and the sword rain poured out, madly strangling the King of Hell. Her puppet only defended and did not attack, but it completely held the opponent's puppet. Dappen, ancient sword, giant axe, thunder. Qin Wentian felt dizzy when he saw Fire Rose using divine runes to attack. It was so wonderful. Her attacks were continuous, as if they would never stop. Later, the center of the two seemed to turn into a divine rune storm. The endless divine rune attacks flooded the void. The might of the battle was somewhat terrifying. Bang! In the end, Fire Rose's divine rune weapon injured the King of Hell. The King of Hell immediately sacrificed a defensive puppet again, and he escaped from the Hell platform. He escaped very quickly. The battle of divine runes can be so amazing. Qin Wentian sighed sincerely. The Great Xia dynasty was indeed too wonderful. P.S. Chapter 850 monthly tickets will add more chapters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Codename Qin. After defeating the King of Hell, Fire Rose left the Hell platform. Not long after, Bai Luai returned to her seat in the stands, only to see Qin Wentian looking at her with a half-smile. "What are you looking at?" Bai Luai saw Qin Wentian staring at her, revealing a strange look. "Fire Rose." Qin Wentian whispered in Bai Luai's ear, causing Bai Luai to glare at him fiercely. "How much can the Hell platform in Yuanfu realm be rewarded?" Qin Wentian asked in a low voice. "It depends on the record and the specific situation. Generally speaking, people with good records will get high rewards for winning a game, and people without records will get very low rewards. Like Shura just now, his reward for winning a game was terrifyingly high." Fire Rose said to Qin Wentian. "What about you, with such a good record?" Qin Wentian asked with a smile. "Less than 100 meteorites." Bai Luai still replied to him, which was equivalent to admitting that she was Fire Rose. In the third heaven. Qin Wentian's expression froze. This reward was a bit scary. "Nonsense." Bai Luai said contemptuously. "It's really profitable." Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with sharpness. "I'll try." Qin Wentian stood up and walked forward. Leng Ning behind him saw the scene and couldn't help shouting, "What are you going to do?" Qin Wentian turned his head to look at her and smiled. "To the Hell platform." "Are you crazy? You don't have meteorites to practice. I can give you some." "Are you going to the Hell platform to die?" Leng Ning's expression turned cold again, and he scolded Qin Wentian. "Even if you win a few games by chance, you can't get any meteorites. Only the real strong ones with terrible records can earn enough meteorites." Hearing Leng Ning's scolding, Qin Wentian smiled. Although the girl's tone was not very good, she was concerned about herself. The tension in her eyes was not fake. "You know I can't do it." Qin Wentian glared at Leng Ning and said. "Teacher Bai Lu, please persuade this guy." Leng Ning turned his eyes to Bai Luai and said. "Why should I persuade him?" Bai Luai said coldly. "It's not so easy for a third-level divine pattern master to die. Even if he loses, he should have a way to save his life. Then go ahead. It's better to die in peace." Leng Ning cursed viciously. Qin Wentian smiled and said nothing. He walked to the passage in front and entered the bottom of the Hell platform. It was like a winding mountain range. There were dark passages leading to different places. It was very confidential. "Are you a newcomer or an old man?" A person beside the passage asked Qin Wentian. "Newcomer." "Follow me." The man took Qin Wentian to a passage and came to a cave. There were many masks, cloaks and other suits here. They could be fully armed and completely cover up their figures. "Choose." The man said again. Qin Wentian saw a unicorn mask and couldn't help but think of the scene in Xianmeng Forest. He smiled slightly. He took off the mask and then chose a nice armor and cloak. "Cultivation realm, code name?" The man asked coldly. "Second level of Yuanfu, code name, Qin." Qin Wentian said. "Okay, newcomer, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the rules and environment first." The man recorded it, then took Qin Wentian out of the cave, and took him around the bottom of the Hell platform for a few rounds until someone paired with him, and then took Qin Wentian to the Hell platform. Opposite Qin Wentian stood a man wearing a bronze mask, and his code name was Bronze. Bronze, second level of Yuanfu, record, 18 wins, 2 losses, Qin, second level of Yuanfu, record, 0. The referee said loudly, which made many people interested. Betting on newcomers is the most interesting, because no one knows the strength of newcomers. I like to abuse newcomers the most. Bronze's eyes glowed with cold light, staring at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian did not speak. For him, the Hell stage was a treasure trove for earning meteorites. Today, he would first brush up some records, so that he could get a generous reward. He brought a lot of meteorites with him before leaving Chu State, but the consumption was also very large. If there was no subsequent replenishment, it would obviously affect his future practice. After an incense stick, the bets were made and the referee announced that the battle had begun. Bronze stepped out, and a clanging sound came from his body. A heavy force of oppression enveloped Qin Wentian's body. His fist was shining with bronze luster, containing a terrifying sense of heavy power. Power of will. Qin Wentian's expression condensed. He felt the opponent's willpower, heavy and powerful. The opponent's exposed pupils seemed to be glowing with green light. Bronze's record, 18 wins and 2 losses, can be said to be very brilliant, while he had 0 records. Obviously, very few people were optimistic about Qin Wentian. Everyone seemed to see Qin Wentian being crushed by Bronze's punch. Qin Wentian clenched his fist, making a crackling sound. The demonic spirit filled the air. He could only feel the terrifying power hidden in his fist. The divine essence in the Yuan palace rushed to his arm frantically. Qin Wentian's figure turned into a residual image. The ice cloak moved with the wind. He punched out, just like that, and collided with the bronze. Bang! The two fists slammed together, fist to fist, the most direct and domineering collision. The sound of crackling came out. Bronze felt that his arm was about to break. He groaned, and a terrifying force rushed into his arm. With a loud bang, his body flew backwards and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The heavy pressure like a mountain descended. Bronze raised his head and saw Qin Wentian standing in front of him, looking down at him. His face changed drastically. "I give up." The ice cloak fluttered, and Qin Wentian stood with his hands behind his back. He did not make a move, but just nodded to Bronze. "Thank you." Bronze stood up and bowed to Qin Wentian, convinced. Because of the secrecy of their identities, many people on the hell stage were extremely cruel and killed people without mercy. The person in front of him spared his life. "Qin wins, do you want to fight again?" the referee asked Qin Wentian. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded slightly. He came to improve his record. This Qin has some strength and easily defeated Bronze. The crowd thought in their hearts. Next, Qin Wentian continued to choose to fight, and the most common voice in everyone's ears was, "Qin, win. Qin, win. Qin, 10 consecutive wins. Qin, 15 consecutive wins." One voice after another sounded, and many people looked at the hell stage on the left. It was easy to win a few games, but it was very difficult to win more than 10 games in a row, because there would be some powerful people among the challengers. Even many people sitting in the stands couldn't help but step into the hell stage to challenge Qin Wentian. Therefore, a strange phenomenon appeared on the hell stage today. Among those who challenged Qin, there were many newcomers with 0 combat record, but their fighting power was very strong. However, the ending was still a defeat. Qin had won 30 consecutive victories and had no losses. Is that the guy? Bai Luai looked at Qin on the hell stage, not sure if it was Qin Wentian. After all, there were many people with 0 records who had just gone up, and they all had masks and cloaks covering their bodies and faces, so anyone could be Qin Wentian. He shouldn't be that strong. Bai Luai whispered in his heart. After 30 consecutive victories, Qin finally stopped accepting challenges and walked down the hell stage, which made many people feel quite regretful. Not long after, Qin Wentian returned to the stands with a faint smile on his face. With 30 consecutive victories, he had made a small profit today. How is it? How does it feel to be abused? Leng Ning glared at Qin Wentian and said, "Which one are you, Leng Dao? Han Yu? Or Gu Song?" The names Leng Ning mentioned were all newcomers with 0 records who were defeated by Qin. "I'm Qin," Qin Wentian said with a smile. Although the Hell platform can keep the identity absolutely confidential, as long as you pay attention, it will not be leaked. However, some people don't care about this kind of confidentiality. For example, Bai Luai went to the Hell platform in front of them. These people may also guess that she is Fire Rose, but Bai Luai obviously doesn't care about confidentiality. Leng Ning rolled his eyes and was completely convinced by this guy. He was really good at bragging. "You are lucky. That Qin is not cruel. Otherwise, how can you still fool here? Don't be impulsive next time." Leng Ning curled his lips. Qin, who has won 30 consecutive victories, should have reached the level of being able to surpass the level. I'm afraid he can fight against people in the 3rd level of Yuan Fu. "Okay, let's go back," Bai Luai said, and everyone nodded immediately. It's getting late today, and it's time to go back. Walking on the road, Bai Luai and Qin Wentian still walked in front, which made Ling Ning behind them curl his lips. This guy who likes to brag is really good at picking up girls. Are you really a Qin? Bai Lu Yi in front asked Qin Wentian secretly, with a bit of curiosity in her pure and beautiful eyes. Really? Qin Wentian knew that Bai Lu Yi had the innocent side of a girl, and nodded with a smile, which made Bai Lu Yi reveal a touch of brilliance, and said, "What a mysterious guy. You will come to Bai Lu Academy tomorrow and practice divine patterns with me. I will take you to visit Bai Lu Academy today." Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, and the group returned to Bai Lu Academy. Bai Lu Yi stopped and said to everyone, "This 1-month study ends here. If you still want to continue to practice at a deeper level, you can apply to the Academy's manager. Okay, everyone, disperse." After saying that, Bai Lu Yi glanced at Qin Wentian, and the two walked towards Bai Lu Academy. Wait! A cold voice suddenly came out, and Yan Kong looked cold and a little unhappy. Bai Lu Yi left before the quota was announced. In the past, everyone thought that he would be selected, which made him feel very embarrassed. Anything else? Bai Lu Yi asked coldly. Miss Bai Lu, didn't you say that you would choose someone to practice divine runes with you? Yan Kong still asked politely. I have already chosen someone, so I won't report to you. Bai Lu Yi was obviously a little unhappy. Her meaning was already very clear. What else did Yan Kong want to do? Yan still wants to ask, who did Miss Bai Lu choose? Yan Kong's expression became even colder. Everyone felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. It seemed that Yan Kong was a little angry, and his tone was aggressive. Get lost. Bai Lu Yi saw that she had made a clear statement, but the other party was still pestering her, and a hint of coldness flashed across her face. We have been following Miss Bai Lu to practice divine runes for a month. Miss Bai Lu wants to choose someone to continue practicing divine runes with you. You should choose the one with the highest attainments in divine runes among us. Now, Miss Bai Lu has chosen him. Yan Kong was furious when he saw Bai Lu Yi telling him to get out. Although Bai Lu Academy is very famous, his Yan family is not weak either. Thinking of this, he sneered and said, Miss Bai Lu, you are doing this because you are attracted to someone, right? You. Bai Lu Yi was so angry when she saw Yan Kong's disrespectful words that she trembled slightly. Let me do it. Qin Wentian saw Bai Lu Yi's angry look and nodded at her. His expression gradually became cold. Some people really won't give up if they don't teach them a lesson. Chapter 238 Beating. Bai Lu Yi saw Qin Wentian standing up for her and nodded with a smile. This scene made Yan Kong's expression even colder. It was indeed a spring heart. Bai Lu Yi would never show such a smile to other people. Yan Kong was filled with hatred and jealousy. Qin Wentian took a step forward, stood in front of Bai Lu Yi, looked at Yan Kong and said, Do you think that your attainments and divine patterns are the best among us? Yan Kong stared at Qin Wentian with a cold expression and said non-committally, Why, do you want to try? Please teach me. Qin Wentian continued to walk forward a few steps, spoke lightly, and stared at Yan Kong. At this moment, he put away his calm and indifferent look. There was a touch of flying spirit in his deep eyes, which made people feel that he was shrouded in a layer of strange light. At this moment, Qin Wentian's temperament changed, which made Ling Ning's heart beat slightly. This guy's temperament suddenly changed. Confidence, sharpness, and youthful frivolity were the temperaments revealed by Qin Wentian at this moment. Even if this guy is confident, can his attainments and divine patterns really be compared to Yan Kong? Ling Ning's heart was beating slightly. For some reason, when she saw the changes in Qin Wentian, she actually felt an inexplicable expectation in her heart. Yan Kong sneered, and his aura spread out. The people around him retreated one after another, leaving the open space to Yan Kong and Qin Wentian. A star soul phantom appeared above Yan Kong's head. It was a golden palm print. The palm print star soul revealed a special golden luster. This star soul was a kind of cast star soul. A palm print phantom also appeared on Yan Kong's palm, turning into gold. Lines seemed to flow on the palm print, turning into a wonderful line of light. The line of light actually kept flowing in Yan Kong's palm, gradually gathering into a dragon-shaped phantom. The divine pattern was like a dragon. Although it was a bit simple, even a simple dragon-shaped divine pattern was an extraordinary divine pattern. You see clearly. Yan Kong sneered, and then suddenly his palm print was printed on the ground. In an instant, the dragon's divine pattern appeared on the ground. Roar. A low dragon roar sounded, as if a golden dragon pounced out and pounced on Qin Wentian's body. With a loud bang, The golden dragon hit Qin Wentian's body, causing several cuts on Qin Wentian's robe. Although Qin Wentian was not injured, the extraordinary divine pattern still showed. The level of the peak divine pattern of the second level is probably only one step away from the third level. Everyone was throbbing in their hearts. They were afraid that Yan Kong would be able to enter the ranks of the third level divine pattern masters within half a year. Yan Kong stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Qin Wentian with a sneer in his eyes. He wanted to see how Bai Luai would get off the stage after Qin Wentian lost to him. It's over. Qin Wentian asked in a low voice, causing Yan Kong's smile to stagnate. He sneered, "It's your turn." Boom. Qin Wentian stepped on the ground, and in an instant, a white crane divine pattern shone, and the phantom of the big rock rushed out and rolled towards Yan Kong. "I thought you were good enough." Yan Kong sneered at the phantom of the big rock. However, before he finished his words, Qin Wentian stepped out again, and the phantom of the big rock flashed again. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Wentian stepped forward step by step, and his steps seemed to have a unique pattern. Those phantoms of the big rocks combined into more mysterious divine patterns. One after another, the big rocks kept rushing towards Yan Kong frantically. Yan Kong waved his arms and resisted impatiently. "No, no." Qin Wentian strolled out among the crowd, strolling leisurely, and his expression froze. He felt something was wrong. The big rock under his feet was still combining new divine patterns. Leng Ning's small hands were tightly clenched. Suddenly, she felt her heart beating very fast. Her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Wentian's footsteps and the shadows that were whistling out. Finally, the shadows of the rocks were reorganized. Above the ground, a huge rock pattern appeared, covering the sky and the sun, as if it was about to soar above the 9 heavens. A terrifying aura filled the air. Looking at Qin Wentian again, he was still calm and composed. Suddenly, all the rocks seemed to move. They turned into every part of the giant rock. A terrifying might bloomed. The rock soared into the sky, roared, and covered the sky and the sun and crushed towards Yan Kong. The extremely sharp claws seemed to be about to scratch Yan Kong's head and burst. Yan Kong's expression changed drastically. His steps retreated again and again. The aura on his body burst out crazily. He shouted angrily, and his palms condensed into ancient seals. The terrifying palm prints rushed out and collided with the shadow of the rock, making a terrifying sound. The shadow of the big rock gradually dissipated, but Yan Kong also looked a little embarrassed. The surrounding space was silent, and everyone's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. Even Bai Luai was shocked. Qin Wentian's attainments in divine runes seemed to exceed her expectations. This was also the first time she saw Qin Wentian display his divine rune ability. Could this guy really be a divine rune genius? Level 3, able to suppress Yuanfu strongmen, obviously a level 3 divine rune. This guy is a level 3 divine rune master. The crowd stared at Qin Wentian. They realized the misunderstanding. It was not that Bai Luai had any spring feelings, but it was clearly Qin Wentian's talent that made her look at him with new eyes. Others admired each other, but they thought he was so wretched. Thinking of this, many people secretly felt ashamed. After seeing that Qin Wentian was a level 3 divine rune master, they immediately lost their jealousy. Level 3. Leng Ning froze there and cried out in surprise. Her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Wentian without blinking. Her expression was particularly wonderful at this moment, and her heart was beating non-stop. Level 3. This bastard is really a level 3 divine pattern master, that guy who likes to brag. No. Leng Ning's face suddenly turned red. He was originally a level 3 divine pattern master, and what big talk he was saying was clearly true. This bastard. Leng Ning stamped her feet excitedly. Her beautiful eyes showed a flying spirit, and she was so excited that she didn't know what she was thinking. No wonder that guy was so good at pretending, and he looked so unfathomable, so bad. However, when she thought of her own words that she would marry him if he was a level 3 divine pattern master, Leng Ning's face actually flushed. She secretly glanced at Qin Wentian and felt a little embarrassed. Qin Wentian looked at Yan Kong calmly and said lightly, "Your divine pattern attainment is the strongest." Yan Kong's face turned pale and blue, which was very ironic. Not long ago, he was still confident, but now, he was humiliated in public. "You want to kill me?" Yan Kong changed the subject instantly. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. He ran towards Qin Wentian in an instant, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Yan Kong, you are shameless." Leng Ning, who was in shock, felt the murderous intent bursting out from Yan Kong. and his expression suddenly changed. This Yan Kong was simply shameless. After losing to Qin Wentian in the attainment of divine patterns, he suddenly attacked. With the power of his Yan family, even if Qin Wentian was injured, no one could do anything to him. Golden Dragon Seal. Yan Kong's palm stamped out, and it seemed that there was a trace of dragon power in his palm, as if a golden dragon roared out, and the terrifying sharp roar killed everything. The martial arts will that Yan Kong comprehended was the martial arts will of gold. Gold of the 5 elements is sharp and domineering. The first realm of the martial arts will of gold is penetration, which will make the penetration and destructive power contained in his attack extremely strong. Qin Wentian saw Yan Kong suddenly attack him, his eyes flashed with cold light, demonic energy was crisscrossing in his palm, divine patterns roared in his chakra, and blood-red light was beating in his palm. Falling Mountain Palm. Qin Wentian blasted out, and now his practice of Falling Mountain Palm has been extremely pure, almost to perfection, like a terrifying giant peak falling down, especially the Falling Mountain Palm that burst out with the divine essence of the mountain, and attached with a will of power. How terrifying the power is. The Golden Dragon Seal and the Falling Mountain Palm collided, and the Golden Dragon was about to be crushed to pieces. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and then the crowd saw a phantom appear, and after images appeared on the ground. Bang! A terrifying loud noise was heard, and the crowd saw that a stone pillar not far away had cracks. It was Yan Kong's body that hit the stone pillar hard. There was a hand on his chest. Qin Wentian stood beside him, holding his chest with his palm, domineering and indifferent. This. The crowd's hearts kept beating. Leng Ning took a deep breath. Is this still the Qin Wentian who likes to brag in her impression? The Qin Wentian with a calm face, calm and light-hearted, clean eyes, handsome face, and a smile on his face? Qin Wentian's arm pulled Yan Kong to the ground, causing him to lie there. When he raised his head and tried to get up, he saw Qin Wentian staring at him coldly, saying indifferently, "Apologize to Teacher Bai Lu." Yan Kong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Qin Wentian. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. He did not apologize, but wanted to stand up. Bang! Qin Wentian flipped his hand and slammed down with a palm. Yan Kong's body instantly fell down again, and blood spurted out. Apologize. Qin Wentian's voice, the breeze fluttered his robe, and at this moment, he seemed to have a different light on his body. Domineering and frivolous. He knew that Yan Kong had always had ill intentions towards him and had threatened him before, but he was new to Wangzhou City and was too lazy to care about these things. After all, he had his own things to do. Yan Kong was just a small matter to him, but some people insisted on violating his bottom line. Then, there was only one way to crush him. Do you know what you are doing? Yan Kong growled and tried to get up again. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wentian's foot stepped directly on his back, pressing him to the ground again. If he doesn't obey, then I will torture him until he obeys. 3 breaths of time is your last chance. Qin Wentian's cold voice came out. You dare! Yan Kong roared, being stepped on by Qin Wentian, but unable to get up. 1 breath. Qin Wentian said coldly. Yan Kong's face showed a ferocious expression, extremely humiliated. 2 breaths. Qin Wentian said again, and a murderous intent swept out of his body. The whole space seemed to be completely cold, like an ice cave. Yan Kong shivered, and felt a cold murderous aura penetrating into his body. At this moment, he suddenly felt fear. 3. I apologize. Before Qin Wentian's voice was shouted out, Yan Kong closed his eyes in pain. Today, he admitted it. Ms. Bailu, Yan Kong, was rude and deserved to be punished. I'm sorry. Yan Kong was forced to apologize, and he felt that it was more uncomfortable than killing him. Since you have to apologize sooner or later, why bother to torture me? Qin Wentian moved his feet away and smiled faintly. The coldness around his body disappeared in an instant. The smiling young man returned to his calm and composed state. However, the scene just now was deeply imprinted in the minds of the crowd and could not be forgotten. Chapter 239 White Deer Cave. Yan Kong finally got up, coughed a few times, and left without saying a word. Yan Kong, had never been insulted like this since he grew up. He would remember this account. Leng Ning walked to the side of Qin Wentian, staring at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes without blinking, with a faint smile on her lips. Seeing Qin Wentian's calm expression, she smiled playfully. Leng Ning has met the master of divine marks. Qin Wentian saw her playful expression and couldn't help but knock on her head. Now you know that I didn't lie to you. Yes, you didn't lie to me. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you, the master of divine marks. Lang Ning smiled and said, however, you are so arrogant. Who knows that you are really so powerful? Can't you show off your skills? Do you want me to be angry and carve a third-level divine pattern in front of you, and then show off my ability? Qin Wentian shrugged and said. Hearing Qin Wentian's words, Lang Ning chuckled. That's right, could it be that Qin Wentian rushed to her and carved a third-level divine pattern to show off? Isn't this too arrogant? Even if you are right, it's all my fault. Lang Ning glared at Qin Wentian, but she was very happy. This arrogant guy was actually a third-level divine pattern master. Even now, she felt a throbbing in her heart and couldn't believe it. Then she thought of some ambiguous words she had said to Qin Wentian, and Lang Ning felt a little embarrassed. Okay, you go back first, I still have something to do. Qin Wentian said and walked to Bai Luai. Bai Luai nodded to Qin Wentian and whispered, thank you. Qin Wentian, just beat up Yan Kong for her. This matter started because of me. It's my duty to let you bear a bad reputation. Qin Wentian smiled indifferently. The two walked side by side and entered the Bailu Academy. Be careful in the future. Yan Kong will definitely hold a grudge. Bai Luai's beautiful eyes flashed with worry. It was obvious that Yan Kong could not let go of such humiliation. Yes, I will. Qin Wentian nodded. This was also the reason why he did not cripple or kill Yan Kong. If he crippled or killed Yan Kong, the Yan family would obviously not let it go. However, he only abused Yan Kong. He really did not believe that Yan Kong would have the face to go back to the elders of the family. If he was beaten by his peers and went to complain, Yan Kong would never be able to raise his head in the family in the future. Lang Ning looked at the backs of the two people in a daze. Bai Luai, the most talented young generation of Bailu Academy, was aloof and arrogant. Qin Wentian, a genius divine pattern master who was calm and sharp. They seemed to be a good match when they walked together. For some reason, Lang Ning felt a little lonely in his heart. What am I thinking about? Then Lang Ning shook his head. He didn't really want to marry that arrogant guy, did he? Bai Luai brought Qin Wentian to Bailu Cave, which was also the place he arrived on the first day he stepped into Bailu Academy. However, they only came to the outermost stone wall of Bailu Cave and the engraving test in front of the stone tablet, but did not enter the depths of Bailu Cave. Now, Bai Luai personally took him to the Bailu Cave. The first cave had many stone walls and stone tablets. There were dense and colorful divine patterns engraved on the stone walls, which were dazzling. As for the divine patterns engraved on the stone tablets, they were obviously more exquisite and well organized. They did not feel messy at all. They were all from the hands of masters. There are the most divine patterns here. Many of them are from the elders of Bailu Academy. As long as you can comprehend and control these divine patterns, you can definitely become a top divine pattern master. At least you will never lack divine patterns in refining equipment. Bai Luai said to Qin Wentian, and then took Qin Wentian to go deeper into Bailu Cave. The second cave was full of huge stone walls, and the stone walls were engraved with complete divine pattern pictures, as if the two were fighting with divine patterns. Every stone wall seemed like a picture of a divine pattern battle. Qin Wentian came to a stone wall and looked at the divine patterns on the opposite side. Suddenly, he felt a wave of destructive power rushing towards him crazily. Those divine patterns seemed to jump out of the stone wall. How wonderful! Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. Let's go to the front and take a look. Bai Luai said to Qin Wentian. They walked to the third cave. This cave was bigger. Qin Wentian felt that the divine patterns here were filled with mysterious atmosphere. Suddenly, Qin Wentian's footsteps stopped. He felt that the space around him had changed, as if he was no longer in the cave. There was wind in the space, and every wisp of wind was as sharp as a blade. Divine pattern array. Qin Wentian understood in his heart, closed his eyes, and felt it with his heart. He saw many divine patterns. Those divine patterns seemed to be alive, dancing constantly and evolving into arrays. A hand suddenly appeared and touched the vortex of a divine pattern storm. A crisp sound was heard and the wind subsided. Qin Wentian saw Bai Luai appear in front of him and smiled at him. How do you feel? You are so confident to bring me here. Qin Wentian smiled. This Bailu Cave is definitely a treasure land for divine pattern masters. For the development of the divine pattern, it is not enough to rely solely on the power of Bailu Academy. Many of the works here are from people who have practiced divine patterns in Bailu Academy in the past. Bai Luai smiled and said, "It is not good to cherish what you have. Besides, you are so talented in divine patterns. I think we can promote each other. There is one last cave. Follow my steps, otherwise you will be trapped in the formation again." Bai Luai led the way in front. Qin Wentian stepped into the fourth cave. He saw that this cave was also huge. There were many puppets in it, including human puppets, divine weapon puppets, beast puppets, and all kinds of puppets. "It seems that I will stay in Bailu Academy in the future. Please don't despise me," Qin Wentian said with a smile. The divine runes here opened a door for him. "As long as you are willing, I will provide food and drink," Bai Luai said with a smile. "I will remember it. Don't regret it." Qin Wentian looked at Bai Luai's pure face and felt that this cold beauty became more and more lovely. What surprised Bai Luai was that he didn't expect Qin Wentian's joke to be true. From that day on, Qin Wentian never stepped out of Bailu Cave. In addition to practicing, he studied the way of divine runes. This shocked Bai Luai deeply. She thought she was very hardworking, but Qin Wentian was more hardworking and crazy than her. Once immersed in it, it was difficult to extricate herself. Sometimes Bai Luai stood behind him for a long time, and he didn't even look at her. This made Bai Luai, a beautiful woman, feel a great blow. She had never been treated so coldly before. Who didn't stay by her side before? However, Bai Luai also felt that no one is a natural genius. Even if one is really talented, one still needs to rely on diligence and hard work to truly achieve the name of a genius. All the great figures she had heard of before, which one did not have a tenacious martial arts heart and a crazy will to practice. Sitting next to Qin Wentian, Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian, who was absorbed in his thoughts. She seemed to see a peerless figure on the road to rise. Qin Wentian's efforts also affected Bai Luai. She watched Qin Wentian improve every day and improve rapidly. Now, Qin Wentian can actually fight her in a divine pattern battle head-on without being inferior. This made Bai Luai's practice more and more assiduous. "What are you thinking about again? Eat some fruit." In the fourth cave, the puppet cave, Bai Luai saw Qin Wentian thinking about something and handed a plate of fruit to Qin Wentian. The way of puppets is so magical. Qin Wentian looked up and saw a pure and beautiful face. He couldn't help but feel quite good and threw the fruit into his mouth. Of course. Bai Luai smiled and sat opposite Qin Wentian. "After so many days, have you gained any insights? Do you want to hear it?" Qin Wentian smiled, and Bai Luai nodded, "Of course." "What do you think a puppet is?" Qin Wentian asked. "A puppet is a puppet, what else?" Bai Luai was stunned. "In my opinion, a puppet is a magic weapon." Qin Wentian smiled and said, "Puppets are divided into human puppets, magic weapon puppets, beast puppets, etc., but they are just different in appearance. Except for some evil cultivators who use real people to refine puppets, other puppets are all made by weapon refiners. The outer shell of the puppet is engraved with various magic patterns, refined and controlled by thoughts, and activated by meteorites. What is the difference between this and a magic weapon? A puppet is just a complicated magic weapon. It is a magic weapon with a magic pattern array. It can transform the star energy in the meteorite into the power of the puppet. The power it exerts is due to the help of its own refining materials and magic patterns. Aren't these all characteristics of magic weapons? The higher the grade of the materials used to refine the magic weapon, the more powerful the magic pattern array engraved in it, and the higher the grade of the magic weapon. It's just that the puppet is a human-shaped magic weapon and can exert greater power. However, refining it is more complicated and costly." Qin Wentian smiled. Bai Luai showed a thoughtful look, then nodded. "I haven't thought about it this way, but after hearing what you said, it seems that there is indeed not much difference. The Creator is wonderful. Have you ever thought that the meridians of the human body have the same characteristics as the divine patterns? The refining of divine weapons and puppets requires the engraving of divine patterns in them, just like the chakras we forge in our practice, which can stimulate our magical powers and exert powerful strength. So imagine, is the combination of magical powers and chakras similar to engraving divine patterns in divine weapons and puppets?" Qin Wentian continued, "Also, for those of us who have the ability to forge star souls, the biggest advantage is to construct divine patterns in the body and then bloom them. So, if every drop of our star energy is condensed from divine patterns, then do we still need to construct divine patterns? Star energy is divine patterns. In this way, doesn't everyone become a natural weapon refiner?" Qin Wentian's calm words had a huge impact on Bai Luai. She just followed the teachings of her elders to practice divine patterns, but she had never had such a deep thought. This was why she wanted to learn divine patterns with some outstanding young people. When three people walk together, there must be a teacher. Everyone has unique views and opinions on practice, but her experience is taught by her elders, so her views are almost the same as those of the elders, so there is no collision of ideas. Qin Wentian, her thoughts were extremely shocked. Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian's beautiful eyes with a strange light, and then smiled and said, "Thank you. I hope my opinion can help you a little." Qin Wentian smiled. This is what he should do. There is a noise outside, let's go out and take a look. At this time, Bai Luai stood up and walked outside. Qin Wentian also followed him to the outside of Bailu Cave. Outside the cave, a figure appeared, with a green veil on her face, like a fairy. She seemed to want to enter Bailu Cave, but was stopped by someone. What's wrong? Qin Wentian saw Kinger hurriedly stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Kinger saw Qin Wentian, and then a clear voice came out, I haven't seen you for a few days. I'm a little worried. I want to go in and take a look. Qin Wentian was stunned when he heard Kinger's clear voice, and his heart was slightly moved. This cold girl had never left him. Since you are okay, then I'll leave. Kinger turned around, strolled out, and soon disappeared in front of Qin Wentian, as if she had never appeared. P.S. There are still many brothers who don't know the rules for adding chapters. At least 2 chapters are updated every day. For every 100 monthly tickets, 1 chapter will be added. For each new leader, 2 chapters will be added. Those who shouted that Wuhan was cheating, so many eyes are watching, can they cheat? Every time there is an additional chapter, Wuhan will write clearly at the end of the chapter which chapter it is. Is it really okay for you to lie with your eyes open? Chapter 240, Divine Mark. After Kinger left, Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of strangeness. The extraordinary woman just now gave her a stunning feeling. Even though she couldn't see her face, she still felt a little pale when she stood in front of her. Although the woman's tone was light, she was obviously very concerned about Qin Wentian. This guy is getting more and more mysterious. Zai, who is he? At this time, the old man guarding in front of Bai Lu Cave asked Bai Luai. He knew that Bai Luai had brought Qin Wentian into the cave before, but he would not interfere with Bai Luai's affairs. However, now someone wanted to break into Bai Lu Cave because of Qin Wentian, so he had to ask. Uncle Liang, he is my friend Qin Wentian. Bai Luai responded. Zai, Uncle Liang won't ask about your friends, but you should also pay attention. You should know that many people in your family are paying attention to you. Now, you have too much contact with this person. The old man said to Bai Luai. Now, although no one in Bai Lu Academy has asked about this matter, it is because of Bai Luai's status, but many people in the academy have already discussed it. Uncle Liang, I know. Bai Luai said helplessly. Uncle Liang nodded, and then he stopped asking questions and turned away. I'm sorry to bother you. Qin Wentian walked to Bai Luai and whispered. Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes, smiled indifferently and said, how can there be so many troubles? We don't have anything. Even if there is something, what can we do? Ah. Qin Wentian was stunned, his eyes flickered, looking at Bai Luai's pure and moving face, the plump peaks under her white swan neck, the so-called angel face and devil figure. What are you looking at? I'm just making an analogy. Bai Luai stamped her feet, glared at Qin Wentian fiercely, and then turned and entered the Bailu Cave. The charming appearance made Qin Wentian lose his mind for a while. What a beauty. What are you thinking about? Qin Wentian patted his head and was a little speechless. Then he thought of King Chang again, and the smile on his face disappeared a little. He took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the Dan Wang Palace. After so long, is she okay? Bang! In the Dan Wang Palace, a muffled sound came from the alchemy furnace. Mo King Chang's beautiful eyes condensed, and a hint of helplessness hung on her exquisite face. How could she be uneasy? Junior sister, what's wrong? Bai Fei looked at Mo King Chang and asked. Mo King Chang had a heart with 7 orifices. Her success rate in alchemy was extremely high and she rarely failed. I'm going out for a walk. Mo King Chang walked outside, which made Bai Fei pause. She followed Mo King Chang out of the alchemy furnace and came to the stone steps outside. The sunlight shone on Mo King Chang's body, as if it added a bit of soft halo to her, which was breathtakingly beautiful. Bai Fei looked at the dazzling Mo King Chang and inexplicably felt ashamed of herself. She used to be a very proud person, but since the master took Mo Qingcheng here, her self-confidence was broken bit by bit. This girl seemed to be born with a halo. When this halo gradually appeared, her whole temperament was changing. Now, she dared not look directly at it. Perhaps that man is her true love. Bai Fei thought to herself. During this period, many people of the older generation came to Danyuan Palace to seek marriage, but they were all rejected by Luo He without hesitation. Until there was a rumor that only Hua Taixu could match Mo Qingcheng. Hua Taixu had visited Luo He during this period and met Mo Qingcheng. He didn't say anything, but since then, many rumors have appeared. I want to go out for a walk. Mo Qingcheng's voice interrupted Bai Fei's thoughts. I'll report to master. Bai Fei spoke immediately, causing Mo Qingcheng to sigh. Is it not possible to relax by herself? After so many days, he should have left Chu State. Where would he go to make a living? Thinking of him, Mo Qingcheng's face showed a pure and brilliant smile again, and she felt a warm breath in her heart. The sun shone on the bright smile, just like the smile when she called out idiot in the snow in winter. His figure was like a beam of light. No matter how cold her mood was, that beam of light could always melt the ice and snow. Qin Wentian was still immersed in the practice of divine patterns. On this day, he was in his dream, observing the Jiutian Atlas in his dream. Every stroke of that stroke drew out the mountains and rivers, and cast the spring and autumn period. Sometimes Qin Wentian would wonder if the middle-aged man in green shirt that he met in the dark forest was also a powerful divine pattern master. Jiutian Atlas, the mountains and rivers of the world, appeared from time to time, and disappeared from time to time. Suddenly, Qin Wentian's heart moved slightly. Looking at the disappearance of those lines, his heart throbbed. Suddenly, Qin Wentian opened his eyes from the dream and saw Bai Lui's pure and beautiful eyes looking at him. He smiled and said, "It's rare that you also take a break." Bai Lui. Qin Wentian shouted, causing Bai Lui to stagnate and look at Qin Wentian curiously. What's wrong? Have you ever thought about the reverse divine pattern? Qin Wentian said. Reverse the divine pattern. Bai Lui's beautiful eyes paused. You know, the divine patterns of divine weapons and puppets are self-contained systems, which are natural and difficult to crack. You also said that when fighting with puppets, puppets do not know pain and do not feel tired. They are very difficult to deal with. Even if some structures are destroyed, it is still difficult to destroy the puppet as a whole. However, if I can sense the structure of the divine pattern, then I can reverse it and no longer destroy a point, but destroy it in reverse. In this way, whether it is the puppet, the divine weapon or the formation, won't they all be useless? Qin Wentian's eyes were bright, and Bai Lui's beautiful eyes also lit up, but then she said, however, it is more difficult to easily sense the existence of the divine pattern and reverse it than to cast the divine pattern. Haha, Bai Lui, think about how you learned to carve the divine pattern. Qin Wentian suddenly said. Naturally, I first comprehended the basic divine pattern, then copied it myself, and then comprehended it, step by step. Bai Lui said. Then, reverse divine mark, can't you use the same method? Start from the most basic divine mark, figure out how to crack it, and then comprehend it. Qin Wentian boldly said his thoughts, which made Bai Lui's heart beat. She looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes without blinking and took a deep breath. Qin Wentian is really a genius. His ideas are too bold and too crazy. What touched Bai Lui was that no matter what Qin Wentian thought, he would tell her, which made her understand more and more about divine mark. Qin Wentian saw that Bai Lui's beautiful eyes were staring at him, and he couldn't help but tremble and said, "Am I so handsome? You are conceited." Bai Lui chuckled, and then she took out a few books from the divine mark ring, handed them to Qin Wentian and said, "Here you go." "What is this?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. "You will know after you finish reading these notes. These are some of my daily notes." Bai Lui smiled and said, "I won't disturb you these days. You can read carefully. I'm outside. Call me if you need anything." After saying that, Bai Lui went out. Qin Wentian flipped through notes in his hand. They were indeed handwritten. The handwriting was beautiful. They should be from Bai Lui's hand. There were 4 books in the notes, namely the basic volume, the combat volume, the formation volume, and the puppet volume. After Qin Wentian read them, he couldn't help himself. He spent several days to finish these 4 volumes of notes in one go. After reading them, Qin Wentian knew very well that he had been deceived by Bai Lui. These were not notes at all. They were clearly secret books, the profound secret books of divine patterns, but they were not the originals, but the handwritten volumes of Bai Luai. Qin Wentian stood up and walked out of the cave. He saw Bai Luai in the third cave. Have you finished reading? Bai Luai asked when she saw Qin Wentian coming out. Have you been keeping watch here for me? Qin Wentian asked in a low voice. In the past, someone would come occasionally, but no one has appeared in the past few days. I don't understand what you are talking about. Bai Luai denied. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes at her, walked to her side and returned the secret book to her. Looking into her eyes, Bai Luai's eyes dodged, and seeing that Qin Wentian was still unwilling to give up, she couldn't help but stare at Qin Wentian angrily and said, "What are you looking at?" Qin Wentian saw Bai Luai's cute look, and was silent for a while, then said, "Thank you." Bai Luai was stunned, and then said, "It's not that such sensationalism is not paid. There will be an exchange meeting in the eastern region of Guangzhou City in a while. You have to help me." Okay. Qin Wentian didn't ask what the exchange meeting was, but just nodded. Don't agree so early, you can only take first place. Bai Luai laughed. With Qin Wentian's help, the chances would be even greater. This Guangzhou City Exchange Conference is not only held in the East region, but also in other regions of Guangzhou City. In the end, those who succeed will have the opportunity to follow the major hegemons of Guangzhou City into a mysterious place. That place is a treasure land for divine pattern masters. It is rumored that there are all kinds of powerful ancient divine patterns, and 4th-level divine patterns and even 5th-level divine patterns may appear. There are also very scary puppets there. Some puppets are 4th-level puppets that can fight against people in the Xiangang realm. In the East region, not only Her Bailu Academy is preparing for this, but also the Yan family, the Lang family and other big families are preparing. If it is enlarged, the whole Guangzhou City is preparing, including the Danyuan Palace and the Hua family. Okay, try your best to get the first place. Qin Wentian smiled. Now, he is more and more confident in his attainments in divine patterns. These few months of study have made him much stronger than before. I'll go to the Lang family to see. Qin Wentian said again. Chu Mang, Fan Li and the little guy were all at the Lang family, as well as Lang Ning. He didn't know how she was doing now. She might have been bullied again. She had been too obsessed with practicing divine patterns during this period, and now she finally made some achievements. I'll take you out. Bai Luai nodded, and the two walked out of the Bailu cave side by side. Bai Luai personally took Qin Wentian out of the Bailu Academy. Bai Luai and Qin Wentian didn't know that at this moment, a group of middle-aged figures stood together on a high pavilion. One of them looked a bit like Bai Luai. It was Bai Luai's father. At this moment, he was rubbing his head and had a headache. Ziai, this girl, seems to be very close to this young man. They have been together for several months, but they are inseparable. Only one person spoke, which made Bai Luai's father smile bitterly. His daughter had grown up and would eventually find a boyfriend. However, he couldn't find out the details of this person. He seemed to be an outsider, which gave him a headache. Bai Luai may seem cold, but she is pure and kind. She should not be deceived. Let her be. It's okay even if she has a boyfriend. If it's not suitable, we can correct it. Bai Luai's father responded. Such an outstanding daughter, you are open-minded. I am also going to match her up with the 4 people in Guangzhou City. The man said casually, causing Bai Luai's father's pupils to shrink. He naturally knew which 4 people he was referring to. Among the top 36 seats on the destiny list, there are 4 people in Guangzhou City, and they are all quite young and come from powerful forces. Whether it is family background or themselves, they are very outstanding, especially the one in the lead, who is even more brilliant. However, it is said that someone wants to match him with a stunning woman who appeared in the Danyuan Palace. Chapter 241 Bad Intentions. Lang Ning had been having a very bad time in the Lang family, and it could even be called painful. After Yan Kong was insulted by Qin Wentian, he deliberately went to his uncle to complain, but he didn't say that he was abused, but told his devil uncle that the little woman Lang Ning he had reserved was actually very good with a man. So Yan Kong's uncle Yan Tai sent someone to the Lang family to ask Lang Ning to go to the Yan family to find him and forget about the marriage. This attitude made Lang Ning, who is already unwilling, dare not go. She knew that as long as she stepped into the Yan family, what was waiting for her would be a nightmare. She didn't know how the devil would treat her, maybe he would torture her to death. As a young girl, how could she dare to enter the devil's cave? But what made Ling Ning desperate was that the people of the Ling family forced her to go every day. Her father often came to persuade her to go, and her actions were also restricted. This made Ling Ning almost collapse. If the Ling family continued to force her like this, then she would have no choice but to die. Anyway, if she went to the Yan family, she would also die of humiliation and torture. It was better to do it simply. Some of the servants of the Ling family felt pity for Ling Ning. Such a beautiful girl had to suffer such a murderous hand. It was too cruel for Ling Ning. She should have a good home. At this time, in Ling Ning's courtyard, Ling's father came again and said to Ling Ning, the exchange meeting will not be long. Don't let Yan Tai be completely angry. Ling Ning looked cold and stared at her father. Haha, the exchange meeting? Just for the exchange meeting? For Yan Tai to give the Ling family a few places, I have to be sacrificed. Ling Ning, what you said is wrong. What do you mean by sacrifice? Yan Tai is a powerful third-level weapon refining master. How many people want to get close to him but can't? You are going to marry him. Such a good opportunity, the family has taken care of you. Ling Ning's cousin Ling Lin said in a strange tone. It's so good, why don't you marry, and push it to me? Ling Ning sneered. Who made me find my own home? Ling Lin leaned on the young man next to her, raised her head slightly, and looked at Ling Ning proudly with a proud attitude. Ling Ning, you also know the importance of the trial to the family. Now there is no powerful divine pattern master in the family. If you want to get a quota, you can only rely on Yan Tai's strength. Ling Ning's father continued to persuade. It's ridiculous. Since there is no powerful person, what can you do even if you get a quota? You will still be reduced to a supporting role. In which trial did the most benefit not go to those overlord-level forces? When will it be the turn of the Ling family? Now it's even more ridiculous to ask others for a few quotas. You are so shameless. Ling Ning was completely desperate. She had already lost her heart to this family. Fatty Fanel was right. She should have left such a family long ago. There was no hope at all. Ling Ning. At this moment, a voice suddenly came, causing Ling Ning's beautiful eyes to freeze. Then she heard whose voice it was. Thinking of that arrogant guy, Ling Ning's cold eyes disappeared, revealing a smile, and ran towards the courtyard. What are you doing? Ling's father shouted. None of your business. Ling Ning would not care. Behind her, the snow-white little bastard was no slower than her and ran towards the outside of the Ling family mansion. Qin Wentian was quite depressed. After he arrived at the Ling mansion, the guards did not let him in. He had lived here for some time. The guards at the gate should know that he was Ling Ning's friend, but they still stopped him from entering. This made Qin Wentian feel that Ling Ning was probably in a bad situation. A white phantom jumped into his arms. Qin Wentian rubbed the little guy's head and said with a smile, Did you miss me? Yay. A voice sounded in Qin Wentian's mind. The little guy's little head kept moving towards his arms, which made Qin Wentian smile. A rather haggard and beautiful voice appeared in front of Qin Wentian. After seeing Qin Wentian, she straightened her messy long hair and smiled at Qin Wentian. I thought you couldn't come out of the gentle land. Have you been living too wonderfully during this period? Not bad. Qin Wentian nodded gently, still looking calm and indifferent, which made Ling Ning roll his eyes at him and completely convinced. He really had the nerve to nod and admit it. In fact, Qin Wentian was just thinking that he had made great progress in the divine runes during this period, so he was naturally living a good life. Besides, there was a great beauty like Bai Lu Ai to study with him, so how could it not be wonderful? You are not living well. Qin Wentian felt a little guilty when he saw Ling Ning's haggard appearance. He had been busy studying the divine runes these days and had forgotten about Ling Ning. Not bad, but I'm a little uncomfortable without you around to brag. Ling Ning said jokingly. Qin Wentian turned his eyes slightly and looked behind Ling Ning. He saw her father, Ling Lin, and the young man whom he met in Ling Mansion last time walked out together. They all looked unhappy. This scene made Qin Wentian understand that Ling Ning was forcing a smile. Haha, I didn't expect you to show up. Ling Ning's father smiled coldly when he saw Qin Wentian. Yan Tai's anger was probably because there were rumors that the young man in front of him had an ambiguous relationship with his daughter. Qin Wentian was a little depressed. Why didn't he dare to show up? Sister, you don't want to marry into the Yan family because of him. Ling Lin walked up and said with a smile, You have been hiding for so long after offending Yan Tai, and you dare to come out. After hearing this, Qin Wentian seemed to understand. I'm afraid that Yan Tai was the old demon that Ling Ning had told him about. As for his offending Yan Tai, this matter was probably related to Yan Kong. Yan Kong couldn't find him to take revenge, so he found his uncle and wanted his uncle to deal with him, so Lang Ning also suffered. Qin Wentian didn't look at Lang Lin. This woman was so powerful at a young age, probably because of the environment she grew up in. What do you think? Qin Wentian asked Lang Ning. As for Lang Lin, he ignored her directly, which made Lang Lin frown. This man was really arrogant. He dared to be so arrogant at her door. Lang Ning looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. Although she had a thought in her mind, the Yan family was powerful and Yan Tai was also a very difficult person. Although Qin Wentian was a third-level divine pattern master, how could he compare with Yan Tai? She didn't want to drag Qin Wentian down for her. This was not Qin Wentian's business. He and Bai Luai are a perfect match. Lang Ning thought in her heart, then raised her head and smiled at Qin Wentian. You and family should move out. My place is a mess and it's not suitable for you to continue living there. Haha, sister is more sensible. Lang Lin said with a smile. It seems that Lang Ning also knew that Yan Tai was not someone she could afford to offend. She was ready to break off relations with him. No matter how unwilling she was, she still had to marry into the Yan mansion. If Lang Ning didn't go, she would be in danger. This girl. Qin Wentian couldn't help but sigh when he saw Lang Ning's evasive gaze. This girl who was cold when they first met was actually very kind-hearted. A third-level divine pattern master. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart, then walked forward and took Lang Ning's hand, causing Lang Ning's body to tremble slightly. Her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Wentian without blinking. Qin Wentian smiled at him like the sun and whispered, "Things are not as complicated as you think." Then, Qin Wentian looked at Lang Ning's father and said, "Lang Ning is my girlfriend. If Yan Tai needs her, just let him come to me." After leaving a word, Qin Wentian was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. Such a father was really disappointing. Holding Lang Ning's little hand, Qin Wentian walked towards the Lang mansion. Lang Ning's beautiful eyes were shining. Looking at Qin Wentian's eyes with a bright smile, she felt her heart beating. This guy still likes to brag so much? He is really good at pretending, as if he doesn't care about anything. But she felt that the arrogant Qin Wentian was so cute. If I can really be his girlfriend, it seems not bad. Lang Ning thought in her heart, and then she felt a little hot on her face. It seems that she is also crazy to have such an idea. Fatty Fannel, who followed over, saw Lang Ning holding Qin Wentian obediently, and couldn't help wiping tears. They are all good brothers, how can the gap be so big? This is too easy to pick up girls, can you just hold them? Lang Ning's father and Lang Lin were a little confused by the words Qin Wentian said. This guy is too arrogant. Does he think the Lang family is his family? If Yan Tai wants someone, he can find him. Can he afford it? Hey, why don't you let go? Back in the courtyard, Lang Ning gave Qin Wentian beside him a cold look. Qin Wentian let go of his hand and touched his nose. HMPH, you are so direct, you don't even ask me if I agree. Lang Ning said with contempt, but there was no anger between her eyebrows. It was obviously a joke. If Qin Wentian really asked her to be his girlfriend, I'm afraid Lang Ning would agree. Then you can refuse. Qin Wentian looked at Lang Ning and said, "You." Lang Ning was completely speechless when she saw Qin Wentian's half-smile. Does this bastard know how to be sympathetic to women? At least give her a little face as a woman. Too bastard, too arrogant, Lang Ning gritted his teeth in hatred. Okay, just think of it as me taking advantage of you. After this matter is resolved, you can dump me. Qin Wentian also knew that Lang Ning was a girl after all, and she had to have some face. He couldn't let Lang Ning take the initiative to tell him to pretend to be her boyfriend, right? This was indeed a bit difficult for a girl. That's more like it. Lang Ning smiled with satisfaction. By the way, Lang Ning, I remember you said that the family originally chose Lang Lin, so things are simple. Since your family can change people, then you can also change back. Qin Wentian shrugged, thinking of Lang Lin's mean look, he felt a little unhappy. If she came to harass him again, it would be interesting. Lang Ning's beautiful eyes flashed when she heard Qin Wentian's words, and then she looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. You guy, you are so mean. But this idea seems to be very good. P.S. The third update is here, and there will be an extra chapter for 950 monthly tickets. Chapter 242 Yan Tai's Strength. Lang Ning's father and Lang Lin obviously had no intention of letting Lang Ning go. If she didn't go to the Yan family, Lang's father would have to bear more pressure in the family. Because of his poor cultivation, Lang's father's status in the family was very low. That's why the family dared to choose Lang Ning to marry Yantai. Strength determines status, status determines treatment. As for Lang Lin, if Lang Ning didn't leave, she would not be at ease. After all, before Lang Ning, the family chose her. Lang Ning saw Lang Lin and the others coming here, and she couldn't help but reveal a smile. Although in her impression, Qin Wentian was a guy who liked to brag, but she felt safe around him. Perhaps it was the innate self-confidence he possessed that brought her a sense of security. He was always calm and indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything. However, once you anger him, he will make you tremble and regret, just like Yan Kong. What a love story. Lang Lin's strange voice sounded again. She came over and said with a smile, Lang Ning, you have to think it over. Not only will you have to bear the wrath of Senior Yantai, but your lover will also be in trouble. Does this have anything to do with you? Lang Lin questioned Lang Lin, making Lang Lin stunned. This girl seemed to be tough. Of course it has something to do with you. After all, it's for your happiness. It's my sister's blessing to marry a person like Senior Yantai. Lang Lin's eyes narrowed, giving people a tricky feeling. Are you sure it's a blessing to marry Yantai? Qin Wentian looked at Lang Lin and asked seriously. Lang Lin frowned, then said, of course. Then I'm relieved. I was worried that I would wrong you. Since you said that marrying Yantai is a blessing, then we sincerely wish you well. Qin Wentian said with a smile, which made Lang Lin's eyes suddenly flash with a cold light. She said coldly, it's not me who is marrying, it's her. I'm not worthy of it. I'd better leave it to you, sister. Lang Ning was awakened by Qin Wentian, and now seeing the change in Lang Lin's expression, she completely understood why Lang Lin had been forcing her to go to the Yan family as soon as possible, just to make herself feel at ease. The young man next to Lang Lin frowned, and a trace of murderous aura flashed in his eyes. The attitude of Qin Wentian and the others made him unhappy. Is it an insult to him to let his woman marry? Do you know the meaning of the 4 words, misfortune comes from the mouth? The young man glanced at Qin Wentian, and the corners of his mouth seemed to be raised with a cold momentum. Qin Wentian looked at the young man, only glanced at him and then looked away, but he said firmly, since she herself said that marrying Yantai is a blessing, then let the Lang family choose someone else. I think she is more suitable. Can you leave now? Lang Lin sneered and leaned on the young man's arm. What an arrogant guy. The young man sneered even more, and then he took Lang Lin's hand and turned away, saying lightly, remember what you said, I will convey it to the people of the Lang family. When he walked to the gate of the other courtyard, the young man took steps continuously, and saw that on the ground, a series of star patterns suddenly appeared, and the twisting divine patterns turned into spears. Suddenly, the young man turned around, stepped on the ground, and a sharp and terrifying spear broke through the air and rushed straight to Qin Wentian. Who? Lang's father looked ugly. The divine pattern of the 2nd level peak could be carved so skillfully. Qin Wentian waved his hand to block the spear. The 2nd level peak divine pattern was only the peak power of the wheel meridian. The 3rd level divine pattern corresponds to the realm of Yuan Fu. Do you know the level of this divine pattern? The young man waved his sleeves, extremely arrogant. Lang Lin sneered at Qin Wentian. She was so young that she could carve the 2nd level peak divine pattern. Her talent was not ordinary. She would become a 3rd level divine pattern master in the future and be worshipped by the family. Her status would also rise. Leaving a voice behind, the young man turned around and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, there were footsteps behind him, which made him frown slightly. A sharp whistle came out, breaking through the air and killing. The young man turned around suddenly, raised his palm and attacked. A terrible big rock whistled and killed, and there was a crashing sound. His footsteps retreated again and again. With a puff, the clothes on his chest shattered and a blood mark appeared on his chest. Finally, the dapping phantom was killed, but the young man also looked embarrassed. He looked up at Qin Wentian, only to see the other party standing there calmly. Under Qin Wentian's feet, the light of the divine pattern was dazzling, and it was a huge dapping shadow. What you carved is also called a divine pattern. Qin Wentian looked at the embarrassed young man teasingly, but the young man's expression changed drastically at this moment, and he looked at Qin Wentian in shock. How could this be possible? How could he carve a 3rd level divine pattern? He knew his attainments in divine patterns very well, and this time he came to the Lang family, in fact, not for Lang Lin, but for a quota to enter that place. He was very clear about his talent in divine patterns. Lang Lin's face suddenly turned pale, and he looked at the scene in front of him numbly, his body trembling slightly. It's over. Lang Lin suddenly felt cold all over when she saw Qin Wentian's half-smiley eyes. Lang Ning had found a third-level divine pattern master. How could the Lang family bear to let Lang Ning marry Yan Tai? This was tantamount to offending Qin Wentian, a third-level divine pattern master, to death. It was because of her boyfriend that the Lang family considered changing her. Now, thinking of this, Lang Lin felt cold all over. She realized what Qin Wentian's conversation with her just now meant. Get lost. Qin Wentian spat out a word unceremoniously. The young man's face turned pale and he pulled Lang Lin, who was cold in his heart, away. Lang Ning's father was still in a daze, looking at the young man in front of him with some shock. Is this his daughter's girlfriend? Huh? Taking a deep breath, Lang's father smiled and said to Lang Ning, Ninger, you know, your father also has his own difficulties. Your father's status in the family is not high. I can't object to what the family asks me to do. Can you leave now? Lang Ning said coldly to Lang's father. Lang's father paused, then nodded to Qin Wentian and left. Haha, family status, why don't you dare to argue for it? The pressure from the family is nothing more than not providing any training resources. Can't you rely on yourself? It's ridiculous. Lang Ning's eyes were a little red, and Qin Wentian patted her shoulder. Turning slowly, Lang Ning looked at Qin Wentian in front of her, and suddenly laughed. Her smile was as bright as the sun. Thank you, it's great to have you. Lang Ning's heart was warm, and she had never felt this way before. It's okay, who makes me a person who cherishes women? Qin Wentian shrugged and smiled, which made Lang Ning roll his eyes at him. You are just conceited. By the way, you have shown your talent as a third-level divine pattern master, and the family will definitely want you to participate in the exchange meeting on behalf of the Lang family. Lang Ning suddenly remembered something and said to Qin Wentian. Exchange meeting. Qin Wentian whispered. Bai Luai had also mentioned this exchange meeting. He was afraid that he could not agree to the Lang family. After all, he had told Bai Luai before that he would help her win the first place. Well, the exchange meeting in the eastern region of Wangzhou City is held by the Overlord Level Force Zhaixing Mansion. They summoned some divine rune masters to assist them in entering a trial secret realm. Those who get the top 3 places in this exchange meeting are eligible to choose to bring some people in. The first place has 10 places, the second place has 8 places, the third place has 6 places. Not only the East region, but other regions in Wangzhou City will also hold exchanges at the same time to select people to accompany those overlord-level forces into the secret realm. The Lang family wants to seize this opportunity, so they ask Yan Tai for help, hoping that Yan Tai can give the Lang family a few places. Yan Tai is the person with the highest voice in the East region. Lang Ning explained to Qin Wentian. Combined with Bai Luai's words, Qin Wentian gradually understood the matter. It turned out that the Lang family sacrificed Lang Ning for this place and gave her to Yan Tai. It was really cruel. If it was just to give the Lang family a few places, there would not be a big problem. In the next few days, people from the Lang family came to visit Qin Wentian, which made Lang Ning deeply feel the warmth and coldness of human nature. Wentian, Lang Ning has been well-behaved and beautiful since she was young. Now she has found a good husband like you, which makes people feel relieved. Lang Ning's grandfather said to Qin Wentian earnestly, with a thick smile on his face, as if he was really a kind elder. However, Lang Ning told Qin Wentian that her grandfather rarely saw her on weekdays. He had many children and grandchildren, many of whom were talented. Lang Ning could only stand aside. When the Lang family said that they wanted to marry Lang Ning to Yan Tai, her grandfather also agreed. In his eyes, Lang Ning was just a tool. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded in a perfunctory manner. I have sent people to negotiate with the Yan family, so you can rest assured. Lang Ning's grandfather said with a smile on his face, but at this moment, a man hurried over, which made Mr. Lang frown and said unhappily, What's the matter? The man looked at Qin Wentian and Lang Ning and said nothing. Wentian and Lang Ning are not outsiders, but you can talk. Mr. Lang shouted. Yes. The man nodded and said, Yan Tai from the Yan family disagrees with a change. He said that Lang Ning is the one he wants. As for Qin Wentian, the Lang family had better not get involved with him. Otherwise, we'll see you at the exchange meeting. The expression of Mr. Lang suddenly changed. His kind eyes suddenly became sharp and flickered. It was unknown what he was thinking. What was wrong with Yan Tai? The Lang family had promised him a lot of benefits, but he actually disagreed with a change. No room for maneuver. Mr. Lang said coldly. Yan Tai's words were firm and decisive. Moreover, He asked the Lang family to send the person as soon as possible, otherwise, we'll see. He also said, he asked someone to prepare to die. The man lowered his head and said that Mr. Lang's expression became more and more ugly. This was indeed Yantai style. As for that someone, it was undoubtedly Qin Wentian. In this case, I'm afraid that one of Yantai and Qin Wentian must be offended. Qin Wentian, a young third-level divine pattern master, has a future. Yantai, a mature and powerful third-level divine rune master, must be better than Qin Wentian at this stage. If they choose Qin Wentian, it means giving up this exchange meeting. Moreover, they need to protect Qin Wentian, because Yantai wants Qin Wentian's life. I'll take my leave first. Old Master Lang reluctantly greeted Qin Wentian and left randomly. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered. This change in attitude can reveal something. And Yantai's very arrogant. P.S. On Monday, don't forget to cast a few free recommendation votes. Wuhan thanks everyone. Chapter 243 Road Raid. Lang Ning's relaxed heart was lifted up again. She looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes and said, the Lang family will not consider any friendship. Profits come first. Yantai is forcing them to make a choice. In the end, the Lang family may still please Yantai. Don't worry, everything will pass. Qin Wentian comforted Lang Ning. I'm fine, but now I've implicated you. I'm afraid Yantai won't let you go. Lang Ning said with some guilt. I volunteered, how can I blame you? Besides, having such a beautiful girlfriend is a pleasant thing. Qin Wentian pinched Lang Ning's cheeks, making Lang Ning blush and glared at him fiercely. You lecherous guy. I call this exercising my boyfriend's power. Qin Wentian felt the smooth skin on Lang Ning's face, and his heart was a little hot, so he quickly moved his hand away. Lang Ning's shy and resentful eyes let him do whatever he wanted, which made him a little unbearable. He secretly thought that the lethality of beautiful women was too great, and he didn't want to make a fate come true. I'm going out for a walk. Qin Wentian turned and left. Lang Ning looked at his back and whispered, you wouldn't dare to do that even if you exercise your power. Qin Wentian's face was dark, and he quickened his pace to leave. He wanted to tease the beauty, but she teased him instead. He was depressed. I'm going out too. Chu Mang followed Qin Wentian, and the two left the Lang mansion together. Qin Wentian looked at Chu Mang and asked, Brother Chu Mang, where do you want to go? Although Chu Wuwei asked Chu Mang to follow him, Qin Wentian was still very polite to Chu Mang, even respectful. Chu Mang's ability in martial arts practice still made him admire him. I'm going to the Hell platform. Chu Mang said, I like it there. It can help me improve my strength faster. Qin Wentian smiled. The Hell platform is indeed a good place to temper combat power. Martial artists break through their limits. The more they are oppressed, the more potential they will burst out. Okay, I'll go with you. Qin Wentian asked, Brother Chu Mang, what do you want to do most after you become strong in cultivation? After coming from the Chu kingdom to the great Xia dynasty, Chu Mang practiced very hard and never slacked off. He must have a strong obsession in his heart. I want to be strong and help my brother practice. I don't want to see my brother die. I want him to live forever and never die. Chu Mang's tone was extremely tenacious, which moved Qin Wentian quite a lot. At this moment, a strong obsession bloomed in Chu Mang. His practice was for his elder brother, Chu Wuwei. He wanted Chu Wuwei to live and never die. Perhaps Chu Wuwei didn't know how strongly he had touched Chu Mang's heart when he said to Chu Mang that Chu Mang would live well and he would grow old. At this moment, Qin Wentian stopped and looked forward. He saw many figures there, one of whom was Yan Kong. There were several figures around Yan Kong, one of whom was thin and ugly, and his triangular eyes gave people a sinister feeling. It's this man who dared to touch my uncle's woman. I don't even know if they had any relationship. Yan Kong said to the sinister young man beside him, with a hint of coldness on his lips. Yan Kong was abused by Qin Wentian, and he really didn't have the face to go home and complain. However, he could use the relationship between Qin Wentian and Lang Ning to make a fuss. He would never forget the humiliation of that day, and he wanted Qin Wentian to die. Master said that after the Lang family sends the woman to the Yan family, Master will give her to me to play with. When I have enough fun, I will refine her into a puppet. A beautiful puppet, but it is very exciting. The sinister young man looked particularly cold, and there was an evil light flashing in his triangular eyes. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly turned cold. What a bunch of beasts! The Yan family didn't even regard Lang Ning as a human being, and gave her to him to play with. And then refined into a human puppet? Qin Wentian burst out with a cold murderous intent. This sinister young man must die today. Haha, what a pity. Yan Kong thought about Leng Ning being abused by the young man, but he had no sympathy at all. Who made Qin Wentian and Leng Ning offend him? Qin Wentian, have you ever thought that today, I will not kill you, but will cripple you, and then capture you alive, and then let you witness with your own eyes how your woman Leng Ning is abused and refined into a human puppet? Yan Kong's expression was a little ferocious. He hated Qin Wentian too much? He had never hated a person so much? Brother Chu Mang, except for this person, kill everyone else. Qin Wentian said to Chu Mang beside him. Chu Mang nodded, and then the momentum of the peak of the 5th level of Yuanfu burst out crazily, a terrifying sharp aura bloomed, and a dazzling golden bow and arrow appeared in his hand. The will of the bow and arrow instantly locked the crowd in front. The power of will. The expressions of Yan Kong and others changed, and then the people around him burst out with a strong breath and stepped towards Chu Mang. The star soul bloomed and the will burst out, all of which were extremely powerful. Swish! The sharp arrows broke through the air, like golden lightning, killing people and taking lives. The first level of the arrow's will, an instant attack. The eyebrows of the two strong men were directly pierced, blood burst out, and one arrow killed them. So fast, how could it be so fast? This is the entry of the first level of will. Yan Kong's face was pale. If this arrow was aimed at him, he would definitely die, and there was no way to avoid it. The realm of will, each level is divided into the initial level, the entry level, the transformation level, and the perfect level. The arrow's will of the initial level, the instant killing power can make the arrow like lightning, the entry level, faster, like a lightning bolt shooting through space. The master of the arrow, thousands of miles away, kills without leaving a trace, and tracks down the soul of a person for thousands of miles. Get close to him, quickly, activate the formation. Yan Kong's expression changed slightly. He was really worried that Chu Mang would use arrows to deal with him, and one arrow could kill him, and he couldn't escape. Sure enough, those strong men rushed towards Chu Mang at a fast speed, and the violent attacks were madly crushed out. Roar! Chu Mang roared, and suddenly a violent golden axe appeared in his hand. His figure seemed to grow larger, and a terrible willpower burst out from the axe. Cut! Chu Mang shouted, cut! The first level of the will of the axe is to cut everything, to kill everything, and Chu Mang's will of the axe has also reached the entry level. Crash! A person's body was split open by Chu Mang's axe, and blood was splattered. Chu Mang's terrifying momentum completely shocked Yan Kong. This guy at the peak of the 5th level of the Yuanfu was too violent. Buzz! Suddenly, lines condensed in this space, and Qin Wentian felt that he was trapped in another space. His expression could not help but condense. Formation. Qin Wentian looked at the space here. It turned out that there had been a formation here, but the divine pattern was covered up by the strange power of the formation. He didn't find it. It seems that he was really careless. Yan Kong smiled when he saw the formation activated. He stared at the formation in front of him and said, okay, I want to see how he dies this time. Soon, Qin Wentian saw the vicious young man and Yan Kong in the formation, but it seemed a little vague, seemingly close, but as if untouchable. Kneel down and beg me, maybe I can kill you now and stop torturing you. Yan Kong stared at Qin Wentian and said, Brother Chu Mang. Qin Wentian shouted, I'm fine, it's just that this space is weird. Chu Mang's voice came. Just hold on. Qin Wentian said, and then he saw the sinister young man in front of him wave his hand, and in an instant, a bunch of black bone spears shot towards him. Qin Wentian closed his eyes, and his powerful consciousness spread out to capture the flowing light patterns. Boom! With a step, it seemed that mountains appeared around him, rising up, and bone spears kept shooting at him, making a rumbling collision sound. It's really a third-level divine pattern master. The sinister young man's eyes became colder, and the bone spears fell like a rain curtain, becoming denser and denser, and the sharp whistling sound was very piercing. The method to break the formation is to solve the formation's heart, and the formation will destroy itself. Qin Wentian remembered a record in the secret book that Bai Lu Ai gave him. In the volume of the divine pattern formation, there are methods to carve formations and techniques to solve formations. However, the formations are ever-changing, and no one can completely see all the formations of others. Then, you can only capture the formation's heart and break it. There. Qin Wentian sensed the black lines. It is said that the core of the formation is hard to find, and it is even harder to break it. Even if you find it, it is still difficult to break it. Qin Wentian did not rush to attack, but frantically resisted the bone spear that was coming. Seeing that the bone spear was getting stronger and stronger, his brows slightly frowned. This disciple of Yantai was so powerful, and Yantai must be even more terrifying. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. If he still doesn't kneel, then pierce his hands and feet, cripple him, and then let him witness with his own eyes how Langning was insulted by you. Yan Kong stared at Qin Wentian and roared. He would return the humiliation of that day to Qin Wentian tenfold and 100-fold. Qin Wentian seemed not to hear his words. His closed eyes suddenly opened, and a sharp light burst out. He saw his fingers tremble forward. In an instant, the formation seemed to be turbulent, and the bone spear was buzzing and trembling. "Rebel!" Qin Wentian shouted in a low voice, and the lines flashed one after another. With a puffing sound, the entire formation suddenly broke apart, causing Yan Kong and the sinister young man to freeze there. Roar! The formation was broken, and Shu Meng next to him ran away again. The giant axe slashed out in anger, and any force blocking the front would be destroyed and shattered. Blood rained, and another strong man died. Qin Wentian took a step forward, and saw that the sinister young man touched the divine pattern ring in his hand. Suddenly, a puppet appeared, a human puppet. The moment Qin Wentian saw this puppet, his pupils shrank. King of Hell! Qin Wentian's expression changed slightly. This sinister young man turned out to be the evil cultivator who had fought with Bai Luai on the Hell stage, codenamed King of Hell. Brother Chu Mang, kill him! Qin Wentian said to Chu Mang while being attacked by the puppet. Chu Mang nodded, and the arrow appeared. In an instant, King of Hell felt like he was being locked, and his face turned pale. Kill! Chu Mang shouted, and 3 arrows shot out at the same time, turning into a stream of terrifying light. The head of the desperate Yan Wang was directly pierced by the arrows. The strong inertia made his body continue to fly forward, and then he fell heavily to the ground and died. This scene frightened Yan Kong so much that his face turned as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Yantai's Fury. Dead, dead. Yan Kong looked at the nailed King Yan. King Yan was dead. Yan Kong's heart trembled slightly, and fear arose spontaneously. That was King Yan, the disciple of his uncle Yantai. He also knew a secret. King Yan was not only his master's disciple, but also his biological son. His uncle Yantai was a monster, a pervert, and a very selfish person. He would never give all his skills to others, even his nephew. At the beginning, Yantai played with a young woman, and the woman accidentally became pregnant with Yantai's son and gave birth to King Yan. But the woman hated Yantai so much that she committed suicide after giving birth to the child. After this incident, Yantai became even more perverted, and he didn't dare to tell King Yan that he was his father, but he was very fond of King Yan and trained him to become a 3rd-level divine pattern master. Yan Kong heard this from his father and told him not to reveal it, but now that King Yan is dead, he seems to be able to imagine the madness of his perverted uncle. Moreover, at this moment, his life is also controlled by Qin Wentian. After the death of the King of Hell, the puppet stood there without anyone controlling it. Chu Mang violently killed the others. Yan Kong stared blankly at Qin Wentian walking towards him step by step, fear seeping into his heart. How do you want to die? Qin Wentian's murderous intent swept out and enveloped Yan Kong, making Yan Kong sit on the ground in fear, saying, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be hunted down by the Yan family. You and your friends will die." Qin Wentian frowned. This was exactly what made him depressed. This was Wangzhou City, not Chu State. The strong men of the Xiangang realm could not run rampant. As a big family in the eastern region of Wangzhou City, the Yan family definitely had many strong men of the Xiangang realm. If they hunted him down, it would be really troublesome. He was afraid that he could not stay here with peace of mind. It was a pity that the White Deer Academy had not been conquered yet. Otherwise, if he controlled the White Deer Academy, he would not be so restrained. He could just kill Yan Kong directly. However, if he didn't kill him, he had to pay a price and let him remember the lessons of these 2 times. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a Fangbian Huoji appeared in his hand. He stared at Yan Kong, who was sitting on the ground. Suddenly, his Fangbian Huoji burst out and stabbed towards Yan Kong's lower body. No! Yan Kong screamed madly, and was so scared that his whole body was trembling. He closed his eyes and felt a chill down there. When he opened his eyes, he found that the Fangbian Huoji was stuck in the ground, but his pants were wet, and his legs were still shaking. I don't want to happen again, otherwise, you will die. Qin Wentian said coldly, and put away the Fangbian Huoji. Then he raised his feet and left. The battle here was seen by many people. If he killed Yan Kong, it would be reported to the Yan family immediately. If he wanted to kill him, he had to find a good place. Yan Kong's body was still shaking, his legs were trembling, and he looked at his wet pants. His face was as ugly as it could be. This shaking was not only due to fear, but also due to humiliation. This was the second time he was humiliated since he met Qin Wentian. A person with no background actually insulted him twice. Just after Qin Wentian left, the puppet that had been in a daze suddenly moved, slowly walked to Yan Kong's side, staring at Yan Kong with cold eyes, making Yan Kong feel that his hair stood on end, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. "Uncle." Yan Kong's voice was slightly trembling. At this moment, the puppet could still move, so there was only one possibility, that his uncle had done something in the puppet and had been accompanying the king of hell. Then, everything here, his uncle already knew. In the Yan family in the eastern area of Wangzhou City, on the attic of the palace, an old man with a black face was flying in the void. He was emitting a terrible cold evil aura, and he kept making hoarse roars. "My son, I will tear out the tendons and bones of the bastard who killed you, making him live a life worse than death, and refine him into a puppet. My son, your father is sorry for you and did not protect you well." Yan Tai roared madly, causing many people below to look up, and some young people showed doubts, but those of the older generation were trembling in their hearts. It seemed that his son was killed, and Yan Tai was going crazy again. But they all knew Yan Tai's character. In the Yan family, he did not give face to the elders, but was extremely doting on his son and taught him everything. Now, he was killed, and no one knew which unlucky person did it. I am afraid he will have to bear Yan Tai's crazy anger. Not long after, Yan Tai appeared beside Yan Kong. Yan Kong had been waiting for Yan Tai to come. The moment he saw Yan Tai, Yan Kong knelt there and said, "Uncle, Conger is sorry for you. I didn't know it would be like this." Yan Kong was really scared when he saw Yan Tai's eyes. If this pervert went crazy, his father's face would be useless. "Who are they?" Yan Tai said hoarsely, and that tone made people feel cold all over. "The person who ordered the killing of my brother is Qin Wentian, who is related to Leng Ning of the Leng family. As for the big guy, I didn't expect him to be so strong." Yan Kong said tremblingly. "Where did he go?" Yan Tai said coldly. "I don't know, but he can run away, but Leng Ning can't." A ferocious look flashed in Yan Kong's eyes. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Yan Tai said coldly, "Let's go to the Leng family." "Okay." Yan Kong nodded and took Yan Kong to the Leng family. Qin Wentian, Leng Ning, they all have to die. Qin Wentian probably would not have thought that the evil puppeteer he asked Chu Mang to kill would be Yan Tai's biological son, nor would he have expected Yan Tai to be so crazy. The reason why he did not kill Yan Kong was that he was afraid that he would not be able to practice with peace of mind. However, many things often go against one's wishes. Qin Wentian and Chu Mang came to the Hell platform. During the time when Qin Wentian and Bai Luai practiced divine patterns together, Chu Mang had already been a frequent visitor to the Hell platform. Chu Mang's code name was Rough Man. His sturdy body was quite consistent with his code name. Moreover, Rough Man had achieved a terrifying record of 63 wins and 1 loss on the Hell platform. This made Qin Wentian quite curious. Who did Chu Mang lose to? Is the person who defeated you very strong? Qin Wentian asked. Well, he is very powerful. He controls 3 kinds of martial arts wills, and they are all entry wills. His star soul and magical power are also powerful. I still can't defeat him now. Chu Mang recalled the battle and whispered, that person appeared when I was about to achieve 50 consecutive victories, and his record was 0. He is a newcomer. I guess you might be arranged by Hull platform. Huh? Qin Wentian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Chu Mang to have such a guess. Brother Chu Mang, why do you say that? Qin Wentian asked curiously. After I lost to him, he didn't continue to accept the challenge. Moreover, There were boos everywhere in the stands. Many people lost meteorites. Hell platform is a battle platform and a casino. They must want to make money. After seeing my strength, even if they bet a lot, they can only win a few meteorites, but there are still many people willing to bet. If I keep winning, Hell platform will lose. They arrange a situation for me to lose, and they can make a lot of money. Chu Mang said naively, but this is just my guess, I don't know if it's right. Yes, a defeat can make Hell Terrace earn back its capital with interest. How can Hell Terrace allow the invincible to exist? The crazier it was before, the more money Hell Terrace will make in that reversal. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and then smiled at Chu Mang. Awesome, I think it's almost certain, it must be someone arranged by Hell Terrace, just to defeat you. Chu Mang saw that Qin Wentian agreed with his guess, and couldn't help but grin. Hell Terrace is not honest, brother Chu Mang. I will help you get back today. Qin Wentian smiled. Chu Mang nodded and said, okay, defeat the person they arranged. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, and once again stepped into the passage below the Hell Terrace. After waiting for a while, he was arranged. Qin Wentian's appearance on the Hell stage did not cause much of a stir. Although he had won 30 consecutive victories, his reputation had not yet fermented. He had only been here once, but many people were still excited. The first time Qin appeared on the Hell stage and won 30 consecutive victories, it seemed that there would be something interesting to watch. Sure enough, Qin soon set off a storm on the Hell stage. No matter what kind of opponent he faced, he seemed to be able to crush him with absolute advantage. It didn't take long for Qin to win 40 consecutive victories. Many people began to pay attention to the Yuanfu battle stage on the left side of the Hell stage, and they were faintly excited. Many speculators knew that the Hell stage might make some moves, and they even bet on Qin to lose. The odds of Qin losing were very scary, because he had won 40 consecutive victories, so the probability of him losing was small. As long as they caught him once, they would make money. But until the 50 consecutive victories, Qin was still winning. What's going on? Will Hell Terrace trick us? Many people cursed in their hearts. Although there were many powerful people who went up, they still seemed to be unable to threaten Qin. In a blink of an eye, the 50-game winning streak turned into a 56-game winning streak. An expert has appeared. Many people were quite excited. The odds were getting more and more terrifying. The odds of Qin losing had reached 80 to 1. At this moment, the person who appeared opposite Qin Wentian was a slightly fat man, codenamed Fatty. His record was 15 wins and 6 losses. This was indeed not a good record. Most people bet on Qin to win, but those speculators were still betting on Fatty. Next, your winning streak will end here. The fat man grinned, which made Qin Wentian stunned. A person with a record of 15 wins and 6 losses said such words to him. Either he was a fool, or he had strong self-confidence. Qin Wentian showed a faint smile on his face. It seemed that Hell Terrace had taken action. Chapter 245 I like him. Qin Wentian looked at the other person, and a strange color flashed across his exposed eyes. Then he chuckled and said, it seems that you are very confident. Confidence comes from strength. The man smiled lightly. He rarely took action. Every time he took action, the Hell stage would pay him a high price. As for his record, it was of course fake. Then let me see how strong you are. Qin Wentian smiled and said. Suddenly, Qin Wentian felt a gust of wind. This gust of wind blew in his ears, as if it was everywhere, covering the battle stage, but the other person's body was still standing there, without moving. The will of the wind. Qin Wentian immediately understood that this was the power of the will of martial arts. The first realm of the will of the wind, that is, the basic realm, is the wind, the power of the wind, the power that is everywhere. The wind blew harder and harder, blowing Qin Wentian's robe, making a rustling sound, and even his eardrums were a little painful in the strong wind. A martial cultivator who had comprehended the power of will was much more terrifying than a martial cultivator who had not comprehended it. Take a simple attack as an example. He had comprehended the will of power, and his attack power could be doubled at the initial stage. The doubled power of a full-strength attack was fatal to people of the same level. Suddenly, the opponent's slightly fat body disappeared in front of him, and Qin Wentian saw his figure in the wind. Fast, very fast, the figure blended into the wind, and the direction kept changing. In just a moment, Qin Wentian only felt a terrifying strong wind sweeping violently. It was a fist shadow, which turned into a straight line. The power of the critical strike blew on Qin Wentian's face. The fist had not arrived, but the fist wind had arrived. Qin Wentian took a step forward, using the nine heavens Kunpeng art. His steps were mysterious and infinite. He retreated like a shadow, dodging the fist shadow that broke through the air. At the same time, his falling mountain palm slapped out, and with a loud bang, the mountain was about to break. The opponent's fist shadow seemed to overlap, and the punches never stopped. Bang! Qin Wentian blasted out his palm power again to resist, and was repelled by the fist shadow. He faintly felt that there were fist shadows whistling everywhere in the wind. The opponent stepped forward step by step with terrifying power. Is this the will of the fist? What is the first realm? Qin Wentian looked at the other party and asked. People in the second realm of Yuanfu can comprehend the dual martial arts will, and comprehend the peak of the first realm. It is already very powerful and may enter the realm at any time. The first level of the will of fist is to strike repeatedly, with fist shadows attacking in overlapping ways, everywhere. The other party's voice was full of strong confidence. It's already very good to have such a long winning streak. Your will of power combined with your attacking magic is enough to defeat too many people, but now, you still have to lose. Really? Qin Wentian smiled, and suddenly, the fat man felt drowsy, as if he was going to sleep. This feeling had never happened before. So sleepy, like sleeping. This was how he felt at the moment, and it was very strong. The momentum he had gathered seemed to be dissipating, and he no longer had the unstoppable intention just now. The first level of the will of sleep is to sleep. The power of this will makes people want to sleep, and when used in battle, the effect will be amazing. My speed is not slow either. A voice suddenly sounded in the fat man's ears, and the fat man bit his lip and roared, and the violent fist shadow turned into a tiger roaring and roaring, and it was endless. But he saw Qin Wentian coming with 5 fingers out, and at this time his body was straight, like a peerless sword. Break! A voice came out, and the tiger was still roaring. However, a terrifying force seemed to penetrate everything and slammed into the fat man. The terrifying force raged in his body, causing him to fly out. He groaned, glanced at the torn clothes on his chest, then looked up at Qin Wentian and took a deep breath. It seemed that he could not shake Qin. If he wanted to stop him from continuing his winning streak, he had to send out stronger people. I lost. The fat man said in a low voice, saluted Qin Wentian, and then walked down the hall stage, which was quite graceful. 57 consecutive wins. The pupils of the crowd under the stands contracted. When the two fought, they understood that the fat man was the strong man sent by the hell stage to stop the winning streak. Those who bet on Qin Wentian to lose immediately ignited hope, but at this moment, hope was shattered. Qin's winning streak continued. It seemed that no one in the second level of Yuanfu could stop him. I wonder if he can achieve a record of 100 consecutive wins. Qin wins, record, 57 wins, 0 losses. The referee announced, and the audience burst into applause. Such a winning streak is already very rare. The name Qin may become a new celebrity on the hell stage. Do you want to continue? The referee asked Qin Wentian. Go ahead. Qin Wentian said lightly, and continued to fight. After winning 60 consecutive victories, he left the stage. Qin's record is 60 wins and 0 losses, and he only took 2 battles to complete these, as if the star energy in his Yuanfu is endless. Qin Wentian returned to the stands, only to see Chu Mang secretly giving him a thumbs up and showing an honest smile. Are you going? Qin Wentian asked with a low smile. Yes. Chu Mang nodded, and he also walked towards the bottom of the hell stage. In the Leng family, a group of people gathered in a hall. At this moment, Yan Tai came to their Leng family and waited outside, with murderous aura. If it were someone else, the Leng family might have ignored him. After all, the Leng family itself is a big family. How could they allow a martial artist from the One Yuan mansion to come here and act rampantly? How to solve it? A person asked from the main seat of the hall. If this matter is not handled properly, don't think about the quota anymore. This trial will not be for my Leng family. I'm afraid Yan Tai will hate my Leng family. Even if our Leng family finds someone to participate in the exchange meeting, I'm afraid they will die in Yan Tai's hands. Only one person spoke up. This person was Leng Lin's father. Some time ago, the family wanted to give Leng Lin to Yan Tai, which scared him out of his wits. Fortunately, Yan Tai refused strongly and only wanted Leng Ning. However, Leng Ning was attached to a third-level weapon refiner, which made him quite depressed. Lucky woman. In your opinion, How should we deal with it? Asked the leader. The dead person is Yantai's disciple. Yantai seems to think highly of this disciple. Qin Wentian is probably doomed to die. Yantai will definitely kill him. If we want to calm Yantai's anger, we can discuss with him and hand Lingning over to him for disposal, and then capture Qin and hand him over to Yantai. He should not refuse such a condition. This seems to be bad for the reputation of the Leng family, right? Lingning's father interrupted. Lingning was his daughter after all. Although he was a bastard, he still had some feelings for her. Humph, your woman caused the trouble, and you still dare to interrupt. If it weren't for your daughter, she would have been given to Yantai long ago. There wouldn't be so many things. Lingning's father's expression froze, and he felt a few cold lights falling on him. He sighed in his heart. Without strength, there would be no status. Who will go to discuss with Yantai? The leader said. I'll go. Linglin's father said. Wait, do we really have to give up the face of the Leng family and a young third-level refiner for Yantai? Lingning's father was still fighting for it. He killed Yantai's disciple, right? Asked the old man in the lead. Yes. Lingning's father nodded. At this time, Yantai wants revenge. If our Leng family tries to stop him, do you think the Yan family will get involved? The old man asked again. Lingning's father's expression froze. Now the Yan family also had to rely on Yantai. If Yantai was determined to take revenge, the Leng family would stop him. The Yan family would take action. He could only nod. Although this third-level divine pattern master is extraordinary, it is not worth it compared to the price we have to pay to protect him. The old man said lightly. In this case, then, keep an eye on Lingning and don't let him run around. In addition, be ready to capture the divine pattern master at any time and send him to Yantai to resolve Yantai's anger. The Leng family decided to abandon Qin Wentian and protect Yantai. Not only that, but they also had to help Yantai and capture Qin Wentian. Since they had already offended Qin Wentian, they should do it cleanly and not let him have the chance to turn over. Okay. Everyone present nodded, causing Lingning's father to look bewildered. Lingning was very happy to know a third-rank divine pattern master. This way, his status could be improved. In addition, Lingning was his daughter after all. If there was hope, he still hoped that she would be fine. But now, hope is shattered. After weighing the pros and cons, the Leng family gave up Lingning and Qin Wentian, which made him feel lost and bewildered. Lingning had already felt something was wrong after Yantai came to the Leng family. Her intuition told her that what was coming would still come. It seemed that this was her fate and she could not avoid it. Even if there was a ray of hope, it would still be shattered. Therefore, she sneaked out of the Leng family before the Leng family made a decision. Outside the Leng family mansion, Lingning and Fan Li were running fast, but at this moment, Lingning stopped. Fan Li turned and looked at her, saying, "Come with me and find the boss." "You go, don't worry about me," Lingning said to him. "No." Fan Li's body trembled slightly. "You must go with me. The boss will find a way. Believe in him." Lingning's eyes were red, and he shook his head frantically, saying, "This is my fate. Tell him that without him, I would have gone to the Yan family and become the woman of that devil. He gave me a glimmer of hope. Although the ending cannot be changed, I am really grateful to him. Tell him not to come back. If I have something, don't avenge me." As he said that, Lingning steps back. "You can't go back," Fan Li shouted. "Go." Lingning roared, then turned around and ran towards the Leng family. This scene made Fan Li's face red and painful, and the little guy in his arms made a whimpering sound. At this moment, Fan Li saw the graceful figure in front of him stopped, and Lingning turned his head to look at Fan Li. At this moment, Lingning's eyes showed a touching smile. "Tell that arrogant guy that I like him." Lingning finished speaking, then turned around with a smile and walked towards the god of death again. That last ray of smile, sunny and bright, will always be imprinted in Fan Li's heart. P.S. Today is the second update. I still need more than 30 monthly votes to reach the extra update number. Can I reach it today? Him will work hard on writing. Chapter 246 Withering. There was pain and struggle in Fan Li's eyes, and his fat body trembled slightly. He hated the feeling of powerlessness. Lingning was probably determined to die when she left, and she didn't plan to live at all. She had never thought of becoming the devil's woman before. Although they had only been together for a few months and didn't have a deep relationship, they had established a friendship after seeing each other day and night. Now, Fanel felt very uncomfortable when he thought that she might die, and he trembled all over. It seemed that there was a fire burning in his body. Roar. Fanel let out a low roar, then turned around and walked to the window of a second-floor building not far away, looking in the direction of the Ling mansion. He saw a group of strong men flying in the air in the mansion, and they obviously found Lang Ning's escape. Lang Ning. Seeing Lang Ning coming back, Lang Lin's father in the void shouted coldly, and the Lang family handed this matter over to him to deal with. Lang Lin was also beside her. She said coldly, "Bitch, don't blame the family for what your man did. No one can save you. Lang Ning, you really deserve to die." Someone else started to curse. Lang Ning looked at the faces in front of her. Her heart was extremely cold. Is this the so-called family? Finally, Lang Ning looked at the skinny old man on the left. His evil eyes scanned her body coldly. There was no doubt that this must be Yantai. Lang Ning, the family intends to hand you over to Yantai for disposal. Lang Lin's father said again. Disgusting. Lang Ning glanced at him and said coldly, a huge Lang family actually handed me over to an outsider just to ask others to do something. It's disgusting. I feel ashamed to be born in such a family. After speaking, Lang Ning turned and left. Lang Lin's father saw a cold smile in his eyes. He stepped forward and his figure instantly pounced on Lang Ning, grabbing the other party with his palm. However, Lang Ning suddenly turned around and stabbed Lang Lin's father with a dagger. His heart was dead, so what was there to fear? Lang Lin's father's pupils shrank, and then his palm trembled, and a golden light shone. He directly grabbed the dagger with his hand, and then slapped Lang Ning with his other palm. He was really presumptuous. But Lang Ning's hand directly grabbed his arm and let the palm force hit him. A mouthful of blood sprayed directly on the other's face, but she refused to let go. You are looking for death? Lang Lin's father's face was covered with blood, and he shouted angrily. The palm holding the dagger suddenly twisted, and a snapping sound came out. Lang Ning's arm was twisted off, but she didn't hum, and kicked Lang Lin's father fiercely. Get out. Lang Lin's father shouted angrily, and swung his arm, throwing Lang Ning's body directly to the ground, making a loud bang. Don't get it dirty, this woman, I still want to play. Yantai said coldly with murderous eyes, and Lang Lin's father let go. Lang Ning got up from the ground, her right arm hanging down. Her cold eyes swept across the faces in front of her, as if she wanted to remember them forever. It's my fault that I, Lang Ning, was born in such a despicable family. You want to sacrifice me, I accept it, after all, I was born in your Lang family. Lang Ning looked at the people of the Lang family and said coldly, but I tell you, Qin Wentian is a third-ranked divine pattern master. He has been recognized by the Beilu Academy when he was studying there. He has nothing to do with me. He is not my boyfriend as you think. On the contrary, Beilu likes him and practices divine patterns with him. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Beilu Academy to inquire, or you can ask Yan Kong. Lang Ning pointed at Yan Kong who was beside Yantai and said, Yan Kong thought he could get Beilu Yi's favor, but Beilu liked Qin Wentian, and Yan Kong was humiliated, so he retaliated against Qin Wentian, which led to someone's death. If you want to settle this account, you should find Yan Kong. The people of the Lang family and Yantai all looked at Yan Kong, which immediately made Yan Kong's face turn ashen. You're lying. Even if Beilu Yi values Qin Wentian, she only cultivates divine patterns with him. Don't think you can protect him this way. Yan Kong looked ferocious. Qin Wentian hasn't been back to the Lang family for a few months. He lives with Beilu Yi day and night. Beilu Yi is such a proud woman. She lives with Qin Wentian day and night for so long. Don't you think they are secretly in love? Yan Kong, don't deceive yourself. The Lang family wants to sacrifice me, I admit it, but if the Lang family wants to deal with Qin Wentian to please Yantai, you should think clearly whether you can withstand the wrath of Beilu Academy. Beilu Yi sneered repeatedly, and sure enough, the expressions of the people in the Lang family changed. Seeing Yan Kong said nothing, they realized that this seemed to be true. Yantai wants to deal with Qin Wentian. If he has the ability, go ahead. If the Lang family wants to get involved, that will be interesting. And I can tell you clearly now that Qin Wentian, a third-level divine pattern master, will attend the exchange meeting with Beilu Yi. Think about his status in Beilu Academy. Also, if he defeats Yantai, I wonder if your Lang family will regret what happened today. Beilu Yi had no way of knowing what the relationship between Qin Wentian and Beilu Yi was, and she didn't know if Qin Wentian would attend the exchange meeting with Beilu Yi, But what she wanted was to intimidate the Leng family to see if they dared to touch Qin Wentian. As for herself, before meeting Qin Wentian, she had thought that if the family finally forced her, she would die. So, for her who had been mentally prepared, death was nothing to be afraid of. It was just that the appearance of Qin Wentian gave her a ray of hope. The person that Bai Luai likes has such a promising future, but your Leng family gave up just to please Yan Tai, and even wanted to deal with him. The Leng family will regret your decision, and I will curse your Leng family. The Leng family will be destroyed by your humble and unprincipled people. After saying that, a dagger appeared in Leng Ning's hand. Yan Tai frowned and said, "Stop her." As soon as he finished speaking, Leng Ning's dagger slashed across her neck, and blood splattered. The people of the Leng family showed a look of surprise and shock, and leaned forward, but everything was too late. Leng Ning's eyes were still open, and the cold voice continued to sound, "Leng family, you are ready to regret and pay the price. A family that has lost its humanity and principles will surely go to destruction. You." Leng Lin's father trembled slightly, and then Leng Ning's body fell down. Her beautiful eyes looked at the sky, where a white cloud was floating, clean and beautiful. Above the white clouds, Leng Ning seemed to see a handsome figure. He always had a charming and confident smile, and he seemed to care nothing about the world. "Arrogant guy," Leng Ning whispered in her heart. Her eyes slowly closed and she left with a smile. Just think of it as a sleep. When she fell asleep, the nightmare would be over. When she fell asleep, no one would force her to marry the devil. The blood dyed Leng Ning's body red. The people of the Leng family looked at the corpse on the ground. Leng Ning's curse still echoed in their ears. They all felt bad. Leng Ning's death had a great impact on them, especially those resolute and cold voices. The Leng family would regret their choice. The Leng family would surely go to destruction. This was the curse before the girl died. You think death can solve everything? Yan Tai stared at the girl's body, his eyes still gleaming with evil. "Even if you die, I will refine you into a puppet. Who will be responsible for my son's death? It doesn't matter if Bai Luai likes a man, he still has to die." Yan Tai's sinister voice seemed to make the Leng family sober up a little. Hearing his words, the Leng family couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. His son? The dead person was not Yan Tai's disciple? They seemed to understand that his disciple was Yan Tai's biological son. No wonder he hated so much and wanted revenge so much. Enough. A shouting voice came, and Leng Ning's father walked to Leng Ning, squatted down, stared at Yan Tai angrily, and said, "She didn't kill the person. She is already dead. You still want to refine her into a puppet, are you human?" Yan Tai stared at him with a cold light in his eyes, and Leng Lin's father shouted, "You are so presumptuous, come back to me." Leng Ning's father glanced at him coldly, then he picked up Leng Ning's body and walked away. When he saw his biological daughter died here, he, as a father, felt heartbroken. As a member of the Leng family, he was oppressed by the family and did many things that were sorry for Leng Ning, but at this moment, he was really uncomfortable and painful. Yan Tai didn't even let go of his daughter's body. Yan Tai laughed coldly, stepped forward, and walked behind Leng Ning's father. Suddenly, a puppet appeared in front of him, and the puppet ran towards Leng Ning's father quickly. Leng Ning's father put Leng Ning down and walked towards the puppet. At the moment of collision, Leng Ning's father was shocked back. Yan Tai slowly came to Leng Ning and whispered, "Don't think of peace even if you die. And Qin Wentian and the archer, you will all die miserably and become my puppets." In the distance, Fan Li was watching the scene from the window. The flame in his body was burning crazily. His face was distorted, and the burning flame suddenly ignited. The imperial flame blood burst out crazily. Boom! His breath climbed crazily and broke through at this moment. His eyes gradually glowed with golden light under the burning flame. Behind him, a bow and arrow appeared, bathed in golden flames. "Leng Ning, I will avenge you." Fan Li's voice was hoarse and low. With a loud bang, the whole room burned. Yan Tai and others in the distance looked back and forth here, and then they saw 9 dazzling flaming arrows coming angrily. The arrows were as fast as lightning, like terrible streams of light. "Humph!" Yan Tai snorted coldly. Seeing the arrow coming, he clapped his palm. A black palm print emerged and suddenly imprinted on the arrow. However, at the same time, 3 arrows turned from the sky and made a buzzing sound, as if wailing. Buzz! The arrow swooped down and pierced directly next to Leng Ning's body. It suddenly burned, and the terrible flames directly wrapped Leng Ning's body inside. "Who?" Yan Tai saw this scene and shouted angrily at the distance. Then he saw a fat man bathed in flames riding on a monster and leaving, turning into a golden stream of light. P.S. 1050 monthly tickets and more chapters are given. Brothers, remember not to forget to recommend votes. Chapter 247 Heartfire. Qin Wentian didn't know what happened in the Leng family, but he had a faint irritable emotion in his heart, which made him uneasy. He didn't know why he had such a feeling, as if he was infected by someone. Qin Wentian didn't know that the reason for such an emotion was because the little bastard's emotion at the moment infected him. Qin Wentian didn't want to continue watching the battle on the hell platform. After Chu Mang came out, the two left together, and this time the harvest was quite rich. With the improvement of the record, they could get more rewards for each battle. As long as you have the ability, the hell platform is indeed a paradise, and you can quickly earn media rights. In addition to talent and will, the cultivation of martial life cultivators also needs to accumulate resources. Media rights are universal resources and the currency of the continent. Not everyone comes from a big family and has family forces to provide cultivation resources. Most people have to rely on themselves to fight and obtain resources. Where are we going? Chu Mang asked Qin Wentian. This place is closer to Beilu Academy. Let's go to Beilu Academy first. Qin Wentian responded. By the way, he also wanted to ask Beilu Yi about some of the Yan family's situations, such as how powerful the Yan family is, what is Yan Kong's position in the Yan family, and how strong Yan Tai is. These are what he wanted to know. The guards of Beilu Academy were quite polite to Qin Wentian and let him pass easily. After all, they saw Beilu Yi and Qin Wentian walking together and had a very good relationship. Naturally, they would not be so presumptuous as to stop Qin Wentian, which would only make Miss Yi unhappy. When Beilu Yi saw Qin Wentian coming over, a faint smile appeared on her frosty face, and she said, I'm here. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded gently. I want to find out something from you. Not long ago, Yan Kong brought people to kill me. One of them was the king of hell you met on the hell platform. He is Yan Tai's disciple and makes human puppets. I asked Brother Chu Mang to kill him. What is the relationship between this person and Yan Tai? How strong is Yan Tai? Kill the king of hell. Beilu Yi frowned slightly, and then said, Yan Tai has a very bad reputation outside. Others call him a devil. He is insidious, vicious, cunning and perverted, but he has a high level of attainment in divine patterns. His cultivation is not very strong. He is at the 5th level of Yuanfu realm, but he can easily kill strong people in the same level with his ability in divine patterns. There are far fewer powerful divine pattern masters than Wu Ming cultivators. Yan Tai is a top-level 3rd-level divine pattern master at the level of Yuanfu in the east region of Wangzhou City. He has a strange personality, but he is very good to his disciple. His brothers can't order him to do things, but he is willing to teach his skills to his disciple. If you kill his disciple, I'm afraid Yan Tai will go crazy. Qin Wentian frowned. It seems that the Yan Wang he killed is still a difficult person. As for Yan Tai, he is not worried about his revenge on him. Kinger is still by his side. How long will it take for the exchange meeting to start? Qin Wentian asked again. There are still more than 40 days. I have to work hard. Beilu Yi smiled and Qin Wentian nodded gently. However, at this moment, a babbling sound suddenly sounded in his mind, which seemed a little irritable. This made Qin Wentian's pupils shrink. The little bastard came nearby. Looking up at the void, Qin Wentian saw the transformed little bastard flying in the air with Fanel on his back. Fanel's eyes were red, and there was even a faint terrible flame burning, full of violent meaning. What's wrong? Qin Wentian had a bad premonition. Beilu Yi beside him waved to the people who came to chase and intercept Fanel, and those people disappeared quietly. Buzz! The little bastard turned back, and his young body threw himself into Qin Wentian's arms, still making unclear sounds. Qin Wentian gently stroked its snow-white fur, but his eyes were looking at Fanel. Ling Ning, she's dead. Fanel seemed to still have a flame burning in her body, and spit out a sound at Qin Wentian. Boom! Qin Wentian only felt his head tremble violently. Ling Ning, she's dead? No. Qin Wentian shook his head. This is impossible. He came out of the Ling family and everything was fine. How could he die? However, Fanel's eyes told him that all this was true. Ling Ning, she was dead. There was a crackling sound, and Qin Wentian clenched his fists. The lines on his face twitched slightly, and his eyes gradually changed and became cold. There seemed to be a terrible coldness emanating from him, which made Beilu Yi beside him tremble in her heart. This young man with clean eyes and a calm demeanor was angry at this moment. Yan Tai and the Lang family forced her to death. Family continued. Yan Tai's disciple died, and he went to the Lang family to ask for someone. The Lang family decided to send Lang Ning to him and capture you. Lang Ning, she was unwilling to be humiliated and committed suicide. The flame of anger burned in Qin Wentian's body. His cold eyes seemed to be able to kill people, extremely cold, as sharp as a knife. Lang Ning, she is from the Lang family. Yan Tai's disciple died. Yan Tai wanted someone. He should look for me. The Lang family, a big family, sent the descendants of the clan away. Qin Wentian's words were cold, and there was a terrible demonic aura on his body, a powerful demonic aura that made people tremble. Yes, the Lang family did that, and they wanted to send you out as well to calm Yan Tai's anger. Family stared into Qin Wentian's eyes. The same anger burned in the eyes of both of them. Lang Ning knew that the Lang family would not let her go, so she let me escape, but she refused to leave. She knew that she was a member of the Lang family, and no one would fight against the Lang family in Yan Tai to protect her. If she looked for you, the Lang family would ask you for you. Lang Ning, she was afraid of implicated you. Every word of Fan Li hurt Qin Wentian's heart, so she went back, and she told the people of the Lang family that you are the person Miss Bai Lu likes, and you will represent Bai Lu Academy to participate in the exchange meeting. She wants the Lang family to not dare to look for you. If she dies, the Lang family will have no reason to look for you. She gave up escaping for you. For me. Qin Wentian's eyes hurt. That silly woman who he had only known for a few months gave up the hope of escape because the Lang family did not dare to deal with him. She said that this was her fate, and it would be the same even if you didn't show up, so she didn't want you to be implicated. She chose to accept the arrangement of fate, and she also said that she likes you. She likes you. Fan Li's words constantly stimulated Qin Wentian's heart, which was very painful and uncomfortable. A terrible murderous intent emanated from Qin Wentian's body. Where is her body? Qin Wentian asked while enduring the pain. Yan Tai, he said he wanted to insult Lang Ning's body and refine it into a puppet, so I burned the body. Fan Li roared in a low voice, I want Yan Tai to die, and I want the person who made the decision in the Lang family to die. I will. Qin Wentian took a deep breath and looked into the void. He seemed to see Lang Ning's smiling face. She was laughing and scolding, a boastful guy. Bai Lu Ai walked to Qin Wentian's divine weapon, looked into his eyes and said, if you want revenge, you must be calm. Qin Wentian looked at Bai Lu Ai, and the clean eyes on her pure face were crystal clear, as if they could see through people's hearts. You will live in Bai Lu Academy from now on. No one from the Lang family or the Yan family dares to come here to cause trouble. Bai Lu Ai continued. I want to kill Yan Tai. Qin Wentian stared at Bai Lu Ai and said. Yan Tai is also angry now. He must have brought many masters with him. The exchange meeting is coming soon. The people of the Yan family will never let Yan Tai die. If you want to kill Yan Tai, then you can kill him at the exchange meeting. Bai Lu Ai said, and the Lang family, the reason why they did such a despicable thing and offered Lang Ning to calm Yan Tai's anger is also for the exchange meeting. You killed Yan Tai at the exchange meeting and also shattered the hope of the Lang family. Bai Lu Ai's beautiful eyes were still clear, and then she pulled Qin Wentian's arm and said, come with me. Qin Wentian did not move. Bai Lu Ai turned her head and looked at him. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to melt people's hearts. Do you want revenge, or do you want to die because of impulse? The Yan family and the Lang family are both powerful forces in the eastern region. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, and then let Bai Lu Ai pull him towards the depths of Bai Lu Academy. Bai Lu Ai held his arm and took him to the back mountain of Bai Lu Academy, to the green hillside meadow. There was wind, green grass, and lake water here. It was clear and clean, which made people feel calm. Calm down here. If you want revenge, you can't be impulsive. Bai Lu Ai said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He suddenly realized that he might meet many people and many things on his way to grow up. Some of these people would become his good friends. However, the martial arts world is full of grievances and hatreds. He doesn't seem to have the ability to make everyone well. He thought he could help Lang Ning, but Lang Ning, she died. Qin Wentian looked at Fan Li next to him. Today, he was probably in danger, right? Bai Lu Ai sat not far from Qin Wentian. She could understand Qin Wentian's feelings. At this age, it was the age of burning blood. His friend was killed, and it was to save himself. How could he not be angry and roar? However, that was useless. Strength is the root of everything. Qin Wentian sat there, the breath on his body gradually cooled down, and the anger seemed to be extinguished, but it was only temporarily hidden, not disappearing. The breeze brushed Qin Wentian's cheek and lifted his clothes. His eyes were still closed, just sitting in the green grass. This sitting lasted for 7 days. In these 7 days, the rage in him had long disappeared, and he seemed to have become calmer. He thought a lot. He opened his eyes, and his eyes were clean and clear at this time, as if he had become different. Qin Wentian looked up and looked at the white clouds floating in the sky. Above the white clouds, he seemed to see Lang Ning's smiling face, just like Lang Ning saw his calm face when he was dying. The innocent and straightforward girl went away with the wind, but the memory of her in people's hearts could not be erased. In Qin Wentian's body, blood flowed quietly, and wisps of blood-colored runes jumped. Every wisp of blood-colored light pattern contained a terrifying and tyrannical breath. However, at this moment, they all seemed particularly quiet, circulating in Qin Wentian's body, and the innate rage was hidden in it, as if it came from the ancient times, full of powerful and tyrannical intentions. But at this moment, that powerful and tyrannical intention seemed calm. Because, in the center of the vortex, strands of golden blood were flowing slowly, gradually turning into a candlelight. This candlelight seemed very weak, but it calmed this blood world and made it quiet. This flame was like a heart fire. Chapter 248 Death List. Qin Wentian stood quietly on the grass. At this moment, he gradually had a strange feeling. His perception seemed to be getting stronger. He could capture the flow of blood in his body and the circulation of every ray of star energy. He could also capture the singing of insects and the gentle hum of the wind. Of course, he also felt the changes in his body. The violent blood power became quiet and flowed around the candle flame that was born, as if welcoming its birth and dancing happily. It was hard to imagine that this extremely violent blood power would be so close to another power. Not only close, but also obedient and welcoming its arrival, like a minister welcoming his king. Around the candle flame, strands of golden lines flowed, making Qin Wentian wonder, are these bright golden lines a trace of blood power? What is this candle flame that was born? Why did it make his perception stronger? Moreover, as strands of golden lines flowed into the candlelight seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. The violent blood was roaring again, and it was raging wildly and happily in Qin Wentian's body, welcoming the arrival of the king. Gradually, Qin Wentian's body seemed to have a ray of light. His heart blood was bright, and his 3 yuanfu were also bright. Every ray of starlight seemed to be brighter. The 3 yuanfu pool seemed to be wrapped in a wonderful power, and the star power in them was also surging and roaring wildly. Qin Wentian felt the changes in his body and sat cross-legged. He felt faintly that the candlelight that was born seemed to be a wonderful blood power that was awakening and transforming his body. The little guy seemed to feel the changes in Qin Wentian's body. A ray of golden light seemed to flash in his eyes. He slowly came to Qin Wentian's feet and lay there, very quiet. Bai Luai and Fan Li both looked at Qin Wentian. They saw that Qin Wentian was very peaceful at this time. He seemed to be shrouded in a wonderful state of mind. His temperament seemed to have changed. There seemed to be a faint light on him, giving people a strange feeling. Mysterious guy. Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian and whispered. This guy always gave him a sense of mystery. He had a strong talent for divine patterns and powerful fighting ability. Moreover, some of his cognition and understanding always shocked her. For some views on divine patterns, even some elders in her family never dared to shoot at them, such as using the power of the reverse divine pattern to crack the divine pattern. What made Bai Luai speechless was that he had a good talent, but he practiced very hard and had a strong obsession. If such a person said that he would not rise in the future, Bai Luai would never believe it. Qin Wentian naturally didn't know what Bai Luai was thinking. At this time, he was completely immersed in the changes in his body and cooperated with that power to baptize his body. Qin Wentian sat there for another 3 days. The breeze was still blowing gently. A crisp sound was heard, as if a mysterious power had broken out of its shell. Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian, and then a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. He has broken through. I didn't expect that he would break through the realm of cultivation and enter the 3rd level of Yuanfu after being stimulated. Qin Wentian's eyes opened again. He had indeed broken through and entered the 3rd level of Yuanfu. The 3 Yuanfu expanded at the same time. Not only that, his body also underwent a wonderful change. This feeling was indescribable. It was very strange, but he knew that his perception of everything had become stronger. Even some of the difficult problems recorded in the few volumes of secret books that Bai Luai gave him at the beginning, he could not figure it out before, but now, he suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. Moreover, some of the complex third-level divine patterns that had stumped him in the past, he always had no way to see through and understand them, but at this moment, it seemed to be suddenly clear. Everything has become different. The candlelight is lit, the heart fire appears, and the mind is revealed. As long as he has a wisp of thought, he can hear voices far away, and he can also hear the voice deep in his heart. Qin Wentian looked at Bai Luai and smiled softly. Thank you. Why thank me? It's just that you were hot-headed for a while, and now you have finally calmed down. As for revenge, why rush it? That will only make things worse. Bai Luai's pure face showed a touching smile. Feeling the changes in Qin Wentian, there was a ray of light in her beautiful eyes. This guy has become more handsome and handsome. He is really good looking. It seems that there is a strange temperament in him. He even gave Bai Luai an illusion that there seems to be a ray of light on him, an invisible and intangible light, but it makes her have such an illusion. Good looking. Qin Wentian saw Bai Luai's beautiful eyes staring at him, and asked with a faint smile. Yes. Bai Luai nodded gently, and suddenly seemed to realize something. A blush appeared on her face. The shy look matched with a pure and moving face, which made her look even more stunning. Bai Luai glared at Qin Wentian, a little bit like a girl, but she also secretly cursed herself for losing control. She actually kept staring at a man, which was really embarrassing. However, Qin Wentian didn't care, but just smiled casually. His eyes looked into the distance. Although his strength has improved, it seems that it is far from enough. The third level of Yuanfu is just a lower-end figure in the vast and powerful Great Xia dynasty. Only by entering the Xiangang realm can he have some capital. Because he has no powerful forces to support him behind him, he can only rely on his own strength, so he needs to be strong. We need to speed up the pace of controlling Bailu Academy. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. Lang Ning's face seemed to appear in his mind again. He didn't like Lang Ning, but Lang Ning's death had a great impact on him. Perhaps in addition to his anger and hatred towards the Lang family in Yantai, he also hated his own incompetence and arrogance. He thought he could control everything, but found that he could not do anything at all. Bai Luai, can you do me a favor? Qin Wentian looked at Bai Luai. You say. Bai Luai nodded gently. Help me check Lang Ning's death, all the people in the Lang family who were involved, all, and Yam Kong's movements. I want to control it. I also need a copy of all the information about the Yam family and the Lang family. Qin Wentian looked at Bai Luai and said. Okay. Although they didn't spend much time together, Bai Luai could feel how persistent Qin Wentian was. He had a strong obsession. Once he wanted to do something, he would definitely do it, and he would do it well. Just like studying divine patterns, he was extremely good. I'll ask someone to do it now. Bai Luai stood up and said. Thank you. Qin Wentian smiled gratefully. Bai Luai didn't owe him anything. On the contrary, he came to Bailu Academy to study. Bai Luai gave him a lot and even showed him the secret manuals of the family. He was really grateful to this pure and beautiful girl. Aren't we friends? Bai Luai smiled. Of course. Qin Wentian nodded. Then why do you like to thank me? Besides, you have helped me a lot. Your insights into divine patterns are really helpful to me. Bai Luai smiled and walked towards the direction of the academy. Watching the girl steps away, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a bright smile. Divine pattern. Qin Wentian whispered, and he stretched out his hand, and a little starlight gathered on his fingertips. Then, a wisp of jumping patterns emerged, as if active in the void. Gradually, on the palm of Qin Wentian, a shadow of a big rock appeared. Qin Wentian waved his palm, as if a gust of wind blew past, and the big rock roared into the sky, with anger, and rushed straight into the sky. However, Qin Wentian closed his eyes again. A day later, when Bai Luai came here again, she felt her whole body tremble suddenly. She saw Qin Wentian sitting cross-legged on the grass, and a wonderful power enveloped his body. In his body, it seemed that there was a blood power that dominated the world, surging, as if it came from the ancient times. She seemed to see a high and mighty figure, staring at her with a terrifying look, making her feel a little humble. A huge pattern appeared around Qin Wentian, or rather, it could no longer be called a pattern, because it had already turned into a huge hole. A huge black rock floated behind Qin Wentian, its huge figure filled with terrifying might, and its sharp and cold eyes seemed to be real. Is this really a demon beast formed by the divine pattern? Ba Luai was trembling in her heart, and she could not believe her eyes. Fan Li and Chu Mang beside her were also shocked. The appearance of the rock gave them a terrible feeling, and even Chu Mang felt that he was threatened. The terrifying rock gradually dissipated, as if it had returned to the divine pattern on the ground. Qin Wentian smiled when he saw Bai Luai's shocked expression and said, I have made some breakthroughs these days, and my perception of the divine pattern has become stronger. I can easily depict the third-level divine pattern. What Qin Wentian did not say was that not only did his perception of the divine pattern become stronger, but his perception of everything became stronger. Is this a divine pattern of the third-level peak? Bai Luai asked, staring at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. Although it can be carved, it will take some time. It may be difficult to do it during the battle. We still need some hard training. Qin Wentian did not deny it. Being able to carve such a divine charm, as if it were real, this exchange meeting will give us a better chance. Bai Luai said with a smile, and then walked over and handed some files in his hand to Qin Wentian. These were some of the information they had found out. Qin Wentian took the files and flipped through them. There were many names carved on them, and they were all related to Leng Ning's death. Leng Jian, Leng Ning's uncle, Leng Lin's father, was at the 7th level of Yuan Fu. He had always advocated sacrificing Leng Ning, and he was also responsible for capturing Leng Ning. He was one of the main culprits. Leng Mao, a deacon elder of the Leng family, was at the 9th level of Yuan Fu. He had the right to decide on Leng Ning. He handed the matter of capturing Leng Ning to Leng Jian. He was one of the main culprits. Leng Lin, one of the young ladies of the Leng family, was at the 2nd level of Yuan Fu. She was the first person chosen by the Leng family to be sacrificed. It was because of the intervention and various actions of her father and daughter that Leng Ning replaced her, becoming one of the culprits. The names were listed one by one, all of whom were related to Leng Ning's death. Now in Qin Wentian's hands, it was like a death list. Chapter 249 Metamorphosis. In Beilu Academy, on the grassy area behind the mountain, bright star arrows were shot out with terrible whistling sounds. Chu Mang's body was filled with fierce and domineering power. He stretched the bow and arrow in his hand, and the lines on his arms revealed a strong beauty. In front of Chu Mang, a figure turned into a series of phantoms, dodging the arrows quickly. Quick, brother Chu Mang, you can go faster and use the power of the arrow wheel. Qin Wentian shouted to Chu Mang with ease. Okay, you be careful. Chu Mang nodded and shouted. The power of the martial arts will spread out. The arrows were buzzing, and more terrible streamers bloomed, and an arrow shot out instantly. Qin Wentian stared at the front, only to feel a beam of light shooting at him. Fast, the speed of such an arrow is too terrible. During the battle, a distracted person will die under the arrow. Therefore, in a group battle, if one of the parties has a strong archer, it will be very terrible, and he must be killed first. Qin Wentian stared at the arrows in front of him. He felt as if the space around him had stopped. The wind's trajectory was clearly visible. His heart was moving, and he seemed to be able to capture the trajectory of everything. Buzz! The terrifying arrows tore through the wind and brushed Qin Wentian's ears. The terrible tearing sound made Qin Wentian feel a little pain in his eardrums, but his eyes showed excitement and he said, Brother Chu Mang, it's not enough, shoot more arrows at the same time. Chu Mang also showed excitement. 3 arrows broke through the air at the same time. The terrifying light frightened Bai Luai and Fan Li beside him. With such a terrifying speed, they only felt that the attack would fall on Qin Wentian's head in an instant, but they saw Qin Wentian dodge at the critical moment. The thrilling degree made their hearts beat non-stop. This kind of training was too crazy. Moreover, Qin Wentian and Chu Mang had no intention of stopping. The terrifying arrows were like a rain of arrows, and Qin Wentian also exerted his ability to the limit. Catcha! Suddenly, Bai Luai and Fan Li saw Qin Wentian holding the Fang Bian Huo Ji in his hand, and he actually broke the arrow shot directly. At the same time, his body attacked Chu Mang. This madman! Fan Li cursed in a low voice. Chu Mang and Qin Wentian practiced madly, day after day, as if they never knew fatigue. Although Qin Wentian was suppressed, Bai Luai and Fan Li were still shocked. Now, Qin Wentian's halberd was much more powerful than before. It even gave people an illusion that every time he attacked with his halberd, it seemed to be integrated with the world and the magic weapon, indistinguishable from each other, and all the power was gathered on it. Even a seemingly random attack was terrifying. At this time, the four people sat down on the grass and gathered together. The little guy lay quietly in the middle of them, and the picture was harmonious. Your breakthrough this time has really changed a lot. It feels like you have transformed. Bai Luai said to Qin Wentian. There are some changes. Your perception has become much stronger. Qin Wentian nodded. Did you open your mind? Bai Luai asked. Mind. Qin Wentian's expression condensed, and he looked at Bai Luai and said. Yes, mind. Bai Luai saw Qin Wentian's doubts, and couldn't help but explain, all thoughts are born in the mind, and mind is the opposite of consciousness. When mind is born, you can see your true self and your perception of the surroundings will become extremely strong. The use of power will also change. Everything is at your will, as if everything can move at your will. Do you feel that you can hear sounds in the distance and catch the sound of the wind? Yes, I have this feeling. Qin Wentian nodded. He also realized that when he was fighting now, he could use his power more freely. Bai Luai saw Qin Wentian nod, and a smile flashed in her beautiful eyes. She said, no wonder. It seems that you were touched after learning about Lingning. By chance, you got such an opportunity and opened your mind. This is a rare opportunity for martial arts practitioners. It seems that any power you practice will become easier than before because your mind is clear. Qin Wentian nodded gently. It seems that he has indeed opened his mind. However, he feels that the candlelight seems to have played a key role. The candlelight woven by a strand of golden blood can make another violent blood in his body surrender. The power of the candlelight is really terrible, but he can't figure out what kind of power it is now. In daily life, we always like to say feel with your heart to comprehend things. Now you have opened your mind, which is 1 in a million. Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian and envied this guy. If I can also open my mind, my archery will become stronger. Chu Mang said. I think so too. Qin Wentian nodded. Brother Chu Mang, you can definitely do it. Your archery skills are already superb. If you can always use your mind to feel and shoot your arrows with your heart, you will succeed one day. And Fen Li, don't waste your talent. You should know how powerful your thoughts are. This is something that others can't ask for. If Brother Chu Mang has your talent and can make the arrows deflect, he can easily kill a strong man of the 6th level of Yuan Fu. You should communicate with Brother Chu Mang more often and learn archery skills. Qin Wentian looked at Fatty Fan Li and said. Fan Li nodded. Since witnessing Ling Ning's death, he has also changed a lot. Without the urging of others, he will also work hard to practice. Don't talk about others. The exchange meeting is getting closer and closer. Should you prepare well? Bai Luai rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian. Well, in the next period of time, I will accompany you to study the divine pattern. Qin Wentian nodded gently. Okay. Bai Luai smiled. She was looking forward to practicing the divine pattern with Qin Wentian. It would help her a lot. On the hillside, it was peaceful and tranquil. Chu Mang and Fan Li were refining their archery skills and constantly improving themselves. Qin Wentian and Bai Luai were studying divine patterns. As time went by, Bai Luai became more and more shocked. She found that Qin Wentian's progress was too terrible. Now, the so-called meditation together seemed like Qin Wentian was taking her to practice. Do you want to study the art of puppets? Seeing that Qin Wentian's attainments in divine pattern battles and formations had reached a certain level, Bai Luai asked Qin Wentian. No need. Puppets are also divine weapons. For me, there is no difference. I don't need to spend time on them deliberately. Qin Wentian shook his head. So confident. Bai Luai smiled, looked at Qin Wentian and said with a smile, do you want to try with my puppet? Okay. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, then stood up and stepped back not far away. Bai Luai's innocent face showed a sly smile. A light flashed, and a puppet appeared, suddenly running towards Qin Wentian at the same time, at an extremely fast speed. Feel the power of the puppet. Bai Luai said with a smile. The puppet punched out and killed. Qin Wentian raised his palm, and ancient seals appeared and hit the puppet's fist. Then his palm suddenly slapped out and hit the puppet's body, as fast as lightning. However, a light pattern flashed across the puppet's chest, and it didn't move at all. Bai Luai smiled and said, it doesn't know what pain is. You'd better be careful, or you will become arrogant. Qin Wentian smiled indifferently, then his palm retracted, turning into a finger, and suddenly broke out. The power of breaking the void rushed into the puppet. There was a crackling sound, and the chest of the puppet exploded and was blown away. This scene made Bai Luai's smile freeze, and then a look of dissatisfaction appeared on her pretty face. Suddenly, the puppet flew forward again, and the fist light was furious, as if a terrible black dragon was roaring. Thousand-hand seal. Qin Wentian raised his hand and a palm seal appeared. Suddenly, endless seals appeared out of thin air and collided with a black dragon phantom. Qin Wentian's palm rushed through the terrible airflow and punched the puppet's arm. The sound of a crack was heard again, and the puppet's arm fell down. Bai Luai was secretly heartbroken when she saw this scene and shouted, "Cease fire." As he said that, the puppet returned to Bai Luai and raised his right hand to attack, but there was only a whistling sound of the wind, but no power burst out, causing Bai Luai to glare at Qin Wentian fiercely. "Damn guy, what did you do to my puppet?" Qin Wentian saw Bai Luai with a face full of resentment, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This cold beauty also has such moments. Her pure face showed a bit of anger, which was very cute. If you understand one method, you can understand all methods. Puppets are also products of divine patterns. Their attacks originate from divine patterns. As long as the divine patterns inside them are third-order divine patterns, they can all be cracked by the reverse divine patterns. Qin Wentian said with a smile, which made Bai Luai's eyes show a strange color. She curled her lips. Qin Wentian said it simply, but did he understand the structure of divine patterns just after contacting the puppet? So, as long as it is a third-order puppet, it cannot pose a threat to you. Bai Luai said. Qin Wentian shook his head. A top-level third-order puppet can kill me directly. How can I contact it? Unless someone helps me resist its attack and let me crack its divine pattern. That's true. Bai Luai nodded, but thinking of her puppet being destroyed, she couldn't help but stare at Qin Wentian again and said, "What about my puppet? I'll help you repair it." Qin Wentian smiled and walked forward, which made Bai Luai's eyes shine. He can also repair puppets? Qin Wentian walked to the puppet, and it didn't take long for him to restore the puppet to its pre-battle state. Bai Luai felt a great shock. Could it be true as he said, that if one method is mastered, all methods are mastered? Bai Luai witnessed with her own eyes that Qin Wentian could construct the second-order divine pattern in the blink of an eye, and thought to herself that this exchange meeting would probably surprise many people in the East region. Yan Tai, I'm afraid he doesn't know what kind of evil person he has angered. Although Qin Wentian seems to have let go of Ling Ning's death these days, Bai Luai feels that he is just temporarily suppressing his anger in his heart, which may explode at any time. Chapter 254 Prodigies. In the East region of Guangzhou City, there are many powerful sects or family forces with a long history. However, the king of the East region and the strongest force undoubtedly belongs to the Zhixing Mansion. Zhixing Mansion, one of the dominant forces in the Great Xia dynasty, is located in the East region of Guangzhou City. Any order can make the territory of the East region of Guangzhou City tremble. At this moment, in the Zhixing Mansion, there is a young man standing on the stone platform. The young man is wearing a loose robe and has an extraordinary temperament. He seems to have a unique aura wherever he stands. He is like the center of this world, the most eye-catching existence. Yang Fan, the pride of the young generation of Zhixing Mansion, ranks 18th in the destiny list. He has the peak cultivation of Yuanfu, and there are few rivals at this level. The names on the destiny list represent the top figures at the level of Yuanfu. Yang Fan, ranked 18th, means that in the Great Xia dynasty, the only people who can defeat him in the Yuanfu realm are probably the 17 people ranked ahead of him. How can such a person not be dazzling? Guangzhou City, there are 4 people in the top 36 seats of the destiny list, one from each of the 4 dominant forces. Yang Fan is one of them, the proud son of the star-picking mansion. The other 3 are, Hua Taksu, the proud son of the Hua family, ranked first on the destiny list. Even Yang Fan and the other 3 are eclipsed in front of him. Zhan Chen, the proud son of the Dangwang Palace, ranked 11th on the destiny list. Zhao Lai, the proud son of the Xian'an sect, ranked 28th on the destiny list. These 4 people are extremely famous in Guangzhou City. All of them are proud sons of heaven, the 4 great prides of Guangzhou City. Are you going this time? Beside Yang Fan, there was a middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back. Although there was no aura blooming, he gave people a sense of tyranny. Go. Yang Fan nodded. This place is extraordinary, I must go there. It is indeed extraordinary, but also dangerous. In the past, Hua Taksu stepped into it and came out injured. The more talented people are, the more dangerous it is. The middle-aged man said calmly. That's because they have something to pursue. There is no absolute safety in secret places. Geniuses have strong minds and go to seek opportunities. Naturally, they will encounter crises. Mediocre people don't dare to do that. They only care about their lives, but they are less likely to encounter danger. Yang Fan's voice was calm. He had to step into this place to see what was inside. Okay. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. The pride of heaven wanted this kind of mentality, and he was unstoppable. This place is complicated. Xiangyang strongmen cannot enter. We can't follow you into it. However, in the eastern region of Wangzhou City, many family forces are preparing. They will pave the way for you. In addition, at this exchange meeting, we will select a group of people with high attainments and divine patterns to go in with you. After you step into it, you will take care of yourself. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. Yang Fan looked ahead, with a sharp look in his expression. The major family forces were sharpening their knives. In his view, they were just stepping stones for him. The 4 major overlord-level forces all had people stepping into it, so how could other family forces have anything to do with it? At most, they just followed behind them to pick up the bargains. Occasionally, a few powerful people would appear, but they could hardly pose a threat to them. Zhao Lian Zhanshen will also step into it. I wonder if Hua Taixu will go this time. Yang Fan murmured. Hua Taixu is the person he wanted to surpass the most. The first person on the destiny list has a completely different meaning from the people behind him. There are countless strong people on the destiny list, with 360 names, but the one at the top is undoubtedly the most dazzling. He is the only one who attracts endless attention. Other people on the destiny list may be forgotten, but the first person will never be forgotten by anyone. Yang Fan. The middle-aged man spoke again and said to him, have you ever thought about the matter of a Taoist partner? No. Yang Fan shook his head. At your age, you can also choose an excellent Taoist partner to go with you. Now, there are some good women in Wangzhou City. Mo Qingchang from Dangwon Palace is said to be deeply loved by Luohi, and even the Hua family seems to be interested. In addition, Bai Lujing's sister Bai Lu Ai from Beilu Academy seems to be pretty good, pure and gentle, and has a high level of attainment in divine patterns. She should appear at this exchange meeting. The middle-aged man said lightly, of course, if you are not interested in this, let's not talk about the Taoist partner for the time being. Cultivation is always the first priority. Bai Lujing. Yang Fan whispered when he heard the name. This Beilu Academy is not ordinary. Bai Lujing is a strong man on the destiny list, and ranks quite high. Yan family. Yan Tai sat cross-legged. In front of him, Yan Kong stood there respectfully. Although Yan Kong has some status in the Yan family, he is very afraid of his uncle. This uncle is too gloomy and no one dares to provoke him. The death of Yan Wang is inseparable from him. Afterwards, although he asked his father to plead for him and found a few beautiful women for his uncle, he was still not completely relieved, fearing that Yan Tai would bear a grudge. Have they been in Beilu Academy? Yan Tai asked coldly. The people he asked were naturally Qin Wentian and Chu Mang. How could these two people not die for killing his son? Well, they must be afraid of their uncle, hiding in Beilu Academy and dare not show up. Yan Kong responded. Yan Tai opened his eyes, and there was a cold light flashing in his gloomy eyes. He said coldly, I want to see how long he can hide. The exchange meeting is about to start, and Beilu Yi from Beilu Academy will also participate. Beilu Yi is very strong in the attainment of divine patterns, and will definitely participate in the exchange meeting. Yan Kong nodded. Then I will ask Beilu Academy to hand over the person at the exchange meeting. Yan Tai said coldly, if Beilu Academy has been shielding them, I will make them regret it. Yan Kong was trembling with fear and did not speak. He had no doubt that if Beilu Academy had really been hiding Qin Wentian, his uncle, who dared to touch Beilu Yi, was not afraid in his eyes. The Lang family has sent someone to give gifts again. Yan Kong spoke again. Yan Tai smiled contemptuously and said, Lang family, my son's death was caused by Lang Ning. Do they think that Lang Ning's death is the end of the matter? It's ridiculous. They even want me to give them a quota and accept all the gifts. Let them send more. In addition, before the exchange meeting starts, let the Lang family send a few beauties over, as long as they are young ladies of the Lang family, and no maids will be accepted. Old monster. Yan Kong cursed in his heart. This old monster is really cruel. He didn't intend to give the Lang family a quota at all, But he kept deceiving the Lang family. Now, the Lang family also wants to send a daughter. Thinking of the delicate beauty about to fall into his hands, Yan Kong secretly cursed this old monster in his heart, wondering which poor woman will be unlucky again. When the Lang family finally finds out that Yan Tai has no intention of giving them a place, I wonder how ugly their faces will be. Only this old monster could do such a thing. This pervert doesn't care about anything at all. Reputation? He has long been notorious. All the forces in Wangzhou City are preparing for the exchange meeting, and Beilu Academy is no exception. Qin Wentian, my Beilu Academy has a patriarch, 4 clan elders, and 9 elders. They jointly manage Beilu Academy. The patriarch is my great-grandfather, and the 4 clan elders and 9 elders are also my elders. The decision-making power of Beilu Academy lies in the hands of my great-grandfather and the 4 clan elders. If Beilu Academy wants to decide on major matters, the 5 of them will decide, and the 9 elders will execute. Bailu Ai was explaining the situation of Beilu Academy to Qin Wentian. Of course, it was not because she knew Qin Wentian's identity, but because the exchange meeting was coming soon. Beilu Academy needed to nominate 3 people to participate in this exchange meeting, one of whom would be the main one and 2 would be the auxiliary ones. Bailu Ai hoped that Qin Wentian would be the main one, so she must first introduce the situation of Beilu Academy to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian thought of something else. If he wanted to control Beilu Academy, he would probably need Beilu Yi's great-grandfather and the 4 elders to nod. This exchange meeting was an opportunity for him. At least, he had to let the people of Beilu Academy recognize him, Qin Wentian. Only by recognizing him could he be given control of this academy with thousands of years of heritage. If he only relied on the Kang Wang order and his words, although Beilu Academy might treat him well, it would be difficult for him to truly control this force. Let's go. The elders are already waiting in the academy. They obviously know about your existence. Be nice. Beilu Yi smiled at Qin Wentian. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. The ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her parents-in-law sooner or later. What are you afraid of? Fan Li whispered beside him, which immediately made Beilu Yi glare at him. Then her beautiful eyes flashed, and her pure face showed a bit of shyness. The fat man said that it seemed like she was dragging Qin Wentian to meet her parents. Why did it feel wrong? Let's go. Qin Wentian had been mentally prepared. Finally, he was going to take this first step. He was really looking forward to it. How powerful is Beilu Academy, one of the forces of the hidden lineage of Kangwang Palace? This is probably something he will not be able to fully understand until he has control over this low-key force. Beilu Academy, many people gathered together in the martial arts arena square. The elders and the lead sat on the martial arts arena. There were many figures on both sides. They looked at several figures walking in the direction opposite the square at the same time. They saw a handsome young man walking side by side with Beilu Yi, which made many people frown slightly. Does Beilu Yi, the younger generation of their Beilu Academy, really have a sweetheart? Qin Wentian and others walked to the front of the martial arts arena square. With his strong perception, Qin Wentian clearly felt countless eyes scanning back and forth on his body. These eyes were sharp, cold, and peaceful, but very few were kind. This made Qin Wentian smile bitterly. The reason for this situation was probably because Beilu Academy misunderstood the relationship between him and Beilu Ai and regarded him as the person Beilu Ai loved. That's why they looked at him with such scrutiny. After all, Beilu Ai had a special status in Beilu Academy. Year, come here quickly. Beilu Ai's father Bailushan called out. Beilu Ai immediately glanced at Qin Wentian next to him, with a half-smile on his face. This kind of misunderstanding was enough for this guy to bear. Let's see what he will do. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.